We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Barra.
Many thanks for staying with us on the Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have joined us in Early Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I made from the station, if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global north are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to Haiti, want to go to Hawaii, you just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
Hi everyone, my name is Gafar Mo. I'm a film producer and director.
My name is Kari Baker.
My name is John Njama.
Hey guys, what's up? Check Edgar here and keep watching.
Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching
SOUQ News Television. Every single time Edgar says so.
Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era, with the British claimed the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Over the past 20 years, the band has been a prominent figure in the African music scene and has been credited with helping to bring Afrobeat to the mainstream of global music. Now 43 years old, the band's latest album, released in August 16, 2024 to mark its 20th anniversary in the music industry, is a testament to its enduring legacy as a trailblazer in the Nigerian African music industry. Having dominated the scene in the early 2000s and 2010s, the band's smooth vocals now convey the tale of a gentleman entering middle age, yet still asserting his status as one of the entertainers who revolutionized Afrobeats. The new 13-song album featured carefully selected artists like Awilo, Akon, Wyclef Jean, and Youssou N'Dour, all pioneers of Afrobeats, reinforce this narrative. In today's News Talk, we are celebrating the evolution of the band as a Nigerian singer and entertainer, tracing his antecedents from Zaria in Nigeria to a global audience of fans. My name is Bayo Olaoye. Oladapo Daniel Oyebanjo, professionally named D'banj, was born on January 9, 1980 in Zaria, Nigeria. He studied at the Nigerian Military School and then went on to pursue a degree in mechanical engineering at the University of Lagos. After graduating with honors, he worked as an engineer for a few years before going to the United Kingdom to pursue music full-time. In 2004, D'banj officially began his music career under Blackbone Music, which was under the imprint of 419 Squad that was founded by JJC Skills, a veteran Nigerian hip-hop and music business mogul. Between 2004 and 2006, D'banj and another up-and-coming music talent, Don Jazzy, were managed by Ayo Shunaya under the R70 imprint. His first 3 music videos, which included Mobolowo, Tongolo and Tongolo Me Remix, were produced and directed by the R70 crew. Later that year, he signed a record and partnership deal with Don Jazzy to create the famous Mo Hits label, which launched him officially into the Nigerian music scene. His first single, Tongolo, was released in 2005 and was an instant hit in Nigeria. Since then, he had a major hit with his single, Oliver Twist, which topped a number of African charts and fared well in the United Kingdom and Europe as well. The Coco concert, which took place at HMV Apollo Hammersmith in London on the 29th of August 2011, was a highlight of D'banj's career. The event was hosted by comedian Eddie Caddy and featured stellar performances from the Mo Hits All-Stars, Don Jazzy, D'banj, Wande Cole, Dr. Seed, The Prince, and K-Switch, alongside top music talent Tiwa Savage, KAS, Dot Star, and the surprise guest Kanye West. The event was capped off by West removing his chain and wearing it on the bench. To music enthusiasts in that area, that was a huge deal as Kanye West was one of the biggest artists in the world then. Kanye West's performance at the Coco concert signaled the start of a new era of collaboration with international artists from all over the world. Today, Nigerian acts are celebrated all over the world with international creative collaborations and business partnerships and distribution deals. In 2012, the partnership between D'banj and Don Jazzy ended as the pair split up. According to reports, the decision to part ways was agreed upon by the two former creative partners. The once thriving music duo, D'banj and Jazzy, faced increasing tensions within their More Hits Records partnership. Disagreements over business structure, alleged D'banj's dominance, and financial disparity, among others, contributed to the strain. The growing rift, coupled with D'banj's perceived absence during the crisis, ultimately led to the collapse of their successful partnership. D'banj, after dissolving his partnership with Don Jazzy, began working on a compilation album which will eventually come out with his new venture, DB Records, with the album The King's Men. D'banj teamed up with Akon on two songs in 2015 called Feeling, The Niaga and Frosh. These songs were part of his EP called An Epic Journey, which he released on a series of music videos. D'banj music was becoming more like an urban hip-hop at the time. He released another album called King Don't Come in 2017. In 2024, D'banj marked his 20th year with the release of the entertainer The SOUQ and still keeps a good relationship with Don Jazzy. D'banj has won numerous awards throughout his career, including Best African Act at MTV Europe Music Awards in 2006, Best International Act Africa at the BET Awards in 2011, Artist of the Year at the African Music Awards in 2014, Best Male Actor at the MTV African Music Awards 2016, and several others. He was nominated for a Grammy Award in 2013 for his collaboration with Kanye West on the song All of the Nights. As far as history can tell, the Coco master D'banj is still a master of the art and an undisputed leader of Afrobeat in the entire world. He has carved a niche for himself as an outstanding and renowned Nigerian singer and entertainer. I am Bayo Olaoye.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unflinching love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to its holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjured as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
The 2024 edition of SOUQ Africa Summit, the largest women in tech summit in Africa, brought together women in tech from across the continent. The event, which held at Zone Tech Park, Lagos, provided a platform for women in tech, founders, senior executives, and enthusiasts to learn and engage in powerful conversations bordering on technical and career growth, leadership, and diversity while networking. The summit also addresses the issue of gender imbalance in the tech space by providing girls and women with tools, learning resources, and job opportunities they need to succeed in the industry. The summit featured keynote presentations, panel sessions, and recognitions of women excelling across various fields. Speaking during the breakaway session, Omotola Omotayo, a community manager at Outreach, urged participants to take advantage of the growing influence of artificial intelligence while noting AI can't replace tech experts.
If you ask AI, where can I get my next big job? AI is just going to make suggestions for you. Why don't you go to this website? Why don't you apply for this job? I encourage you to give it your best. Do you want me to help you with your CV? But when you attend conference, Omotola or any other person that you are meeting will tell you, oh, what can you do? How have you been doing it? Any other project you've worked on before? What part of this career path are you looking? You know, you have like more intentional conversation.
An open source advocate, programs manager, and technical writer at FMDQ, Basaya Ojo, urged participants to utilize open source to get their career started, describing SOUQ Africa as home.
And I know how difficult it can be for new people in tech or new women in tech to get started. I mean, tech is mostly seen as a men's field or a man's field. So I want to help as many young girls, as many young women as possible to see that a lot of things are achievable if only they start.
Chisom Nwoko, a software engineer and the publisher of a Techie's Guide into Big Tech Companies, who spoke on personal branding, stated there's a need for a balance between self-promotion and career while delivering value.
Be loud about what you do. Like I said on the stage, be the star girl of your field. Let people see you and know that, okay, this is an expert in what you are doing. Another thing would be your personal brand is something that would grow. As your career is nurturing, your personal brand is something that would go with you. So you want to understand who you are, the kind of values that you want to stand for, and the kind of stories that you want to tell. And definitely your 5-year-old self, after like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you're going to be very grateful that you started that journey.
Founder and Executive Director of SOUQ Africa, Ada Nduka Oyom, says the event has led to the creation of a safe haven and the form of a community for women in tech.
At SOUQ Africa, our goal is to, in summary, bridge the gender gap. And events like this provide a safe space for women to understand, acknowledge, and accept that their voices matter. To also provide them an opportunity to network, meet with other women in tech like them, provide more visibility. And from events like this, from our summit, it provides them the platform to know and see that, you know, there are opportunities for them to expand in terms of leadership, in terms of growth, career growth, and just taking charge in an already male-dominated space. We are building an active pipeline. We're equipping them with resources, we're training them, and we're providing them with the opportunities like hiring opportunities and scholarship opportunities I had mentioned earlier. All in all, at the end of the day, the goal is when people come into Africa's tech ecosystem, they see a ton of women who are thriving in the industry thanks to SOUQ Africa and thanks to events like this, the SOUQ Africa Summit.
Gertrude Ume, a mother of 4 who participated in the summit, called for more events similar to the SOUQ Africa Summit while urging women to find their purpose.
As a woman, who we are should extend beyond our status as being single, married, with kids or without kids. And I push myself, my identity forward regardless of what my status is. When you see me, the first thing you don't think is, oh, she's a wife, she's a mom. You first meet Gertrude before you know about all of that. Those are add-ons, beautiful parts of my life, but first and foremost, I will identify with who I am and the purpose I'm here on earth to fulfill. So yeah, that's it for me, and that's what I would advise any other woman to do.
This year's theme of SOUQ Africa is driving innovation for Africa's economy. Women from all over West Africa have gathered at this year's summit, physically and virtually, and one thing is in focus: increasing the participation of women in technology. Temple Bara, SOUQ News Television.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. there's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries, but more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself is taking a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world class. Our characters are world class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, All of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. It hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think there are incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the SOUQ Exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era, where the British claimed the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment. The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of legendary contemporary Nigerian artists, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
You and yours. Welcome to SOUQ News Television once again. I am David Chiedu. I'm hoping you had a fine weekend. This is SOUQ Business Landscape, where we take a look at the headlines that the world is discussing from business publications from continent to continent. We're talking about the Americas, we're talking about Africa, we're talking about Asia, Europe, and the rest. Well, it's not exactly a familiar face, but of course, we do what we can around here at SOUQ News Television to make sure that every single day you are brought up to speed with regards to what's going on around the world. Now, as we do this together here on the show, remember to take it outside the ring as we continue engaging online with the hashtag SBL. Now, for all the business information, tidbits, and more, you should definitely follow us on SOUQ News TV. That's at SOUQ News TV and at the Isle 104.9 FM across all social media. Yes, indeed. It is coffee time, tea time, or water time, or juice time, as the case may be, depending on your flavor, yes, a hot one will definitely set your day right as you get up and go, waking up hopefully on the right side of your bed to, take on the world as far as business today is concerned. As we, as the case is, let's quickly break calls when we return. It is SBL Showtime on SOUQ News Television. Stay with us. Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. And this beautiful morning, we're beginning with Business Day stories from the Business Day paper here in Nigeria. But not before we say good morning to our esteemed guests in the studio, our very own Dr. Idahosa Samadze. He's a development expert. Good morning, Doc. Thank you for joining us.
Good Nigeria, Lagos. Good Nigeria, Africa. It's a good SOUQ morning.
Yes, indeed it is. Yes, indeed it is. Let's start off with what is happening on the front page, business-wise, of course. The Business Day newspaper. Oil majors to raise 2025 exploration investment by 60%. Now, we see that major oil and gas companies are preparing to spend about 60% more on fossil fuel exploration, according to data and according to some industry executives. Doctor?
Well, that for me is like a kind of a dream come true, really, right now, seeing this happening. Because if you look at what has been trending in the last couple of years, it's a lot of drive, everybody talking green and moving away from fossil fuel exploration and the rest of it. And I was really wondering what was in it for us as people. But today, with this happening, it's also a sign of a rebirth for our economy. Because if you have followed the trend in that industry very closely, you will see that for the last 30 years, there have not been major investment in that regard. And that's why you find in Nigeria, with a population of over 220 million people, are struggling to produce 2 million barrels per day. Why just little Saudi Arabia doing 9 million barrels daily? You go to UAE, they are doing over 3 million barrels daily. And you wonder why those economies are looking really very advanced, because they are making so much money from oil for a very tiny population. And for a population that is over 200 million, and we can barely do 2 million barrels. And I think at the moment we're doing like 6 million. Thanks to Chevron, that also had made a new discovery in the Niger Delta of 17,000 barrel per day new oil well. And we are hoping that all this aggregated together will be able to really bounce back the Nigerian economy. And so once we see investment happening in that sector, that we are now able to produce, let's say 5 million barrels daily, Nigeria will be a better place to really live in. For me, this is a good sign.
Now, Doctor, given what we have in our system, especially the upstream sector, which, of course, this does concern, do you really see that happening in the near term? We can talk about it in the long term or perhaps mid-term, but we have a couple of, we've had a couple of bottlenecks lately, particularly in the downstream sector. But this, as I mentioned, concerns the upstream. So, where does that leave us?
Yeah, but I think a lot is happening. That sector had been stifled with huge bureaucracy for a very long time. And you can see, like in 2 years ago, we have this challenge between NPCL and Mobile. And of course, the president had come to resolve that. And being himself a player in that industry, I think he has an understanding of all the issues that had befell that sector for a very long time. And I think the president is taking a lot of proactive to see how we can resolve those bottlenecks. And I think that is what is actually inspiring this move by oil major to put in more investment into exploration. Because we have left it long time ago and nobody was doing anything. So we're just scooping what we had since the 70s. So this is, for me, a very positive move. And then we're talking about in 2020, they're talking about 2025. So for me, it's something to really be happy about and celebrate, because there's so much God has blessed us, especially the oil. We have not tapped it, and we need to put a lot of investment in that sector. What that will mean is that once you have investment hugely in that sector, the economy will take off.
Now, Doctor, there is also the debate as to whether or not, side by side with fossil fuels, we are actually ready to go clean. Earlier, you made some attributions to that as well, and that is where the world is at this point in time. A lot of nations, thriving nations, seem to be slowly but surely moving away from fossil fuels. And then again, back to that debate of whether or not we can, manage both of them, or we can actually successfully glide from where we are to where the rest of the world is.
I do not agree with a lot of people with this argument about fossil fuel. And that's because, as a student of history, it's very, very important for me to look at the developments all across the globe, not really minding what the Western worlds are saying to us, because really here, they are the moralists in terms of preserving the environment. And therefore, they have championed this cause of seeing how to get clean energy and the rest of it. Now, what clean energy means for them is huge economy. What it means for us seems to be poverty. And I think we must need to find a way to strike that balance. Because the move, and a lot of people don't pay attention to this, since the day of the petrodollar in the 1970s, the Western nation have been looking for alternative to fossil fuel. It's not because it was not clean. It was simply because it was taking a toll on their economy. And they were looking for something that's far cheaper. So we must also take it from that perspective. Because we must understand the game nations play. It's a game of power, whether it's economic or military power. So when nations are going out and they are advocating for anything, we must be able to read between the lines and say what is really in for us. The technology for the clean energy, we don't have it, so we have to purchase it from them. And what happened to our crude that nature has given to us? It will be on the ground unused. And then we have to borrow their money to be able to buy the clean energy. So this is the issue. They developed using coal. As the Russia-Ukraine war started the other day, Germany went back to the use of coal to power their electricity. So this was a reserve. So Africa must also be as wise. And I think that was the same move by Saudi Arabia recently, when they have to also see how to double investment in the upstream also. Because they said that fossil fuel won't go away. We have to continue to use it if we have to do it side by side. But what is important is that nations are realizing that they need to survive. And then, of course, while we are saying we are protecting or preserving the environment for the future generation, those who are going to produce those future generations themselves have to be alive.
Interesting stuff. Apparently, it looks like fossil fuels are not going anywhere anytime soon. Let's move on to some more stories, still on the Business Day newspaper. CBN tightens liquidity tap with 7.6 trillion naira mop-up. Doctor, your thoughts?
Yeah, CBN will not stop keeping mopping up money. But I really don't understand where this tightening will lead us as a people. Because I understand that, yes, we have to tighten to ensure that there's not too much money in circulation. But really, people are asking, who has this money? Because the money is not in the hands of the ordinary Nigerian. So we must be able to look at the policy, because the more of this we tighten, the more biting the economy will be for the common man. You know, we're talking about developed countries taking facility at a single digit interest rate. Here we're talking about 27. And by the time you factor in management, levy, every other thing, for a commercial bank to give you a loan, you are talking almost about 32%. That's massive. How that produce profit, generates employment, is something that we must have to look at. So whoever it is, even if it's the big boys that are taking this facility, definitely those rates will be passed down to the common man. So I feel that there's a need for the CBN to really create that balance. Why mop up? We must look for ingenious ways to do it rather than merely raising rates.
May I ask, Doctor, for some specifics when you talk about, finding other ways to do it?
You see, for me, what are we talking about? We're talking about the CBN having oversight on the money that is in circulation. And this money, they can see, they know where they are. We have channels. You can set up limits for withdrawals and the rest of it. And that can help to a very large extent. So raising rates is not necessarily the solution, because that really don't take money away. It only really increases the cost for production. And as cost goes up, inflation goes up on the other side. So it's like trying to solve a problem and you're creating more for that problem. So creating that balance for me is what it is. So we must look for ingenious way to see how can we really address these issues of the liquidity that we see is flowing around, but are not in the hands of the common man on the streets.
All right, let's cross over to other countries here on the African continent. Taking a look at Business Daily in Kenya. The headline here reads, how CBK broke law in 14 billion shillings currency tender. The Auditor General says that the CBK breached Regulations 84 of the Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Regulations 2020, which demands that a special committee be appointed to guide the procurement of classified goods. Central Bank, Kenya, Doctor.
You can imagine the rule maker breaking the rule. But you see, this happen from time to time, and I think even in the last CBN, we have such issues when, of course, economy is in turmoil. And, of course, there's a pressure on the regime to deliver on promises. Sometimes rules themselves can become very constraining. And I think these are some of the issues that we find here in Kenya. Kenya has been in the news for both the good and the bad reasons in the recent time. Since Ruto came in, the economy has really gone through hell. And I think he inherited that very hellish economy, trying to see how to work around it, propose a finance bill that would have helped to get more money from the citizens, but of course was vehemently resisted by the people. And of course, for months, Kenyans were on the street trying to see how, and then of course, Ruto retracted. All these are just signs that economies are not doing well. And if economy isn't doing well, government are also thinking, what do? We can't just fold our hands and just allow things slip by. So you have to justify the essence that you come to work daily. And of course, I think these are some of the issues that, of course, we have to lead to such break of the law. But like I share with people in public service, it's always the fact that they barely plan. The problem with us as black people is that we are not strategic enough to be able to see tomorrow today. So because we don't see tomorrow today, we think that everything ends today. And that's really a very big problem. And I don't think this happened only to even states and corporations. It also happened to even individuals. When people are having and making some money and you decide to spend everything hoping that there will always be income tomorrow. And of course, when things get bad, you find it very difficult to cope. So for us as Africans, and I think we have to deliberately teach saving culture, saving and investment culture, so that we can always save for the rainy day, that like they say. You know, if you have an income today and you say, okay, oh, I have an income, my income is 2 million naira today. Okay, I'll send my son to school. What kind of school will that child be? Well, I can spend 1.2 million to invest on that child, but you're not thinking about tomorrow. That what if the 2 million stop coming tomorrow? How are we going to live? What are we going to fall on? So you see a lot of people, once we retire from job, lifestyle change, sickness come in, they can't help themselves. Even for those who do skills and career talk. So you see, this is like a culture to us. And I think the state itself has inherited it. You can imagine all that we have blown away in all the oil windfall. So we had the opportunities and we missed them. And here we are now, faced with difficulty. And I think the successive leaders in Africa must learn this, that you don't eat your tomorrow today. We must learn to preserve things for tomorrow. And in that way, we are able to survive very difficult time. There's a story in scripture that tells me that, and that was the dream of Pharaoh in Egypt. And God showed him there's always a 7 fat year and a 7 lean year.
Now, Doctor, to add to that, off the back of what you've just said, it's noble. It's a noble virtue to have, to be able to save for the rainy days. But then again, there have been some arguments on some, fora with regards to the fact that some of these, big lenders on the global stage, talking about the World Banks, the IMFs, and the rest of them, have in no small measure contributed to what's going on the African continent, where you see that these nations who don't particularly understand what it means to save, or are, very, very cavalier with their saving culture, go cap in hand to the World Bank, go cap in hand to the IMF to get these loans and all of that, and then they get them at the end of the day. Perhaps there is a problem with that. That's the question being asked, that if these loans aren't given with some, stringent measures attached, you'd have African countries being more careful with their resources.
You see, the goal of every businessman is to make profit. The Bretton Woods institutions, they are businesses. They are not charity organizations. They are there to make money for their principals. And anyhow that money is made, for the principal it is right. And you see that happen when, of course, businesses people send salespeople out, marketers into the street. What are they doing? They are only trying to whip your emotions so that you can buy the things you don't need.
Absolutely.
Now, if you decide to buy the things that you don't need, you don't blame the marketer or blame the company. You have to blame your stupidity. It's because you don't have a plan. But if you have a plan, and the plan is intact in place, and people are asking you to come and take what you don't need, you say, no, this is not what I need. So I think that's where we really need to grow up. I don't like when people blame IMF or World Bank or the West for a predicament. I blame the stupidity or the foolishness of some of our leaders who will not think through a process before putting their pen on a paper to sign up things. If we are strategic, which means we have said that this is how we are going to live in the next 3 years, in the next 4 years. And then we are following this plan step by step. Now, as we walk through the plans, we can make mistakes. We can reshape the plans. All of those can happen. because of its flexibility. But that will not make you to do the things that you have not in place. You know what people call like a window shopping? People go to the market and you don't have a list in your hand. And then you just say, oh, this is beautiful. You buy. But in your heart, you're actually going to the market to go buy your soup ingredient. And by the time you reach where the soup ingredient, you have finished your money because you have bought things that you really didn't plan for. So I think that's the situation with many of African leaders. We need to be able to sit down and think through what revenue we are expecting and how we expect them, how we intend to spend them, and they must be written in black and white. And they must tally with our global goal to say, yes, we want to take 35 million people out of poverty. How will this be done? There should be a strategy in place. Taking 25 million out of poverty is no mean feat. Even developed nations can create 5 million jobs with all their technology. So which means you have to be ingenious. There must be plan written black and white to say this is what we are going to do in the first month, in the second month, in the first year, in the second year, in the third year, and then we will reach our goal. But most of the time, our budgets, which of course is supposed to be that document, strategic document, don't point to that. And that's why we are permanently on deficit. But there's a nation that overcame that scarcity mentality, and that was Singapore. That they had to make a law in Singapore that the worst budget that you can have is a balanced budget. No room for deficits. So when we cannot think that way, we will not expect anything miraculous to happen. So when we put a peg and say, look, going forward, no deficit budget. We will only spend what we can generate. So if we must spend more, then we have to generate more. So these are the kind of things that I expect that leaders should put their hands into. And so when you are vying for office, you have your plan of where you want to take the nation to. So it's not when you get to the office, then you are now sitting down and we are doing meetings upon meetings, wasting resources, and they are not translating into really visible achievement. This is a problem that many African leaders really need to deal with, to see how do we sit down around the table and say, where are we going? How many roads are we constructing? What's the total cost of this road? How are we going to get the money to construct this road? Where's the money coming from? What instrument will it take? What are all these things have to be done and scientifically at that. And at the end of the day, you can see progress become really cumulative. So if you do one today and we move by 10 years, we'll see, everywhere had said, because like I say, Rome was built a day. It took time to construct Rome.
Now, Doctor, just harping on the last point you made, cumulative growth or cumulative success. Let's talk about the China model, for instance. You mentioned earlier about 35 million jobs and you know how difficult it will be. But China was able to, since I reckon 2012 or 2013, create room for growth, lifting 100 million people out of poverty. I want to believe that that involved creating about 100 million jobs. This is, speaking from an outsider's point of view, as you were, by creating some alleviation programs, infrastructure that fed back into the system and helped achieve that. Let's talk about the China model.
Yeah, but that is simple. What the Chinese do, empower their citizens to feel the whole world. So when you go to Bangladesh, you see Chinese there. If you go to America, you see Chinese there. If you go to Angola, you see Chinese there. If you go to Djibouti, where there's war, you will see Chinese there. If you go to Zamfara, where we cannot enter now, our children cannot farm, you will see Chinese there. That's what China did to move their people out of poverty. So it's important for us to understand that nations are strategic. China has also looked at how the world had grown. When Europe was in deep distress following the industrialization that created so much unemployment, they were also thinking how to ship their social pressure out of the continent. So they went on expeditions. A lot of them traveled and they were looking for goods everywhere, pepper, all these things, tomatoes, everywhere across the globe. And they were on the sea, traveling for days. And then they saw lands where people were really not doing well. And of course, eventually, they took them over as colonization and shipped some of their people who were not engaged, and they became new masters in this colonial land. Now, this is strategy. And this is what Africans also need to realize, that if you're going to be deliberate in doing some certain things, you have to be purposeful. Look at, for example, we're talking about Japan most of the time, and there's no even strategy around it. There's no strategy around it. If you were in school in the 70s, you will say that almost everybody who taught mathematics, taught chemistry, physics, were all Indians. They were all Indians. They were deliberate. So it is not by happenstance that, take for example, India is the software headquarters in the world today. And it's also not by happenstance that China becomes the hardware capital of the world. How did they do this? They embarked on reverse engineering. Chairman Mao Zedong closed the border of China for over 30 years without interaction with the world, created a new culture, and now we can see what that has done for these people. So this is the thing. A friend of mine once asked me and said, take for example, your people, you just have about 200 million people. That's huge asset.
It is.
Can your government just start to train engineers or medical doctors and ship them everywhere in the world?
But we have that problem at the moment, which we refer to as brain drain, doctor, where our assets trained here go outside and then they thrive. And their complaint is the same thing, or their concern is the same thing. The environment here doesn't exactly allow them have that pleasure, so to speak.
Yeah, but that's what they're saying. You have to strategize about it to ensure that you have your right hand here, but you're also able to ship the excess abroad. And then that gets you some diaspora remittances that can oil the wheel of your economy. So, but it's to say you have to invest in your healthcare system heavily, that you can attract the best within your system to stay. And then, of course, deliberately produce more for exports.
All right, we're still going to stay with Kenya just for a little bit before we call time on the program this morning. Unemployment rates to worsen in 2024. Now, in a new report, the World Bank has put the unemployment rate at 5.7% in 2024, slightly higher than the 5.6% registered last year. Doctor, Kenya isn't particularly having it sweet these days, not particularly uhuru for them.
Yeah, Ruto was unlucky. He came in at a very wrong time, and everybody's hitting him left, right, and center. But you see, all of all these things are not things that they were not precipitated by this year. They were things that has been there for a very long time. When we had failed to manage the economy, when, of course, there were opportunities, and then we lost it to corruption, to malfeasance of public officers, and the rest of it. So that's the bane of the African development. Unemployment is growing. You can imagine people who are leaving school on a daily basis, they are not being employed, because those who left yesterday were not employed. So how do you expect those who will leave today to be employed? So if the one who left 3 years ago had not been employed, how do you expect the one who will leave school in the year after to be employed? Now, these are challenges that we'll almost also face. But one thing that is also missing in all this is that the fact that African leaders also must find a way to understand that just sending people to school is not enough. That people must be given skills, things that they can do. And that, for me, is the real way to go. I was so impressed on Saturday, and I met two young boys who had first class in engineering, and they were interested in music. You can look at it. Yes, he may not find job as engineer, but of course, he can scratch the deck as a DJ, and he's making an earning a living. So people must learn some skills, and that's the only way people can get off unemployment market. But if we think that there's a way we can continue to have people employed, then we may have to sleep for a very long time because that dream may not come to an end soon.
Well, all right, that's the much we can take this morning on SOUQ Business Lounge. It's been quite the engaging and insightful conversation so far, with headlines making the rounds across the board, speaking about it from the Nigerian context and, of course, other countries on the African continent and beyond. Many thanks for watching SBL this morning. Dr. Idaho Sausamadze has been our guest and giving us his thoughts. He's a leadership expert and a development expert as well. It's been quite the time. We're going to do this again tomorrow at the same time. Do join us for another edition of, on Wednesday, beg your pardon, for another edition of SBL. But in the meantime, stay tuned to SOUQ News Television, because at the top of the hour, the news update comes up, and of course, it's fantastic conversations on early exchange. I am David Chiedu. Good morning.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano. on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in the publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, SOUQ Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogun-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogun-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bois Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bois Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, Bois Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and Rivers States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Hi everyone, my name is Gafamo. I'm a film producer and director.
My name is Kylie Baker.
My name is John and Gemma.
Hey guys, what's up? What's up? What's up? Check Edgar here and keep watching.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop. Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching.
SOUQ News Television. Every single time. Edgar says so.
My name is Dr. Rafiu Oladipo.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega.
I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godio Didi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News. So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, one's extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for. And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Cashew nut.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
And welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am David Chiedu. Vice President Kashim Shettima will represent President Bola Tinubu at the 2024 Commonwealth Heads of Government Meeting, CHOGM, in Samoa from October 21 to 26. The gathering, themed One Resilient Common Future, Transforming Our Commonwealth, will see Shettima join global leaders, including King Charles of England, to discuss resilience, collaboration, and digital integration among member countries. During the meeting, the next Commonwealth Secretary General will be elected, with candidates from Lesotho, Ghana, and the Gambia. As the largest African member, Nigeria will play a crucial role in this decision. Shettima aims to leverage the Commonwealth Business Forum to attract investment to Nigeria, addressing global economic and environmental challenges. He will also participate in the People's Forum for public engagement on development issues and conduct bilateral meetings to enhance Nigeria's international partnerships. And the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has extended the suspension of processing fees on cash deposits exceeding 500,000 naira for individuals and 3 million naira for corporate entities until March 31, 2025. This decision, communicated to banks for customer notifications, aims to alleviate transaction costs associated with large cash deposits. Originally announced in May 2024, the suspension allows customers to make substantial cash deposits without incurring the previous charges of 2% for individual accounts and 3% for corporate accounts. The move responds to confusion caused by a brief reinstatement of these fees earlier this year. This extension is seen as a strategy to encourage more deposits into the banking system, enhancing liquidity during a period of economic reform amidst inflation and exchange rate volatility. By maintaining this policy, the CBN aims to boost confidence in the banking sector, promote financial inclusion and reduce reliance on cash transactions, ultimately supporting Nigeria's economic stability and growth. Still with the central bank, the bank has reported the allocation of $1.73 billion for food imports between January and June 2024. In the first quarter, $689.88 million was allocated, while $547.7 million was recorded in the second quarter, marking a 20.6% drop from what was recorded in the first quarter. Food importation costs rose despite the government's efforts to lower prices, including a 150-day duty-free window for key food commodities like maize, rice, wheat, and cowpeas. Implementation delays, including the Federal Ministry of Finance failing to publish a list of qualified importers, hindered the policy's process. The average price of imported food reached a high of $878.3 in September 2024, reflecting a 26.81% increase since January. Imported food inflation climbed steadily, with monthly inflation rates rising from 26.29% in January to 34.83% in May, further impacting consumer prices. This situation highlights the ongoing struggle to balance food import costs and inflation in Nigeria's economy. The federal government of Nigeria has approved the disbursement of 12.911 billion naira to several key health agencies aimed at strengthening the nation's healthcare system. This funding will benefit the National Health Insurance Authority, NHIA, National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, NPHCDA, Nigeria's Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, and the National Emergency Medical Service and Ambulance System, NEMSAS. The allocation is part of the government's ongoing commitment to improve healthcare access and outcomes for Nigerians. With these funds, the NHIA is expected to expand its insurance coverage, while the NPHCDA will enhance primary healthcare services across the country. The NCDC will utilize the resources to bolster disease control measures, and NEMSAS will focus on improving emergency medical responses. This financial support reflects the government's recognition of the critical role that effective health systems play in achieving national development goals and enhancing the overall well-being of Nigerians. And elsewhere, a new World Bank report reveals that approximately 4.41 million households in Nigeria have received conditional cash transfers aimed at alleviating the economic impact of recent policy changes. The Northwest region leads with 1.2 million beneficiaries, while the Southeast records the lowest participation, with fewer than 400,000 households benefiting. The report highlights that only 800,000 households have received a second payment, largely due to low coverage of the National Identification Number and Bank Verification Number among vulnerable populations. The gender distribution of the cash transfers indicates that 3.12 million recipients are female compared to 1.27 million males. The cash transfer initiative is part of the federal government's strategy to support 15 million households with 25,000 naira each for 6 months following the removal of fuel subsidies by President Bola Tinubu. However, the program faces scrutiny amid allegations of corruption involving former officials in the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. The federal government has announced plans to construct a dam in Dura Buruku local government area of Benue State to mitigate flooding caused by overflow from River Katsina Ala. The Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Engineer Professor Joseph Chelumun Utsev, shared this during an assessment visit to flood-damaged areas along the Makurdi-Katsina Ala highway. A contract for the dam's design has already been awarded, according to a statement by the ministry. The minister attributed the recurring floods to climate change and reassured the affected communities that the government is committed to finding a long-term solution. Chief Matthias Agger, district head of Mbakura, urged the government to expedite the dam's construction, emphasizing the severe impact of annual floods on local communities. Residents expressed appreciation to President Bola Tinubu and the minister for addressing their plight. Local drivers also called for improved road rehabilitation to ease importation in the region. The dam is expected to provide relief to communities regularly affected by seasonal flooding in the area. And that's all on the news update this morning. Many thanks for watching. I am David Chiedu. Stay tuned for more conversations on Earth Exchange. Good morning.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
No, you're still there with us as always, as you know that this is the starter for your day, the program that sets the pace when it comes to, programming, and then when it comes to issues related to business, finance, and the economy. It is always all about early exchange. I am Femi Odele. Always my pleasure to be here. It's the beginning of a new day and in a new week, and that presents another opportunity. And it's a good one that you're starting today with us, which is a sign to show that your week, your day is going to be very productive. We're going to start our conversation today looking at the Lagos state government is planning to offer an incentives to start up, for businesses in Nigeria, in Lagos and everywhere. It's a hard time. Businesses are going through hard times, but the Lagos state government is planning to offer an incentives to start up with a way to encourage them growing businesses and to address issues related to registration, issues related to operating environment through what they call the innovative bill. That's going to be the thrust of our conversation today. Don't forget to become a part of this conversation. All you just have to do is to join us on all our social media platforms. Search for @SOUQ News TV using the hashtag Early Exchange. My twin is here. Blessing, how are you today?
I'm fine, Femi. How are you doing this
I'm
morning?
good. How's your weekend?
Great. And it's also good that this morning we're here to shape policy and advance development. But something that's been going on around the country for about a week, thereabout. I don't know, some persons are out of it. The power situation where there's been blackout for several days in many parts of the country. And at some point, it felt like all Nigerians live in one area, because people could just go online to say, oh, I don't have light where I live, and someone in a different state could reckon because they experienced the same thing. But do I call this good news or some assuring news that the managing director of Transmission Company of Nigeria has assured Nigerians that in the next 5 years, Nigerians can have 24 hours power supply because the generation would move from what it is now, around 5,000 megawatts to 24,000 megawatts generation. But I don't know if that's maybe just something to console Nigerians, or it's something that can be achieved or will be achieved.
It's really mind-boggling if for years, there's a report suggesting that the national grid has collapsed for over 100 times. That's like one or two times in the last 10 years. So, like someone said, okay, millions of dollars have been invested in this infrastructure from 1960 when this infrastructure were built. But as we speak, it's the same problem the problem of power failure. I saw one headline in my father's library that was in the 80s talking about power failure. And in 2024, we're still battling with the same thing.
That's sad.
It's disturbing. But I hope with the plan that the regulatory authority has is going to make an impact. But honestly, there's a need to invest in the transmission line because some of these equipment are obsolete. Yeah.
So they're failing. Well, so what is not obsolete? Innovation, bringing up something new technology, and the Lagos State government is set to support that with the innovation bill that will be passed soon, according to the Commissioner for Science, Technology and Innovation, who has spoken about that bill and what it's going to do for startups. Now, that bill has holds lots of promises for startups, being that it would give them tax incentive and some other incentives for their businesses. To join in the conversation this morning to look at what's the innovation bill that the Lagos State government is preparing for startups, we have Samuel Debayo, who's a startup coach, head of Startup School and Hub, Nigeria, and it joins virtually this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
If you could hear me, just say hello, please.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? Thanks for having me.
Okay, now looking at startups in Nigeria, Lagos State boasts to have more startups than any state in Nigeria, particularly those who belong to the technology ecosystem. But there are some challenges that hinder startups. One of them is registration, incorporation, and some other issues regarding patents, access to patents, especially for those in the tech sector. But with this bill, what the Lagos State government plans to do is to address some of this and make it easy for startups to start their business and begin to grow their business. Could you speak to some of the challenges the startups are faced with today in Nigeria, whether they belong to the tech sector or any sector? Basically, what do startups go through in Nigeria?
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for that question. Good morning once again. Happy to be here. So to speak to some of the challenges that startups do face, there are quite a bit, and depending on the sector that the startup is venturing into. For example, fintech, for example, registration is quite difficult because there are lots of processes, lots of registrations, verifications, and it's a lot, it's a lot. And so if, for example, the bill, where we hope that the bill comes in to help, ease the process of registering, the businesses, because sometimes people can't finish it because of how tough the process can be of registration. So I'm glad that they pointed out issues of registration, incorporation, and patent, because those are really critical areas that really affect startups, especially here, especially in Lagos. Then, so like I mentioned, so areas of like fintech, then you have health tech as well. So those are areas that, the bill, I hope the bill will really help improve the process of registration. Yeah.
All right, Sammy, glad to have you join us once again and good to see you. We're at a time where businesses are going through hard times, not just about startup, even the big businesses, the big players, they are also complaining. Now, but I want us to walk us through how these tax incentives will be of benefit to startups operating in business. What impact will it be for them? And if you're talking about tax incentives, what kind of incentives are you expecting from the Lagos State government in respect to this bill? Talk to
Okay, so thank you. So for the startup, I think those tax incentives are very important. So for example, when you look at exports, export tax, for example, the export tax incentives, for startups or companies that will be exporting things, and when they get tax breaks in those areas, it really goes a long way. And the startup, because we're just starting out, there's a lot of cost involved in it, and those things actually make it easier for the startup. It gives them that sense of let me use the word runway, right? So that they can, go far enough before, because the businesses don't start making profit immediately, right? They don't start making profit immediately. So those breaks are really going to help, So first of all, tax breaks are important. You look at the areas of export taxes too, very, very critical that we have them. And like I mentioned earlier, it also depends on the sector that is being involved, and I think it's also been approached sector to sector. But for the startup, basically, healthy tax breaks really go a long way into helping them to stabilize and making it easier for business to run. And then, like I mentioned, you could when you're exporting your services, your products, the taxes that come along with that. But there are some places, some African countries, for example, offer such export tax incentives, such that some of them even tax. There's a zero tax on some of those startups. So it encourages startups and businesses, right, to really want to do business in those spaces, because it gives them that leverage, and it gives them the opportunity to maximize profit at the end of the day. Yes, sir.
Now, I think
And
that
also,
this bill, even though it covers startups generally, but has a tilt towards those in the tech industry, because according to the commissioner, he says the innovation bill will help drive the development of startups faster in Lagos State, provide startups with tax benefits, streamline the process for accessing patents, and make it easier for universities to engage in research. Now, it further goes on to say that the bill would simplify the licensing of new technology, and it also enable young businesses to incorporate innovations more efficiently into their portfolios. Before now, what has it been like for tech companies to license new technology?
Could you take that one more time? I think I missed. There was a glitch in there.
Let's take a look at what it has been before now, or even up to now, for tech companies to license new technologies when there are new innovations, having access to patents for their innovations. What's the process like?
Okay, yeah. So yeah, thank you for that question. Patents are very important for startups or companies generally. You need to protect yourself. And in the past, I don't know. Yeah, we're hoping that the bill helps, expedite the process of getting a patent for your company, because it's very important. And speed is very, very critical these days. There's a thing about who gets to market first. It's very important. You have an idea, you have a startup, and you're finding it difficult to get patents. Your competition somewhere else will have it and then move, faster than you. So it's important that the ease of doing business, of acquiring patents quicker is. I hope that the bill supports that. Now that they're spotlighting, I think it's a great initiative. So, when we talk about patents, it's very critical. We need to be able to protect ourselves, not just be able to do that, but do it quickly. That way, the startups, especially in Lagos, for example, will have the confidence to want to do business. So it fosters ease of doing business in the state. When we talk of R&D as well, there are also tax incentives along those lines. And when there's a focus on those things, it makes it easy. People want to come down to, spend time in Lagos to do, because they know that the government policies support it. And government is a critical stakeholder in any business, not just startups. And so if the government is really putting their foot down and saying, look, we want to make doing business easy in Lagos, I think it's going to attract a lot more people because Lagos, what I gather, has over 2,000 technology companies, and that's a lot. And Lagos is a leader, not just in Nigeria and also in Africa. So it is very critical that they have the right processes or procedures in place to make it a lot more easier for business because, like we said, government and then there's investors again, they want to be sure that they're coming to do business in the right place. Yeah.
All right, interesting. One of the things that the Lagos state government intends to achieve with this innovation bill is to improve the ease of doing business in the state. I want to believe you are aware of this model that suggests that 70% of startups in Nigeria, they fizzle out in the first 5 years of their operation. So my question to you is, if Lagos state government is going to be in position to improve the ease of doing businesses for startups in Lagos state, what are the things you will expect them to tackle? What are the things or the expectations from your end as regards improving the ease of doing business so that this model that suggests that 70% of startups they fizzle out in the first 5 years will become something to deal with?
All right, thank you for that. So, yeah, so some of the things that I think we expected, we mentioned some already, we'll run through some of them, like the issues of registrations, incorporation. Even though incorporation is basically not a state thing, I think it's more of a federal thing, but states, of course, are involved in it. So, yeah, so ease of doing business is, ease of registration, for example. And then I'll go back to, the tax breaks as well. That's another, critical one. So Lagos has the numbers, for example, and so that's why it's really good that they are, trying to see that businesses, the ease of doing business in Lagos is a lot easier than what it is already. If not, you lose people people will start to move their startups to places like to neighboring states, and they don't want that because of the revenue and things that affords them. But like we said, registration is very important. Incorporation, talk about patents. So if those things for a start, those three things are made a lot easier, and for patents made a lot faster. And things like, for example, we talk of grants. For example, some can the state make things like grants readily available as well for startups? Those things that will help R&D, for example, that really make businesses a lot easier to run in Lagos. So, apart from those other three, we talk of things like grants as well. Tax breaks, for example, there are certain places, certain states, like if you look at the startup bill, for example, I think there's a provision for tax breaks between the first, 3 to 5 years, for startups. So things like that, when they are put in place, when they're enforced, it makes it easier because they know that, okay, you know what, since it's a startup, for my starting 3 to 5 years, I am not so worried about, the enormous taxes that usually come without those tax breaks. But with tax breaks, it gives me more runway, right, to be able to know that, okay, I have the next 3 to 5 years to be able to run through and make as much as I can, not being scared of taxes that come with it. So yeah, so I think those things added to it, tax breaks and issues of grants and for R&D and other processes really come and make it help at this point.
So the bill will also make it easier for universities to engage in research and development. How does that help startup, and what should be the link between the universities and industries?
Okay, yeah. So if you'd agree with me, I don't think our universities have done a great job with research lately, and that's partly because of funding. Right, we've not had a lot of funding directed towards universities to help with research. And so research, R&D and startups go hand in hand because there's a lot of innovation, and you need as many people as possible to contribute to the ecosystem. So when there's research, especially from universities, bright minds trying to innovate in different sectors, it goes a long way, and it gives us it helps us to make progress in a short time. So it's really important that, money for research is available so that universities can really participate. Like I said, universities have not really, as should be, or as is done in the Western world, where, a lot of groundbreaking technology innovation comes out of, universities, but we haven't really done that. And I think it's a positive move forward if we can really, find ways to allocate resources there. It really boosts. I think it will multiply it will give us that speed of innovation, and it really helps startups to move forward. So there's a great connection between both. As we can see, it has helped other clients to really move forward.
You mentioned something, groundbreaking innovation, and this is innovation bill that we're talking about. And for the thousands of tech companies, tech startups that we have in Lagos State, do you think that a lot of them are focused in the right direction with regards to providing local solution?
Okay, yeah, I'd say so, but I might not say completely because, okay, so basically, first of all, people try to solve problems that are around them, in their environment. Some people try to go overboard, trying to solve things that don't really matter to us, trying to, solve problems that are unique to some other cultures or environments. But I've seen quite a number of startups. I think there are quite innovative startups that really look around them and try to find solutions to the existing problems. So there are. I think we are beginning to see that unless we localize our problems or localize our solutions, the startups won't fly. So most of the startups that have failed so far, most of them, not all, have been startups that have directly copied, tried to bring here things that work in other places, but are not peculiar to us. And so it doesn't work. And so it also accounts for one of the reasons why startups fail, because they don't localize the solution. So I think a lot of people are beginning to wake up to that and trying to build according to the environment, with the environment in mind and with the local problems that we have. Yeah, so that way we've seen an increase in more profitable startup, even though there are other variables involved in what makes a startup succeed. But so far, I think we're really we're getting there.
All right. It's on record that Lagos State has the largest startup ecosystem in Africa. May I ask you, what has been the impact of this on Lagos, and what do you think Lagos is doing differently that other states could copy from?
Oh yeah, talking about Lagos is a giant when it comes to not just in Nigeria but Africa, like you mentioned. Yeah, so Lagos has the numbers. Lagos is the most advanced state here, and one of the most advanced in terms of tech, the ecosystem in Africa. Lagos has received the most funding. If you look back, maybe the last 3 to 5 years, of all the top African countries, Lagos has been, the most funded in terms of investments from outside. And I think it largely has to do with government policies, that ease of doing business, wanting to come in here. Because if the government is hostile in terms of policies regarding tech, investors, trust me, will not want to come here. And it is the investors, the angel investors, the venture capitalists that have made it the infusion of their funds that have made the ecosystem to grow fast. Of course, with the government. So I think the government has played a critical role in contributing to the growth of the ecosystem in Lagos. People might not see it so, but without government policies in place, it will be difficult for it to grow as fast as it's going. Even though, yes, Lagos is innovative, the people, the kinds of minds that are in Lagos is mind-blowing. So, but that with government also has made it a lot easier for business to thrive in Lagos. And that's what Lagos has been put on the map. And I think we need to give the government a lot of credit for that. Yeah, so I think government has been one of the key factors to putting Lagos on the map in terms of technology in Nigeria and in Africa.
Now, talking more about technology, the GTEx event, which is the biggest tech conference for startups globally held in Dubai that ran through last week. Lagos State was represented there, as well as other government officials from Nigeria. Nigeria also plans to host GTEx 2025, putting the country more in focus in the tech space. Now, that was a show for tech startups globally, where they could come, exhibit whatever innovations they've come up with, and learn new things as the world is evolving in the tech space. But if you look at Nigeria and look at what obtains in other climes, what are the things that should be on the ground so that whatever has been learned or whatever new innovations that tech startups or even those who are in the tech sector have seen happen elsewhere, they will be able to replicate and even come up with better innovations? Let's look at infrastructure and other things that should be alongside this bill.
Sorry, I lost you there for the last 10 seconds. Could you please just repeat?
It was GTEx 2024, which was a tech conference, a global tech conference for startups. It was held in Dubai, and the Lagos State government was represented there. There were other government officials from Nigeria that attended that event. So Nigeria also plans to have GTEx, which is the name of that conference, 2025, to put the country somewhat on the map when you talk about technology. So my question is this: from what have been seen by those who attended that conference, particularly Lagos State's government, alongside this bill, are there other things that should be on the ground to support Nigeria being able to replicate the new innovations that were showcased or learned at that conference, so that those who are in the tech space in Nigeria can replicate and maybe even come up with better innovations?
Okay, thank you for that. Now, good thing you mentioned GITEX, because it's been going on for some years now, and like you said, it's the largest tech event in the world right now. And I think it was last year they started to do GITEX Morocco. So Morocco was the first African country to actually host it. Lagos represented there. I think Lagos had the largest contingent to Morocco, GITEX Morocco, and they've also participated in Lagos over the years. So I think, and then there was this year again in May in Morocco. And if you look at it, really, like we've all agreed that Nigeria has we have the numbers, we have the most vibrant tech ecosystem in Africa, right? It's only fair and that we have our own version of it, right? Where we can, put the spotlight on Nigeria, right? So this next year is going to be between Lagos and Abuja, right? So it's on Nigeria. So it's important. I think it's critical. I think over the years they must have picked up a thing or two as to what makes those ecosystems work. What makes it work? What makes investors interested in coming there? Like if you look at the UAE, for example, there's a lot of tax incentives that they have. So it's easier. So I believe that. So that's why I'm not surprised when I hear that there's going to be a lot of tax incentives that is coming with the innovation bill. I think it's also geared towards that, because investors are looking for ways to protect themselves as well. And if there are no tax incentives, why would I leave places like the UAE or Morocco to come to your country? What are you offering me? So yeah, I think over the years we've learned from the different versions of GITEX that have happened, and I think we're now trying to see how we can make that happen for ourselves. And like you said, our ecosystem is the largest in Africa. So why not we begin to do that and host our own and invite the investors down here? There's a lot of money that is involved, billions and billions of dollars. Why don't we take as we have done, right? A larger portion of that and bring it down here and let the investors come in and see that, look, ease of doing business. There's ease of doing business in Nigeria, in Lagos or in Abuja, and you guys can, and you feel comfortable here, they're tax, you get tax breaks and all of those things. So I think that it's a very bold move and good move, as we're going to benefit a lot from it. It's going to put us on the map. You know, even the spotlight is going to be on us even more. And you know how we do like to do our things. We like to do our things big. So I expect nothing short of that. So, but it is really going to be a good one for startups and the country as well, especially Lagos and Abuja. It's really going to help, you know, to bring in direct investment into the country. And startups also will get more eyeballs. So one of the biggest issues is eyeballs, and you know, to really put them on the map and help, you know, attract a lot. It will help both the state and to, but like infrastructure is critical. So you know, so some of those things that we talked about earlier, policies and all of that, and then but basic infrastructure also has to be in place to make it a lot easier. And I believe that those things are being considered for them to take the bold step to want to do. They will want to come and host something that will put us to, you know, bring us disrepute. So yeah, I think it's a move in the right direction so far.
All right, interesting, well said. We're not done yet. We still have Samuel Adebayo with us, but it's time for us to go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue our conversation with our guests. Stay with us.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Good to know you're still with us on Early Exchange. The conversation this morning is sitting around innovation because the Lagos State government is preparing an innovation bill to support startups. And we have Samuel Adebayo, who is a startup coach, speaking to the issues. He joins virtually, and we'll continue the conversation right now with Samuel Adebayo. Thank you for staying put. About several other things that government can provide, infrastructure, policies and bills. Let's look at regulation for startups. How does it help or even throw them off sometimes? Hello, Samuel, are you there? Can you hear me? All right, sir. My question is this. When we look at policies of government, especially a new one like this that is being prepared, though the bill hasn't been passed, but there is word from the Commissioner of Innovation, Science and Technology that bill will pass soon. It's to support it's to support startups. Now, talking about startups generally, for any sector that they operate in, there are regulations. Even in the tech industry, there are regulations. So how does regulation help startup? How does it even throw them off sometimes? Is there a way to create a balance? While there is regulation to help the industry, it doesn't become hindrance or a challenge to startups.
Oh yeah, thank you. That's a very important question, you know, because it has really you know, the regulations have really, you know, helped to manage, and also in some cases they have actually, you know, restricted a lot of startups from taking off, you know, and especially you find in the fintech areas right? So a lot of fintech started to pop up. Of course, we've had successes with companies like Paystack and Flutterwave, and after those successes, a lot of people started to enter the space, started to flood the market. And the finance sector is a very sensitive area. So what was obtainable in the past with the entry level was quite low, but now the bar has been raised so high that it is quite difficult for a regular, it takes quite a lot now to enter that space, because there's a lot of regulation around it in terms of, for example, CBN. You have to get a lot of licenses from CBN to run, depending on what you want to run. So the regulation has really helped to reduce, to protect people, because we're talking about money here. So it has really helped to protect people, but also to a certain extent, people that really have innovative ideas in setting, even in the financial space, have not been able to enter, because at the same time the bar is so high now. And so, of course, it has its pros and cons, right? But I think that a balance needs to be, to be found, so that it will help people enter. But so far, it has really helped, because financial fraud is a big deal, and people are suffering from it, and we don't want to. So those laws are there to protect, but at the same time, in the same process of protecting, it also creates a very high bar for people. So that has been a bit difficult also, not just for anybody to enter, but people that also have innovative ideas in that space. A lot can't enter again because of how high the bar is. But it's not the same with other areas. But we'll all agree that, of course, fintech spotlighting is actually a very critical area. So the rules might not be the same in every sector. But yeah, so some areas are harder to function or to enter than some. And so, yeah, so it's been a hindrance for some people, and it's been. But I think that, as we move forward, people will find ways of collaboration to see how they can walk into those spaces. So because sometimes when you don't find the path forward, you find ways to go around it, or you find. That's why I think things like collaboration comes in. But yeah, it's been hard in certain sectors to enter because of the regulation and the law. At the same time, it has reduced the level of, I think, that impact that could have been had in the spaces had it been a lot more loose. But we also understand that we need to protect people. I think there's just a balance there between those two.
All right. It is often said that there are two sides to a coin. The fact that Lagos State is the largest hub for startups in Africa comes with some challenges, which could be predicted, like the congestion on infrastructure in Lagos. Now, how do you think Lagos State government can accommodate this kind of pressure as a result of being the largest startup, hub in Africa? And what can be done better to ensure that it doesn't affect business operation in Lagos and also scale up performance when you look at the pressure on the Lagos State government as a result of this feat being recorded? How do you expect the Lagos State government to handle this kind of pressure and congestion on its infrastructure, being the largest hub for startup in Africa?
Oh yeah, well that's a very interesting question, because I think we're already there, and it's not going to get any better. There's going to be a lot of influx of people coming from outside, and so talking about how I think the government can handle it. I think one of the ways that it can be handled better is when there is when we can get investors that can also come and help and contribute to infrastructural development, right? Like recently now, I think it was Rwanda, a couple of months ago, they entered the deal with, I think it was Huawei, to come help with the infrastructure, because there's so much that the government can't do. And without infrastructure, there's enough, there'll be, like you said, like congestion already on what's already on ground, and it will limit, progress and growth. So I think the government can do collaborations is one very important aspect to really look at collaborations, like with telcos like Huawei that I mentioned earlier. They can help in such areas to improve infrastructure on ground to help accommodate more people, because attempting to host something like GITEX is really going to put a lot more pressure on what is already on ground. And so I believe that collaboration should be top on the priority of of trying to help to improve the ecosystem. Collaboration and investment also. Those two things really go a long way in helping to accommodate people on the startups already on ground and the startups that are going to come in, because it's going to multiply the current number on ground after an event like GITEX. You can best believe that there's going to be a multiplication. So I think lots of collaboration will really go a long way in helping to ease that process. Collaboration. That's what I think will have the most impact on Lagos, for example.
Now, one of the reasons why startups would prefer Lagos is because of the size of the population and other existing businesses that would need their services as well. If we take it to other states, well, you may have the numbers, but maybe not the businesses to need the services that some of them may offer, particularly for tech industries. But let's take it to government. Government seems to be the single largest employer of labor. And when we talk about services, when government requires services, then there's guarantee that if you're offering their services, you would get good return for whatever service you're rendering. So part of what the innovation bill would do is to enable businesses the opportunity to government procurement. Now, we're talking about digitalization in this time and age, e-governance. Are there things that states should be doing and businesses, on the other hand, in other areas outside of Lagos should be doing to rightly position themselves for opportunities like this? Even though this particular bill is for Lagos State, but I believe that procurement opportunities, government procurement opportunities are there in other states for businesses to key into.
Yes, so there are. So the thing is, so the bill didn't just start with Lagos. So there's actually a startup bill that was passed during the last government, right? And then other states are encouraged to adopt it and implement it, localize it and implement it. I think Kaduna was the first state to adopt the bill and localize it, and then Lagos is following through. So I think it's the responsibility of states. Just like you mentioned, Lagos is very proactive and they're trying to see that they maximize, and it has lots of provisions in it. So I think it comes down to the states at the end of the day, how much they are willing to put in, how much are they willing to, the kind of environment they're willing to create. Lagos, as we know, has always been proactive, has always been a leader in this space. So they're taking the bull by the horn to make sure that it works for them. So, like, if you come down north, for example, like I mentioned Kaduna, for example, Kaduna too has also tried to do that quickly to encourage startups there as well. So, like you said, government is the biggest employer, and they play a very critical role into it. And so, if they do not move fast, it will be difficult for the startups and other things to thrive in those states. So yeah, I think at the end of it falls back to responsibility on the different governments. Like we said, Lagos has been very proactive in their own implementation of it. So other people just need to pick it up and localize it and see how it works for them. Other than that, everybody's still playing catch up to Lagos and other states that are proactive.
Now, let's address something quite peculiar to startups in Nigeria. You observe that, the owners of these businesses, they start with very high enthusiasm in starting operation, but few years down the line, you discover that some of those businesses, they exist on paper, by virtue of registration. In reality, maybe the reality is now staring at them, and some of them are out of businesses. I would like you to talk to us from your experience. What are some of the common mistakes being made by startups that also affect their business operation in a place like Nigeria?
Okay. So yeah, like you rightly mentioned, a lot of them start well, but somewhere along the line, between 3 to 5 years, there are starts that say most businesses, I think can't remember the exact number, but a high percentage of businesses actually fall out. They don't, the businesses fail in the first 5 years, and so there's a lot. So I think that most people lose that zeal when they start. After a while, when things are not in place, when there's no funding. One key thing I found, recurring theme when it comes to startups and business in general over time is that funding. You hear most people hear funding. There's no money. We can't continue, especially when maybe you're into production, developing. There's no money. So one of the main things that people have that has caused businesses not to last long is that. But let's not pay too much attention to that. There's also the case of when cases where people have the wrong teams. They don't have the right hands on in the company to help drive it, because even if there's resources, if you don't have the right team in place, there's no way it's going to work. There has to be that synergy. You have to have the right hands, the right tools for the right task. And so, besides even money, building a team that will, that is efficient, a team that is fit for the right task is very important. And then also another thing, and one last thing I'd like to point out is that one of the things is that people don't think long term any longer. People are excited in the first few years. They're excited about it. But one key success to any business or startup that has really thrived is that they think in the long term. They're not just thinking short term. You know what? I'm going to make it in the first 2 years. But people that have the long term in mind, right? They are in it for the long haul. They're the ones that come out on top at the end of the day. So whether there's money or not, they can bootstrap their companies for a while. And it was the founder of Canva, and so she was rejected about 100 times by investors. A lot of people don't have the grit it takes to stay that much longer in businesses, to wait it out, to bootstrap it. Some people had to get other jobs, other things to be able to, to see that it works. So I think that grit is very important. Even above funding, that grit, that ability to stay in it for the long haul are some of the critical characteristics of successful businesses and founders. I think those things, when put in place, will increase the odds of success in any business or startups, especially in Nigeria here. Even though things are tough, but at the same time, there are people that are still succeeding. So why can't we take a play from their book and see how we can add to it and then move forward? I believe that with those things, money and other things will follow. But that grit and that long-term mindset really go a long way in helping businesses to increase the odds of success in businesses here.
Okay, talking about the odds for success in business. My next question will take us first to the basis, which is who a startup is. You are a startup coach. Let's get that first. Who would you call, what kind of business would you refer to as a startup business?
Okay, so basically startup, in simple terms, high growth, high risk. They are high growth, high risk companies. So they're not like traditional businesses, but this one is like a rocket, for example. Taking off a rocket, the odds of success for a rocket launch are very slim, right? So that's how startups basically are. But there's a lot of risk in it. There's a lot of risk involved in startups. So it's quite a risky venture, and that's why there are a lot of failures in it. It's expected.
Or a new risky venture? Okay, there seems to be some disconnection there. I do hope that Samuel Adebayo gets connected again with us so we can continue that conversation. Now, the reason I was asking that question is this. These days, there's encouragement for people to become entrepreneur, becoming, starting their own business, becoming their own boss. But would it be easier if people go into franchising, where there are opportunities for franchising rather than being startups themselves? All right, let me not bother Femi's head and take it to Samuel Adebayo at this time. All right, Samuel, good to know that you reconnected. Okay, so before that interruption, I was asking, would it be any risky venture or a new business that is into a risky venture? Let's categorize it.
So if you take that again.
At a risky venture, startup would be a business that is going to something not quite conventional, not the usual. So would it be a new business going into something unconventional, not the normal, or any business maybe that wants to diversify into something unusual? Can we categorize it?
Oh, sorry, I don't know. I still can't get the. Keeps breaking.
The question earlier on what a startup is. Now, the reason I'm asking what a startup is because of the odds of success in business. Having looked at how difficult it is for some startups to actually make it after the first 3 to 5 years, the question is this. Would it be easier to go into franchising where there are opportunities for such? Would it make it easier for a business to succeed riding on the back of an existing business, even if it's going into a risky venture, than to go on a solo run?
Oh, yes, it will be 100 times easier to succeed. And the reason being that, those businesses have existed for quite a while and they've had proven systems that work, right? And that makes it a lot easier. You just duplicate, you just copy and paste, and in some cases you localize, you just adjust it to fit the new place. But so it's a lot easier because you just taking systems that already work, right? And then you're now implementing it here. So it's a lot easier and 100 times easier to do that. But talking about a new innovation, it's quite difficult because it's almost as if it hasn't been tested anywhere before. So the odds of failure are very high, right? Because it hasn't been tested. We don't know whether it will work or not. But this other one, the traditional one, where franchises, like you said, it's been proven already. There's a system in place. They have standard operating procedures to help them run. So the odds are a lot. There's almost no comparison between the two. But on the other end, this new venture, this new startup there's no frame of reference for it. So the odds, of course, are very, very high for failure. It's going to take a lot of rising and falling to eventually hit that, if they do at the end of the day. So yes, the traditional one is a lot easier. Is less. The risks are far lesser than attempting to build something new, and that's why it takes a lot of risks to venture into startups. So yeah, I hope I answered the question.
You answer that, but when we talk about startups, it generally applies to any new business, whether you're going to a risky venture or not. So let's get into your coaching more now. So if someone comes to you and wants to start a business and the person is not doing something innovative, it's not a new area that you're venturing into, but you want to start a business, based on what we talked about now, what would be the go-to advice? Why do you think people still want to be the first person to start their own business, become the CEO of their own business, when it could be easier to just lay on the back of some other business? And why don't some other business open up for that expansion through franchise?
Okay, thank you. Let me just start by talking about addressing why people go into business. People do business for different reasons. We try to go into for different reasons. If someone came to me and said they wanted to do, venture into a startup or a business, one of the first things I'll ask them is how much domain knowledge they have, right? Because proper preparation prevents poor performance. So if, for example, they don't have they don't have enough domain knowledge or expertise, do they have someone they can collaborate with that has it, that they can work it out? So people have ideas. They say a dime a dozen. Ideas are everywhere, and people just jump. So this thing of failure increases because there's no proper preparation to it. So comparing it to like a traditional business, and let me just say this before I continue. Startups basically, it might not necessarily be a completely new business, no, but you could use technology innovation to improve the way the business is run or how it operates, right? Like what Uber did with taxis and cabs. You know, the system has always existed, but they just found innovative ways to improve how it works, better ways to provide those services. So 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 when people come to me, I'm asking, one of the questions I ask is, are you trying to improve on this, or are you trying to create something completely new? Because there's no point at the end of the day trying to reinvent the wheel, but through innovation and technology, right? Technology-driven innovations, you can improve processes. You can see things through the eye of technology and say, okay, you know what? I could do this better with innovation. This startup aims to address this issue here. So I believe that one of the things that I help my startup founders or intending startup founders is help them to see, solutions through a different lens. How can I do this better? Rather than you try to invent the wheel completely. Not everybody, people that really do new things are not so much as such. But help them see, okay, how can I make this thing function better? How can it work better? So that's one of the things that I try to help them do, because, like you said, I'm sure if we start down for the next 5 minutes, you would tell me up to 10 ideas or so that you have that, but not all of them are going to work eventually. So, but I want to think just helping them see things through the right lenses, first of all. That helps to reduce or to remove the clutter, just help them to fine tune and to see what things are possible and what things are not. Yeah, so basically it's just a refinement of it and helping understand the why they're trying to get into it. Because if the why is not strong enough or is not good enough, it won't work at the end of the day. Yeah, so.
All right. Quite interesting. The narrative out there is being your own boss, but you've also emphasized the need for collaboration and partnership. For you to be your own boss, it doesn't take away the need to partner with other people to make the journey easier. We must thank you, Samuel Adebayo, startup coach, for providing your intelligence and your thoughts as regards this innovation bill. Thank you so much for spending time with us on iLexting this morning.
Thank you for having me.
All right, this is your favorite program where the big story lives. We're not done yet, but we're going to take a moment. When we return, we'll look at inflation surge and the impact on global economy and lessons for monetary authorities. That will take place after this short break. Stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment. Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, glad to know you're still there with us. And if you're just joining us, you're at the right place at the right time. Sorry for that mix-up, but hey, here's your favorite program, Early Exchange, where we shape policy and advance development. We started the conversation looking at the plight of startups in Lagos, which is believed to be the largest hub for startups in Africa. And now to our second big story, which is to look at the implication of the global inflation on the global economy. You're aware that in the last 3 years, global economy has been battling with inflation surge, which has likely impacted some nations more than the other. While some are slowly recovering from this impact, some are still battling with this impact. But we want to look at the lessons for monetary authorities when it comes to authorities in charge of managing the economy or deploying the right tools in order to be able to create a buffer for the impact of inflation. And by extension, we'll be looking at the role of central banks and other agencies that should be in position to manage inflation globally. Joining us for this conversation, we have Dr. Osase Yoa, who joins us from Canada. He's an economist analyst. Dr. Osase, glad you have joined us on the election this morning.
Good morning, Nigerians. Good morning, studio.
All right. We often say the conversation is getting bigger, and having another guest, which is we have been joined by Segun Shokmiton, who is a principal partner, Woodbridge and Scott Consulting. Segun, glad you have joined us this morning as well.
Good morning, Femi. Good morning, everybody. Nice to be here.
All right, gentlemen, glad to have you. It's the duo of Dr. Osase and Segun joining us for this conversation, so which makes it more engaging. I'm going to start with Segun. I'm going to start with you based on the fact that you've been following the trends globally as regards inflation surge. You're aware of the disruption this has brought to the global economy. But let's start by you walking us through how did we get to this level where nations for the past 3 years are battling with surging inflation, and what has that left the global economy and the impact on developing economies or developed economies or emerging economies globally? Give us a picture of how did we get to this level.
Okay, thanks for having me again. I think the facts are pretty clear. The events of the last 3, going on to 4 years actually now, when 2004, have been quite instructive and in some ways unprecedented. I think it's the first time in human history that the entire globe for a sustained period of more than a couple of weeks was shut down. The entire globe, all planes were down, all ships were down, all cars were down during the pandemic. And what that did was basically all economies shut down. And that's the trigger event that led to where the things that we've experienced over the last 3 years and to where we are now and to where we're likely to go. The aftershocks of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, is still reverberating and is still affecting policy making, is still affecting trends and events, and all of that. And then the second thing that's happened in that time has also been the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, some would call it. That also created disruptions in critical parts of the global supply chain, such that, again, economies around the world were affected, and policymakers had to respond. And I think more recently, what's happening in the Middle East might again have some sort of an impact on overall turn of events globally. Even though I think with the recent killing of Sawar, the leader of the Palestinian, I don't want to use the word terrorist because it's a sensitive political issue. Maybe that issue may help abate what's been building in that region. So if you take these three events, the biggest, of course, being COVID, you would see that it's quite remarkable that in fact we have been, as humanity and the globe, the world economy has been able to recover with some speed, more than what people expected. When COVID-19 hit and global economies went into recession, all of the major developing economies, all of the developed economies, the emerging economies, and the not so developed ones, everybody went into recession. The thought then was, were we going to have a V-shaped graph curve, or were we going to have a U shape, or were we going to have a W? And it's turned out in the largest part to have been a V shape, where we crashed into a very deep recession all over the world, and then we recovered very quickly as well. But then that recovery triggered inflationary pressures across the world that has seen us have inflation trending at historic figures. In some countries, highest figures in 40 years, in some 50 years, So here we are. The policymakers have been grappling with this, trying to, first of all, restart the economy to get growth back. And then having achieved that, trying to control the resultant inflation, So it's been a bit of a conundrum, but I think that all in all, given where we are today globally, I think the world economies have done well, and there are lots of lessons that have been learned, things that we can do better, things that we can do differently going into the future, But I think we're in a good place as we speak now.
All right, let me get to Dr. Saze. How will you react to the inflation surge that's also affected the global economy, your own estimation? Then I would like you to give us a picture of what played out in Canada. You are in Canada. I'm sure, of course, it's a reality that Canada too has its own fair or share of the surge. So what played out in Canada as regards the inflationary surge? And then what's your reaction to the impact or the destruction on the global economy?
Yeah, just collaborating the points that my co-analyst made, which is completely very true. It's the global inflation has been a combination of COVID-19. It hits the world in a way that has never been envisaged. I think in the history of the globe, of the world, I don't think there has been any time that we had such massive close down of factories. It's the easiest way to bring it to context is the fact that when you think of industrialized countries like China, Japan, it was, let's put it this way. I remember in 2021, around August, it was reported that vessels were roaming the sea with vessels literally hawking crude oil. In fact, at a point in March 2020, it was reported that crude oil was selling at $0. So you can imagine how terrible that was. So it just meant that all factories were closed. There was nobody who was buying oil. I think it now managed to come to around $10 around April, May 2020. So that just brings to context how factories, individuals, there was a complete shutdown of global economy. So it led to, it kept people in their houses. So the initial prediction by economists was that, demand and supply will balance themselves out when COVID eventually subsides. So when there's an opening in the economy, that people are coming out with reduced purchasing power. Companies, factories will also be coming out with low stock. So they'll be selling the old stock they have. the citizens or the human beings who are going to demand these goods are going to be coming out with low purchasing power. So they will both balance themselves and will not have that inflationary pressure. But it turned out it didn't turn out to be that way because people came out with savings. Organizations started doing work from home. People started doing Zoom online communication. So people's salary kept running, and so those predictions by economists did not work out. So it means that people came out with some pretty good purchasing power, but the supply end, the factories had been closed for months, so they now had to start kickstarting business. And the opening, the lockdown was opened in phases. It was not a one-time opening, gradually. So it happened that supply could not match up with demand. And basic economics, when demand is higher than supply, you have shortage, then prices increase. So that was the beginning of the inflation. Supply took time to gradually start up, while people came out with full force. Some had not seen their relations for 5-6 months. So with full force came out with their purchasing power, and supply couldn't meet it. Global prices. We remember that US reported a 40-year high in inflation for the last 40 years. That was the highest. Even Canada reported about 11%. So almost all the global economies reported high inflation. So it was global. Then, as my co-analyst said, Russia-Ukraine war came. Ukraine it seemed like the hub of global food production of agric. It's reported that about 25% of the fertile land in the world, it's in Ukraine. Most of those Western markets, Ukraine services it. So the fact that there was war meant that people couldn't go to their farms. There was a time that the UN had to intervene so that Russia will allow old stock of food to just cross the ocean to the outside world. So it meant that Ukraine couldn't provide food for the world. Then Russia, that was the home of energy. In fact, is the leading supplier of energy to Europe. Also, Europe in a way of grandstanding, because Europe did not want to fund the war. The thinking was that if we keep buying oil from Russia, we are indirectly funding the war, that we don't want Russia to continue fighting. So they banned Russian energy, which boomeranged. That happened to be during the winter when they need heating for their homes and so on. So the fact that oil became expensive, Europe did not buy Russian oil, meant that oil was increasing. That led to increased prices because people had to buy expensive oil. Then the fact that Ukraine could not supply agriculture, so it was increasing prices from both ends. That done. Then that COVID we're just recovering from COVID, the Russia-Ukraine war. So it was a combination of forces. Then to your second question, Canada, I've said it, I think in the previous program, I mentioned the fact that because these Western countries, these developed countries, have a systematic and well-developed monetary system. The monetary sector, the formal sector, is larger than the informal sector. In Canada, it's about 90-10. You can't see roadside shops. Yeah, you want to buy anything, you go to the big malls, the Walmarts, the Dollaramas, and so on. And these are all registered companies. So the government has been able to structure it. They've done their homework pretty well. So everything is formalized. So the formal sector of the economy is large. And monetary policy only penetrates or permeates through the formal sector. Monetary policy is useless where you have an informal sector. So CBN or the Bank of Canada kept increasing rates since 2022 for the last 2 years. So inflation rose to as high as 12-13%, but it's down to about 2.3% now. Why? Simply because of the textbook principle of fighting inflation. When there's inflation, increase interest rates so that it reduces purchasing power, it reduces demand, and brings it to supply. So it has worked because the increase in interest rate, it meant that people couldn't borrow, people couldn't get enough money producers couldn't get money to expand, which meant that they had to cut down jobs or reduce salaries, which meant that those who they reduced their salaries, their purchasing power came down. So it now came to match supply. So that's it. So inflation ordinarily comes down. But in developing countries, as we've mentioned earlier, because the informal sector is larger than the formal sector, monetary sector policy has not been able to penetrate. So it's just simple. You see all the developed countries, UK reported over 11% to US 10-11% to cancel. There are countries in the West, Italy and so on, that also reported up to 20%, but they are all down now. They're on single digit figures. Why? Because their formal sector is large. Monetary sector only works in the formal sector. Yeah, because you increase interest rates, bankers would go to the bank and borrow. So when they go to the bank, they feel that increased rates. Unlike when they have nothing to do with the monetary, with the financial sector, the organized financial sector. So whatever the CBN or the central bank authorities in those different countries are doing will just not have any effect. So it's just the large formal sector, organized formal sector that's redressed the situation in Canada and other developed countries or economies.
Okay, so let me take the question to you first, Usaze. Taking off from where you left off, looking at the measures that were explored by central banks of many countries to try to control inflation. One of them that was a general approach was trying to increase interest rates as a way to bring down inflation, when the results that was gotten in other countries was different from the results gotten by developing countries. If we're looking at the lessons that have been learned here, using monetary policies to try to control inflation, what would you say is one of the lessons that countries have learned, particularly developing countries like Nigeria? Because while other countries have increased rates and they've seen interest rate drop, talking about US, countries in Europe, but that of Nigeria has continued rising.
So I don't know if to say we have learned lessons, because you see, you can only talk you can only make such statements if you think that there has been a change. I still don't see a change, because we still have our central bank still increasing rates. Just for context, in 2022, before central bank started increasing rates, it was MPR was 11.5%. In 2022, MPR was 11.5%. Inflation was about 15.70%. March 2022 specifically, MPR 11.5%. Inflation was 15.70%. Today, gradually, progressively, MPR has been increased from 11.5% in March 2022. Today, it's about 27.25%, thereabout. MPR today. Inflation rate has gone up to about 32%. So it means MPR increased, inflation rate kept increasing. So just until the last MPC meeting, CBN, everybody was expecting that CBN might reduce it. They increased it again. So I don't know if developing countries, specifically Nigeria, I don't know if to say we've learned our lessons. But if there were to be lessons learned, I think it's the fact that fiscal policy, we should have learned now that fiscal policy has to work in sync with monetary policy, because monetary policy does not work in an informal sector, a sector that is largely informal. I think in those sectors, fiscal policy has to take the lead. All monetary policy does is just to regulate the financial sector, the banking sector, because if you are increasing rates, the danger is this: you keep increasing rates in the financial sector, then you keep increasing rates in the financial sector. What happens is you're also affecting economic growth. You get it? Economic growth is suffering. CRR, what do you call it? Credit, cash reserves ratio of banks that are to be kept with the CBN has been increased. The last MPC it was increased to 50%. You see, what it does is that you're mopping out liquidity from the economy. The businesses that are supposed to generate, that are supposed to kickstart the economy, because the whole problem is you're having a weak economy. The economy has gone down. All you need to do is regenerate the economy. Keynes said that after a recession or after a general downturn, he said just putting money into the economy. He said call some workers in the morning, dig a hole. In the afternoon, pay other workers, let them just cover the hole. The essence is bringing money into circulation. Yeah, so that is what most countries did at the beginning of the just after COVID. But what we expect generally is that, let's just say, lessons that should have been learned is fiscal policy and monetary policy should learn now that they have to be in sync. There has to be fiscal responsibility. CBN or monetary authorities can do the best that they can, but until there is the structural aspect, because Nigeria's issue concerning inflation has been structural. The farmers' headers crisis was what led to CPI, because CPI has been what has been driving our inflation. So farmers' headers crisis drove CPI. You had issues with ports authorities and so on. So those are fiscal policy issues. So CBN, I don't know if CBN has learned their lessons. Rather, I think they are even pushing the Nigerian economy deeper. Because imagine you are telling banks, CRR was increased to 50%, that's the cash reserve ratio. So what you are saying is that all banks should bring 50% of all their monies into the CBN. So how much do they have to give out to borrowers, to businessmen who want to borrow? You've put the asymmetric corridor at 500 plus 500 to minus 100%. You've put liquidity ratio at 30%. MPRO has been increased to about 27.25%. So all is aimed at dragging liquidity. These businessmen, importers who are supposed to inject into the economy, they don't have funds. So you are trying to tame inflation. Inflation is not being tamed, but you're hurting growth. So if we're even managing to tame inflation, then you say, okay, we are shortchanging one for the other, but we are not taming inflation. We are rather hurting growth, depriving producers of funds.
Just as I will come back to some of the measures that have been explored by the CBN and the result that they've yielded so far. But let's take it now to Segun Shukito. If Dr. Saze is saying that monetary policy should go side by side fiscal policy, and then the government is also experiencing revenue shortage, does that put the economy in a very in a predicament that is difficult to handle?
Well, yeah, but I would say that that predicament that you speak about is self-inflicted, and that's part of the concerns that some of us have. Like my colleague has said, we are approaching the question of inflation upside down. First of all, like you said, you don't deal with monetary policy, especially in a developing economy like Nigeria, bearing in mind the structural dislocations that we have, the infrastructure deficits that we have, the fact that structurally, supply chain, logistic chains are disrupted structurally, even without any of those shocks, those global shocks that we spoke about earlier, talking about COVID and all of that. Just by the way we are, and as a result of years of inefficient allocation of resources, which stems from corruption, we have not been able to build the fundamental structural foundations that drive growth and that will enable monetary policy and fiscal policy to affect outcomes, within the economy. So that's a problem. Now, to make matters worse, we have to remember, maybe talking about some of the lessons that ought to have been learned, because like my colleague said, I don't think any lessons have been learned. If we are to go by the posturing from the central bank in particular, and even from the rest of the government generally, lessons have not been learned. One of the other things that we continuously fail to take into account is the fact that there's a lopsided tilt of our economy when you look at the balance of trade and the consumption versus production conversation. The fact that our economy consumes largely things that are imported. Now, that in itself is not necessarily a problem if you are producing enough. But we're not producing enough. We're importing everything. And what that does is that it automatically places a demand pressure on your exchange rate. And because, a large chunk of your economy is indexed to the exchange rate, because you import everything, as you do that, then inflation is further, fueled. Now, that part of the conversation, the central bank is not, in my opinion, doing enough. It looks as if how can we have increased MPR, the monetary policy rate, by over 850 basis points within a 1 year space? In fact, it's less than 1 year. Between February, I think it was when we had the first monetary policy committee meeting, since the last one in July of last year, and the last one that held last month, 850 basis point increase has happened. It's unprecedented. And, you are basically stifling growth. And like Osaze said, we can tell from the results that it's not working. So how about us, take a different look at the entire economic management process and do things differently? Look, you spoke about government revenues. I don't think, relative to where we were a year ago, that government revenues are as bad as they used to be. Of course, it can be significantly better, but you see, with the removal of subsidies, first on foreign exchange, and as well as on petroleum products, and as well as on energy, you have freed up a significant chunk of revenues for governments. So the revenue challenges that we had a year ago are not as bad as they are today. But where is the commensurate impact on production, on infrastructure? It's been over a year, so that's enough time for the markets to see the impact of these additional revenues. It's signaling. There is also market sentiment when it comes to a lot of the factors that affect, outcomes within an economy. For example, in order for your currency to stabilize, you need foreign investment. You need investment capital flows into the country. Those flows will not happen if investors, global investors who have options, in front of them, they are taking decisions about where they will send their money based on the factors that they are seeing on ground in each of those destinations. So we are not signaling those investors adequately with regards to how serious we are about dealing with the challenges that exist in this economy that will provide the stability they would like to see to bring in long-term capital. So what you've seen so far in the last 6-7 months is the only kind of money that we've been getting is hot money. It's foreign portfolio investors who come into the market and just, they take advantage of the fact that your rates are high. They take the money, they make their quick, clean spread, they take it out. And that's why you saw the volatility that we're seeing in the foreign exchange market. So that's another area of the conversation that, unfortunately, it looks as if the policymakers are simply not focusing enough attention on. This preponderance or the fixation on talking about NPR, increasing NPR, increasing CRR, toying with all of those monetary policy instruments, it's not going to work because the problems that we have, the things that are driving our inflation are completely different from what's happening in Canada, where my colleague is, or what's happening in the UK, or what's happening in the US. Those economies are well structured, they're grounded. Once you throw out a policy, the economy reacts, and you see that the lagging effect in those places is very, very short. 2 months, and you see a reaction. In Nigeria, you put an economic policy out there, and you may not even see in terms of the data, 3, 4, 5 months, sometimes 6 months before you begin to get that effect because of the dislocations. So I think that there's a lot to be said. There's a lot to be done from the policy-making point of view to provide some sort of coherence. The coherence is completely missing. So there's so much to be said about this conversation with regards to the lessons that we've learned, from what happened globally with inflation, how those economies have been able to tame inflation within very reasonable periods of time. This 10% double-digit inflation that we saw in most of these developed economies happened around towards the end of 2022 into early last year. But here we are today, they're all back within the thresholds that their central banks had fixed for themselves, using the instrumentality of monetary policy. Where are we? In that same period, whilst our people, locally were saying, it's also happening in Canada, it's also happening in the US, there's inflation everywhere. Well, this is 2024, October, our inflation has started rising again. In fact, it never really stopped rising. There was just a momentary adjustment because of harvest, because of food inflation reducing a bit. So we really haven't seen a reduction or disinflation, if you like. So it's not working because our economy is different. Let's not forget about the percolation effect. Government revenues do not result in development because money just simply doesn't percolate. The way it works in other parts of the world is that when government spends money, it drives production, drives consumption, the entire economy responds. In Nigeria, the money hangs somewhere in the air. It doesn't get to the bottom. So, you don't get the expected economic benefits of that spending. So even when you talk about the revenues, what's the impact? I mean, just like I said earlier, we have had a double. Our government revenues in the last year has doubled. And in some cases, it's been more than 100% increase in revenues. Where is the result? In terms of even just forget about the infrastructure, just contracts, government spending that speculates down to contractors, who will then spend money, and until you get to, the bottom of the pyramid, we can't see it. So all of these things are not working because there's a large chunk of disconnect all over the place that is preventing, textbook approach from working in Nigeria.
A textbook approach. All right, that's quite interesting. But let's move on to something else. Let's look at the disruption that happened to the global supply chain as a result of the surge in inflation. I'm going to start with Segun because I want both of you to paint a picture of the two sides. Segun, you are in Nigeria and you've been following trends in Nigeria. So I'm going to start with you to give us the level of response to the disruption that happened to the global supply chain, how developing nations responded to this effect or this development, and the lessons for developing nations. Like you said, have we actually learned our lessons? Looking at the destruction that happened as a result of Russia-Ukraine war, you have the crisis in the Middle East, and interestingly, the war is not over yet. So have we learned our lesson? I want you to paint a picture of the level of response from the developing world or the developing economies, while Osaze will paint a picture of the developed economies, how they responded to the disruption in the global supply chain and the lessons for both sides. So I'm going to start with Segun.
I'm afraid I'm not sure that I can point specifically to one particular policy measure that you would say was a direct response to the logistic supply chain disruptions and how we've been able to reboot. Because what the rest of the world has done is they had to reboot, and they had to put policies in place that would make that reboot process as quick as possible. In Nigeria, we also suffered those same disruptions, things that would normally arrive, from around the world, whether it's food you're talking about or whether it's, other things that we're consuming or industrial parts, whatever. Things that would normally arrive, for example, in 6 weeks, we're taking upward to 3 months, 4 months, as a result, first of all, of COVID, and also as a result of the war in Russia and Ukraine, which meant that some shipping channels had to be avoided. So ships were having to avoid certain parts of the ocean waterways in order to stay away from that disruption, with the war. What have we done about that in Nigeria, particularly, and maybe in the rest of the developing economies? I won't say that I've seen much by way of policy action to encourage logistic players within the logistic supply chain to revamp their activities very quickly. I think what we've simply done is that we've focused on the effect of the disruptions and try to take the effect of the disruption away whilst, the disruption took care of itself. a lot of the supply chain is run by private businesses. It's in their, enlightened self-interest to make sure that they get back on board and on track as quickly as possible. And I think that is exactly what happened. But in terms of policy, I can't put my mind to any specific action as we speak now. For example, you would think, oh, maybe at the ports, was there anything that was done to speed up, the clearing process, for example, to ensure that even though goods are delayed, then maybe they can get cleared much faster, just to ensure that the disruptions are reduced. No, if anything, it's worse now. And it's the same, if you talk about the airports or the seaports, it's basically the same thing. It's just business as usual. So I wouldn't say that I've seen any particular policy initiative that was like a response to the disruptions and that tried to get us back on track as quickly as possible. I think we've winged it and just gone with the flow and dealt with the aftershocks and the effects as much as we could, which we've not even done well, which is why we're still struggling economically as we speak.
Let me bring in Osaze here now. What's your input on the level of response to the disruption in the global supply chain when it comes to developed economies, and what are the lessons for them quickly?
Should I say, yeah, actually, I was in Nigeria all through the period of the COVID and post-COVID. I'm less than a year here, so I think I have more insight into how Nigeria responded. But in the developed world generally, it was simply, it's called developed for a reason, because they are a producing economy. Just like my co-analyst said, Nigeria, because we were lagging behind in most of the production indexes. The only way to get out of poverty, to get out of the development index on that development category is production. So simply because the developed countries were producing economies already, so all they needed to do was just open the factories, getting export their products out. So countries like Canada, so countries like UK, even if it's not an industrialized economy, it's a service economy. Countries like Canada, yeah, they've got oil. They're also a very business wholesale economy. Imagine an economy like in Canada. There's a mall called Walmart. Walmart recorded the highest revenue in the world in 2023 among all the companies. Volkswagen, BMW, just name all the companies that Walmart recorded the highest revenue in the globe, 661 billion. In 2023, it's very well grounded here in the country. So these businesses just took up, and the economy just had to respond. It reflected. But what happened in Nigeria? You had even probably the largest mall there, supermarket there, they moved out of the country. ShopRite left Nigeria in 2022. Late 2022, 2023. So you can just...
All right, quickly as we wrap up now, we've done a comparison between the response between developed countries and developing countries in the time of supply disruption. Now, there's been reference to textbook approach to curb inflation, which both of you have alluded to. So if we're moving away from textbook approach to solving or tackling inflation, what should it be then? Quickly, Osaze, let's get your response.
It should be fiscal. It should be physical. We should leave monetary. The monetary has done the best it could. We should now go to the fiscal authority. And it has been mentioned so many times. The problem of Nigerian inflation is supply chain issues, structural issues. It has nothing to do with monetary issue, because, as I said, our informal sector is larger. So government, it's just government, fiscal policy. What has been driving high cost of food? It's been the farmers' headless crisis. Most farmers have left their farms. It's this thing is a mental thing. It's not a startup. It's not like your car that you just start up. People have lost their loved ones to kidnappers. People have paid their entire savings. I had a church member who the wife was just kidnapped day before yesterday. They had to pay 50 million. People have paid their entire savings out to kidnappers. So it's not something that they just start up and say, get to the farm. No, most people have abandoned it. Most people have sworn that they will never go to farms again. So it's a structural issue. That was the beginning of the food crisis. Then for the core inflation, it's been energy, power. There's no power, there's no light. I've been here for about 9 months. I've not seen the light blink for 1 second. But there's no light. Then you now increase electricity. Then you now remove subsidies. Then how do you want producers to produce? How do you want them to be competitive? In China, they are producing on public power, almost free. They are getting interest rate at 1%, 2% in China. But our producers are borrowing at 30, 35% in Nigeria, and they are having to pay high for electricity that they can't get. Diesel, which is the alternative, is not there. So it's simple. Fiscal authority, these are all fiscal issues. They are not monetary. So structural power.
All right, so SOUQ, if the CBN is going to have its next monetary policy committee meeting, we don't know when that would be. They've had 4 so far in this year. The next might be in the coming year. What would be your recommendations to them regarding MPR?
You know, the next meeting. Oh.
Okay, hold on, please. This question is for Segun Shukbiton.
Okay. So I think that first of all, the next meeting is going to happen next month, 22nd and 23rd, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that clearly, just like Osaze was saying, it's clear that rate hikes are not working. And like we have all said, look, all economic analysts continue to say this. Anytime that you talk about the MPC, it's a trade-off between curtailing inflation by hiking rates and curtailing or trying to encourage growth by reducing rates. You have to, so it's always a balancing act. We have been hiking rates now for almost 2 years straight, and inflation has been going up. So we have to stop that. I'm not hopeful. I don't think that they're going to reduce rates. I think they probably will hike it again because inflation has started an upward trend again. They'll probably hike it maybe by 50 basis points or maybe 25 basis points, But if you ask me, and I think that my co-analyst would agree because he was saying so, we should actually begin to see a reduction so that we can also drive growth, so that we can encourage people that need consumer credit, people that need loans from banks to drive businesses and get the money at affordable rates. What is driving our inflation is not just the liquidity problem. It's not just too much money chasing too few goods. It's the structural issues as well. So the CBN needs to sit back. In fact, I think that the CBN, if you ask what I would advise them to do, is to specifically target exchange rates, is to find a way to vigorously support the Naira, is to defend the Naira and push it down. We're trending at the official market, for goodness sake, at almost 1,700 Naira to the dollar. That's crazy. We need to get that back under control. And the CBN can do that with targeted inflation. We've been reporting increase in reserves. We're almost at $40 billion reserves now, which is fantastic. But what are we doing with it when the economy is pretty much going into a tailspin? We need to take some of that money and defend the Naira, get our rates back down to within reasonable limits, because that will have an immediate impact on inflation. It will bring inflation down because we import a lot of things.
We're out of time on the show today. Thank you so much, Segun Shukbiton, who is Principal Partner, Woodbridge and Scott Consulting, and also Dr. Osaze, who joined us all the way from Canada. He's an economic analyst. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time on the show today.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah.
You can catch the show from beginning if you missed any part of it when you visit our YouTube channel at SOUQ News TV. And you can follow us on social media platforms. The handle is at SOUQ News TV. Leave a comment, like the page, of course, and you're free to share. I am Blessing Age. The show returns tomorrow, 8 a.m. West African time, and Market Insight comes up at 11 a.m. here on SOUQ News TV. To enjoy your day.
All right, this is where we call it a wrap, but don't forget the conversation continues on all our social media platforms. And don't forget, next thing we always return bigger and better. I am Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. Have a great day.
looking back, my village is nice. I mean, urban, or it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, in the community. And so my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, in the family. So usually you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You can wake up at 5, and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them at the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When I at the Lagos State University, where I am now, when I walk out, you have this, what they call these gardeners, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain, feeling I get because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. The question about being idle wasn't there. Indolence wasn't there at all. You have to be productive, and that's what you call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times. For the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School. It used to be called St. John's. But by the time we were leaving 1977, it was called Upugele Primary School. And from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education. In the then Bender State, there were these great schools. You want to go to any of them. An association, Catholic College in Irua. You have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Ugeli Government College, UGR, in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. We were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spur us, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. Today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM, must have written JAM about 3 times. You write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bende. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bende State University when it was created, Brusali. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona, who was, I think he was a lecturer in Brusali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Utia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one associated with FEDECO. He was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. There was one Kazauri. I think there was this paper in the north, not the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but that program turned out to be very exciting for me, because I had interest in writing, and as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. It was titled The Oasis, and that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and he recommended that book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died, so nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, went back to Lagos. But it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, it was something that it was, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, And my earliest heroes were, Obafemi Awolowo, Ole Soyinka, then, of course, Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. In terms of his commitment, patriotism, and disinterestedness in himself. A man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. So those were my earliest heroes. And I remember I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I was to reread that work again when I was writing my master's, thesis. So the other part of me which was in it was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. We led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. So I led a boycott of it. It got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. Everybody was left. So made about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. We still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat that, we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. So eventually they prevailed on us, used all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's already an indictment, and those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, we calmed down and allow the process to go on. So that was one earliest example of my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. E.C. Mamadou. He's now a German resident. He graduated from Ife, Bafina University, then the University of Ife. And he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode and the so-called Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one like I recovered very well, The Dialectics of Nature by Frederick Engels. If you read the Dialectics of Nature, you virtually understand everything about science. Science and its relation to social life. So that literature, Communist Manifesto, the other one was Anti-During, also by Frederick Engels. Anti-During will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, and all of that. So when I left ECPOMA for Lagos, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labor Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary, even though I was squatting, at that time. And what we did by, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership, writing minutes, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, period until I entered the University of Lagos, Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratech, Bengal, Awekbo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in UNIMED, where he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Onyepe, there was anti-cannabis, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist Leninist Study Group. The UNILAG Student Union was banned, during that period. So we resuscitated the union. I brought the union back by, launching a protest against the management at the Sunday building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madam Timmy Phillips. Atlanta died, God bless his soul, to become the union president. I ran, after Madam Timmy, I think I ran for the presidency, and again, I lost to Papa Chris. Chris Anyaze is also late now, that led to crisis at the university. Because I won the whole of Akoka campus, they rigged it at the Diaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Diaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, by 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falano. And we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. So it became a landmark judgment, that was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam as a single candidate. The previous year I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my results, when it was eventually released, I was deployed to Sokoto, and I redeployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, crisis. And we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north, And so we redeployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Ogunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now. We redeployed back, to Lagos. And of course, what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism. So I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. I was editing that for a time. And in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani. I was elected at the Ibadan Convention of the organization. So few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Brinikabi prisons for 1 year. I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Eno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course the crisis when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, you know. And my chairman was taken away, Beckham was taken to Katsina prison. So we were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we're on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, you know, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University, and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, you know, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. You know, some of the alumni of SENCOD, many prominent people, you know. Lalong, the former minister, was an alumnus of SENCOD, of that center. Orelokpe was in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, you know, to train in the SENCOD Summer School of Governance and the rest of them. So from there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, you know, I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, you know, and rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, you know, in political science. You know. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, you know, it's liberating. It's about, you know, how to transform the society. And it's about, you know, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, you know. And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. You know, one of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. You know, IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, detailed a volume on globalization and the fringe players. You know, the way it affects the global South. I did that, and just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You know, you must at this point in time define, you know, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of death, you know, and we don't also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? You know, it means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, you know, help to fight them. You know, you have to subvert them so that people can, you know, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, And when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. I mean, if I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not, if you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. It doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always we're on our own, and the social nexus, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even if it's 10th cousin, and you complain, he can share some of his, things with you. He will give you food, he will share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police, monitoring people who want to jump into the river and the rest of them, and elsewhere in Europe. So self-reliance is very important. And I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youth. They need to, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power. Which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, program. In that conference, I recall very well, Issa Sage was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odi Alfemu was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitutional making, you have what we call, that's what we call people's led kind of process of making constitution. That means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for. So that people can own that process. The spirit of that discourse, of that debate, will be of course embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia, after the civil war in Ethiopia. The Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, talked about. That was why I was shocked that Abiye could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever wants to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiye trying to stop them? Why why is it that the government there refused to follow the laid down constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I told it was almost about 50%, of resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, become military ruled by edit and decrease, and it's a central command. That collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was the problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. And compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. It was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on this exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, to the state. So that is the problem. So the states are largely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Kwerimadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. Creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that, more powers should be devolved, to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. Electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent, and which other one, railway, is now concurrent. So for me, that's some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power, but we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power, you talk about refederalizing the polity. Largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, our system, the polity. Therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, should exercise some measure of autonomy, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities, So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about. Because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, You know, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. The question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, areas. Lagos has, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the federation account. So you can see obviously there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state's assembly will now make law for the smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LG as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. They had. State had. Western Nigeria had, their own missions. Though not of the status of, what you have today. They had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU's area. You see that structure, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not prioritized. So that has created problems between academic staff union and the Nigerian government. Autonomy happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, from the federal government, to run, or the state government, as the case may be, But creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic, because you can't charge higher, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, the faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, because we resource for them. So, SOUQ has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And SOUQ doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document SOUQ produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was SOUQ that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. SOUQ provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, these integrated personnel, payment services. SOUQ said, look, the nature of the federal, the educational institutions are such that you can't lump us with EPs. SOUQ then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So SOUQ will make a case. When they protest, they review and justify. That's what SOUQ does, And I would say that SOUQ is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the migrants of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. Some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget. Because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It's easy to govern and the rest of it. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university, because product of research, companies will buy into them, and therefore university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, survives on royalty, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, and you know the trend, all of us in government take our children to universities abroad. And Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all, except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, the faculty in Nigeria, in Nigerian universities, we're very solid and strong, attracting international, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same thing, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like B.J. Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI. Because the academics were thick, they were real scholars, and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this. All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. It is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are living in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones. By experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to, create a sanity zone, an exemplary, sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points, really, from your question. Governance, governance, then electoral, deficit in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Burton, all of these people, Jeremy Burton, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. Well, I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is when you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire a skill. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
The Institute said that the ambassadors are to assist in promoting professional standards to achieve the building of public trust in insurance. They do this by communicating with local businesses, advocating the importance of professional qualifications, and sharing best practice to influence sector frameworks. The ambassadors appointed in Africa are Fumi Babintin Ashaye from Nigeria, Asante Mafo Ahenkofa, chartered insurance broker from Ghana, and Gigi Chen of China, among others. Babintin Ashaye, a chartered insurance broker, was the former managing director, chief executive officer of Cornerstone Insurance PLC and Nikon Insurance PLC. She is an alumni of Lagos Business School and a fellow of the Chartered Insurance Institute of both Nigeria and the United Kingdom. In addition, she is also a fellow of Chartered Insurance Brokers and a fellow of the Institute of Directors of Nigeria, with a master's in entrepreneurship from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, in the United States of America. In 2017, she became president, chairman of council of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria, the premier insurance body responsible for promoting skills development and professional conduct among members engaged in the industry. This reinforced her position as a thought leader in the insurance sector of the country. She equally serves on the council of various professional bodies, including the Institute of Directors of Nigeria. Aside from her existing directorial responsibilities, Babintin Ashaye has won notable awards, which includes the Top 50 Women in Insurance in Africa Award, presented by African Insurance Organization, Lagos Female Entrepreneur of the Year 2022, among others. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
It was a gathering of old students of King's College, Lagos, and the present final year students of the same school. The meeting was organized by the old boys to give back to their alma mater, as the program, which had the theme Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Work in a Digital Age, commenced. Participants were told that AI is the way to go for efficiency, result, and effectiveness. The speaker, Shola Shonuga, explained to the boys why they need to know how to navigate around AI and how to channel their skills properly.
Now, when you have these things that can use computing power to be able to analyze solutions that customers have and present those solutions, they're disruptive, okay, but they're beneficial to customers.
Some of the King's College old boys on the ground had this to say.
Distinguished gentlemen have been in this institution for more than 40 years since they came and passed through this institution. And they've come back to where they left, to the institution that gave them the upbringing and the training that they have. And they've come to give back to that institution and to also see how they can add to uplift it for the next generation. So coming here is to commemorate that and to just thank God for the time they spent here and to inspire the young ones who are coming, those who are already in the school, I believe, and those who will also become, kingsmen, as they call them, in the years to come.
Well, I think the impact on the world basically is that, the world has become a global place, a global village. That's one. And two, talking to these kids today about AI will ignite their interest in the whole process. And we are moving forward the school and their future for tomorrow.
You cannot joke with mentorship. And what we have tried to do is to speak to the students, especially with the realities of the present time. Artificial intelligence, for example, was the topic of the mentoring class that we did today. And it's something that every child needs now going forward. And we believe that we coming back, as they said, to talk to them, will try and at least ginger them and encourage them to become whatever it is that they've set themselves to do in life. And to ensure that they know that there is hope and there is a future ahead that lies ahead of them.
Explaining further on the importance of the mentorship program, the president of KCOBA had this to say.
There is a mystique about King's College. And this mystique is passed from generation to generation. One of the reasons why our presence is so strong at activities like this is to impress upon the boys that they too can get to where we are and exceed where we are. We have a school song. And some of the words of the school song says, one part of the school song says, others went before you and attained the light, where they wait to cheer you, victors in the fight.
The mentorship program ended with a vote of thanks. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when our participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable product throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Hello there again and welcome to Market Insight for a Monday morning here in the city of Lagos. It is indeed a pleasure to have you join us today on the program. I am David Chiedu. On Market Insight, as usual, we bring you all the updates and everything that you need to know with regards to what the market looks like and how it does affect your pocket or your bank account. It's been a wonderful weekend. Hopefully, we can start the week on a very financially brilliant note, starting now. But before we get into the conversation, which, by the way, we'll be talking about the consumer credit system in the country, we'll take a look first at what it turned out like on the floor of the NGX last week. So for a summary of the NGX trading for Friday, 18th October 2024, the end of that last day of trading on the NGX, a total of 358,845,699 shares in 6,709 deals, corresponding to a market value of 11,962,285,332 naira 18 kobo were traded. Compared with the previous NGX trading day, talking about Thursday, October 17, Friday's data showed a 50% improvement in volume, an 87% improvement in turnover, but an 8% decline in deals. Now, the current market capitalization of the NGX is 59.4 trillion naira. And in the aggregate, 122 NGX listed equities participated in trading, ending with 21 gainers and 24 losers. Mac Nichols led the gainers with a 10% share price appreciation, closing at 1 naira 43 kobo per share, followed by University Press going up 9.41%, Dar Communications going up 9.09%, and Transcorp Power going up 8.76%. On the losing side, Aradel Holdings came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 9.99% at 625 naira 40 kobo per share, followed by Deep Capital Management and Trust going down minus 9.66%, Champion Breweries going down 8.8%, a negative that is, and NPF Microfinance Bank going down 5.88% as well, all in the negative. Japol Gold and Ventures recorded the highest volume of 137 million traded shares, followed by United Bank for Africa, UBA, at 38.6 million shares, Zenith Bank PLC at 27.9 million shares, and Access Holdings at 27.4 million shares. Regarding the performance of the NGX market indices, the benchmark NGX All Share Index paired at 11.10 points to close at 98,070.28, representing a 1-week gain of 0.48% and a 4-week gain of 0.07%, and an overall year-to-date gain of 31.16%. Other remarkable indices that performed were the NGX Top 30 Index, including the Consumer Goods Index, the Banking Index, the Pension Index, the Premium Index, and the NGX Oil and Gas Index. And that's what it looked like last week on the trading floor of the NGX, ended Friday, October 18, 2024. Now we move forward with the conversation, building and advancing consumer credit system in Nigeria. We'll get into the heart of it after the break. Stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back to Market Insight. Now we're talking about enhancing, or if you like, advancing the consumer credit system in Nigeria. Now in today's fast-paced global economy, access to credit is the backbone of financial freedom. Yet millions of individuals and small businesses lack the credit scores and history to secure loans, mortgages, or even credit cards. Now, consumer credit is a staple element in developed economies, and it does help citizens enjoy the quality of life well above current earnings by allowing access to goods and services without having to pay upfront. Now, realizing the importance of this concern, the Nigerian government recently created the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, Credit Corp, which aims to enhance access to credits to 50% of all working Nigerians by 2030, which is just in about 6 years. Now, with the government has done that with a total of 100 billion naira takeoff fund. Now, if you have had a good financial history, or if you do have a good financial history, you could offset major financial bottlenecks by just applying. Now, the thing is, not many have this. But what if everyone had a fair chance to build credit, regardless of their background or financial history? What are the chances of that happening? We'll discuss this and more on the program this morning. And joining us is a financial services expert and the founder and CEO of Liberta Leasing, a women-owned, led and impact-focused financial services company, in the person of Dr. Ayakunumi Olugbemiro. Dr. Olugbemiro, good morning and thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
All right, let's get your thoughts first off by way of an overview with regards to what our system is when it comes to, credits, consumer credit, as far as the Nigerian system is. What are your thoughts on it?
Okay, thank you very much. So for our system, consumer credit is pretty still low because there's still huge credit gap, over 25 trillion naira gap in consumer credit loans in Nigeria. And one of the challenges that we have in ensuring us to bridge this gap is because we don't have a lot of people that have credit history, which you talked about earlier on, like the no credit history that people can use to assess this loan. But my question and my thinking is, I feel it's an anomaly for you to feel that before you can assess credit, you must have taken a loan before, you must have credit history. What of us having other means of assessing someone to be able to qualify or have the right criteria to meet up with a credit facility? So basically, I looked at it that instead of saying that all Nigerians or at one point in time should have borrowed funds from somewhere or taken a loan somewhere before, why not also looking at the digital footprint of the person? Say, for example, myself, I'm a lender. I've never borrowed before. So if you're going to assess my credit history, you might be finding that high risk because I've not taken any loan before. You cannot judge my personality based on the history, if I have the capacity, the capability, the character to take a loan. But if you look at other digital footprint that I have in terms of if you can look at the rent, I pay my rent on time. It can also give me a good credit score. I pay my electricity bill on time. I pay other things on time when I have access to it. So this can be a method where we can actually look at ensuring that people can have access, and it's also ensure financial inclusion, because there are a lot of people that don't even earn income, that they don't have a stable, not a stable, a well calculated income daily or monthly, and they need these funds to take care of their financial needs and their lifestyle. How do we get these people included into this credit system? It's also looking at other things where they pay money for, other things what they do that can help them assess credit without saying that they've not borrowed before or they don't have a credit history or the like. So basically, I think we should not judge people on your credit history before you can assess loan. We should look at other digital footprints that such person can have and use that to assess a first-time borrower to assess credit.
Interesting stuff. So you've spoken about accessing credit, and we're going to dwell more on that much later on as we go on.
Okay.
But I'm also curious with regards to our status as a country when it comes to credit. Many years ago, this was post-independence. Nigeria hadn't just come into its own as you know, a sovereign state. We were more or less a welfare state, so to speak. We had some socio-economic policies put in place by the government at the time that made it easy for Nigerians to have certain things working for them without having to do quote unquote too much. But we saw that dwindle over the years. The population grew and it became increasingly difficult for the government to handle, those sort of things. They couldn't keep up, so to speak. So, you talk to people right now, some of them don't even remember that we had something like that, or some of them who remembered seem to have forgotten because it feels like it's almost a figment of our imagination, largely due to some defects in the system. So, as that's the case, some stakeholders have said, to get back to enjoying, what we used to have back in the day, that we might need to enhance our consumer credit system in more ways than one. Do you agree with this?
Yes, I do agree with that. We need to enhance our consumer credit system in different ways. And for me, I would say that we should have different products. So let's look at the international community, the developed countries. They have likes of credit card, where it's just easy. They have a credit card and they can use it to buy anything at any point in time. And probably at the end of the month, maybe when they get their income, they debit them from the credit card. That's one way where people can actually have access, like without even going through any rigorous kind of system. Through the banks can issue that. Other financial institutions can also issue that. But I also feel that Nigeria as a whole, we're not yet fully ready because we still have this cultural mindset or cultural problem where we don't have good mindset towards credit. So because we are largely a cash economy system, we do not believe that, or we feel it's spiritual that, we don't borrow or something like that. Whereas for every economy to thrive, we need to have a very good and proper credit system in place so that the country can grow and the country can move forward. So I feel that there should be more awareness in terms of the government should bring out policies that can be driven home to the locals, not policies in Abuja and they just mention it on the TV and that's it, and nobody is enjoying the benefit of the policies they've made. They should drive it home to individuals, to communities, to locals, to organizations, where we can also preach credit to individuals, to people, and to the community at large.
Now, I hear you. And this last part which you spoke about, which is democratizing it, in your words, driving it home, that's essentially what it is. We're going to talk a little bit more about it. You've mentioned a couple of salient points, but I'm also very curious. We have a very high interest environment, so to speak, So how do we, what does it take, or first of all, how and what does it take to, build our consumer credit system in our particularly high interest environment?
Okay, so what it takes to build a consumer credit system first, I feel first of all, is financial literacy. We need to educate the people because you cannot build a system where the people do not understand how the system works. So it's first of all educating the people, knowing that this is what it means to be credit worthy. This is what it takes to assess a kind of loan. This is what you need to do. This is the steps you need to follow to be able to say that, when they are building policies or when they are building credit systems, that will fit in to their own business environment or their own individual lifestyle or business environment. So I feel we need to do more of financial literacy in educating a lot of Nigerians in what it takes to take credit, what it takes for credit to be available to them, because a lot of people have that mindset. And I would give you an example. Look at the COVID. The government brought out a credit system during COVID that was through Nirasal Microfinance Bank, where they give out loans to businesses and individuals. A lot of Nigerians saw that money as grant, as free money, until maybe last year or early this year, government started debiting people's accounts that took that loan. And a lot of people were like, I thought it's free money. I thought it's free money. And I'm like, no, it's a loan. It's for you to be able to survive, to sustain yourself, even in business. So our mindset naturally is not, when we see money, we feel, oh, loan is free money. We have that mindset that loan is free money. It's not meant to be paid back. So we need to build first. We need to educate people. We need to give them that knowledge, that understanding that what is a loan is a loan. What is a grant is a grant. Is way different. So by that, when we build any credit scheme, any policies, any whatever, it will stand. It will be adhered to. It will be easy for people to jump on it. It will be easy for people to embrace it, basically. Yeah.
Now, you speak about enlightenment and education, and I'm with you on that one, because even up until this moment, I'm ashamed to say it, but I'm not particularly clear on the idea of one's credit score. I'm putting it out there on national television. I'm not particularly clear on that, and that's why you are the expert who's going to help us to, get a hang of that particular, gray area for most, as it were. So, speaking about information, what exactly? Now we're getting somewhere. What exactly is one's credit score? Because for you to have access to certain or specific loans, you have to have a very good credit score.
Sure.
How do we know that? What is it to start with?
Okay, so thank you so much again for that question. So what it is to start with about credit score is this. Credit score is scoring you based on your capacity, based on your promptness to paying back your loan. So they score you using those parameters, and they give you a score that, oh, you take a loan from so company at the due date, at a repayment date, you were able to pay on time. If you don't pay on time, maybe you have 10 days delay, it will affect your scoring, because they will have believed that at the time where you were taking the loan, you actually had an income. So if it's a salary loan, take for example, if it's a salary loan, your salary is being paid on the 30th of every month. So on the 30th, they expect that money will be in your account, salary will be paid to your account, and you will be able to, whatever means of collection, will take the money from there, or you will pay. So if you don't pay, maybe 1 day default, 2 days, 3 days, and so on and so forth, it impacts your credit score. And that's why I said earlier on that I feel is an anomaly in the world, actually, where they feel that before you can build a good credit history, you must have taken a loan at some point in time. I don't come from that school of thought. I believe that use other means to assess me, to build my credit report, and that is one of the things I'm building as a fintech. Well, I have a fintech company which is called Nira. I'm building a credit score system where I use digital footprint. I use other means to assess if this person can pay back a loan or cannot pay back. If this person will have a good credit score or not. So. And for me, it's the government takes BVN, takes NIN, takes all those things. They have these records, they have this data, but we are not using this data to help the credit system. Because with your BVN, with your NIN, if people submit their report, because it's expected of every lender or financial institution to submit their credit reports, everyone that has taken a loan, everyone that has a financial transaction, to submit it to the bureaus. But we found out that in Nigeria, a lot of people do not submit their reports. And even when some people submit, they submit reports that are not accurate. And we also have on the part of the bureaus where they do not update their reports. So you see someone that has finished paying a loan and is still showing on the bureau that this person is owing. You have someone that a loan is lost on the bureau and the person is still showing, the person has lost a loan, and another lending company is availing such person credit. What happens to you telling the person, go back and sort out this loan before you take another one? So we have a lot of problem. One of it is quality of data, which is very poor. One of it is the credit bureaus not updating real time their data so that people can pull reports and see the score and see the true situation, the true life situation of that individual borrowing, which will help us to say, oh, this person has a good credit rating, this person has a poor credit rating, because we are trusting the information they've given us. So I can't say that 100% that the information on the bureaus can be trusted 100%. Yeah.
Now, you've said you've addressed the issue. Now, I want to also ask, just like you also attributed to, during your remark, for the ones who do not or who don't fall into the subset or category of borrowers, like yourself, as you mentioned earlier. So the alternative would be the means that you mentioned, which is tracking that person's history or background besides their credit score.
Sure.
Interesting. And you're talking about, or you mentioned their digital footprints and all of that.
Yeah.
What if that individual hasn't taken too many walks in the digital space? What happens?
And so if such person has not taken too much digital footprint, now that is where you can now say that there is no basis of you judging the person to be able to give the person a score. Maybe the person has a good score or a low score to access a loan. Right now in Nigeria, we don't have it. We only judge, we only score based on the loans you've taken, the behavior, the pattern, how you've paid back your loan, your repayment processes. That's how we judge right now. But we, for my company, what we do is we don't only look at that, because we believe in giving loan to a lot of first timers, a lot of people that have not done even business in that area before. But sometimes when I interview them, and take for example an entrepreneur that wants to start a business, maybe I call the person to interview the person. I look at all the things to assess to give that person loan. I look at your passion. I look at how nitty-gritty you know the business you're going into. Because you cannot start a business if you don't know all of it. You don't know a large chunk of that business. You will definitely fail. Because you don't know the risk, you don't know the benefits in that business. You just feel that, oh, this business is good, it's making a lot of money, let me jump into it. So I look at that passion. I look at your understanding of your business, how well you grasp or your experience on the field on that business. I look at that, and I always make that exception for people like that have not borrowed before, because no bank will borrow their money. The banks don't do those jobs. We do the dirty jobs. So I look at those things and say, okay, I can avail you this form of credit with strict monitoring. So
how do you ensure that monitoring? That's another thing that's
so
about.
We have monitoring teams. We also do not so take for example, the person has let's say a local purchase order from a reputable company, take for example, and the person wants to supply such goods. What we'll do is we don't pay money directly to the person's account. We send to the person they are buying from directly. So it's bridge the gap of person mismanaging the money, because a lot of mismanagement happen in a lot of entrepreneurs. So we try to help the person also to be upright. So we transfer the money to the end points of the purchase, and that person can just go and pick the items and now supply. Do you understand? And if there's need for any transportation or all other miscellaneous expenses, we calculate it and we give it to you and ensure you do that. And we still monitor. We still, follow up, check up on you, calls, ask for reports. What are you doing? How's the business? And we also have like the companies to know that if this person has delivered on time, if this money will be paid at the right time when it's set to be paid. Because sometimes it's usually not also the entrepreneur's problem. Sometimes it's also the problem of all these big companies where their 30 days is not 30 days. 30 days goes to 45 days, it goes to 60 days and the like. So we also take that into cognizance before we give credit to a first time.
Now, going back to what you mentioned earlier about your assessment of these individuals and then certain exceptions to the general rule, as it were, what happens in the event where said individuals who has had graces extended to them, or has had faith extended to them, defaulting? What happens?
So that's one of the major problems also we have in the credit system, where we have issues with defaulters. And the FCCP protects consumers a lot. you can't body shame, you can't harass, you can't do all these things to recover your money, you know.
Some would disagree with you. I've heard stories about people who borrowed from some of these
digital apps,
exactly, and then in their words they tell you that, oh, these people, they will call you till tomorrow, they call you when you're sleeping, they will send you text, send your contacts text, what's the word, disparaging you, calling you all sorts of names, calling you a criminal, this and that, the other. Isn't that some form of harassment?
So they do that illegally because it's not right.
Illegally.
Yeah,
right.
It's not right for them to do that. Because someone has borrowed money, you shouldn't, pry into the privacy. And that's why the FCCP is taking consumer protection right very seriously, and they are hammering and closing down organizations that are doing that. So in the case of default, so I want to address your question now. In the case of default, where all things being equal, this person is not able to pay back his or her loan. So we usually come to a dialogue table most times and have a sit-down conversation and know the reason why you are not able to, pay back your loan. So by the time we dialogue, we have conversation, if it's an act of God, because truly they're act of God. If it is an act of God, we give that person a little bit more time to, to come out of the state of which he is in right now, and we believe that he's going to pay. Now, but for an ardent defaulter that money is being paid, or he got a salary and he evaded all the system, what we'll do is we are expected to report such. We should have a platform where, and these are the solutions now, we should have a platform where we can report such to a system where we can say that this person has the capacity to pay back, this person has all it takes to pay back the loan, but chose to default. Now, if we have a system that can report that, which the credit bureau is kind of doing, but it's not effective. Because what if you first payment you paid, second payment you don't pay, third payment you pay? It will give you a fair report where they can say you are medium risk. Do you understand? And such people will increase their interest rates. Their interest rate is higher because they cannot be trusted. So when we have such ardent defaulters, what we'll do is I expect that we have a system where we can report so that such person will not have access to loan anymore. In the developed countries, if you cannot pay your loan back, if you cannot pay your credit cards back, what happens? You are not able to even rent a house. You can't do anything financial system in that country. So that is why, because that fear has to be put in there, which is a support from the government. The government, CBN at 2020 gave us a policy of GSI, Global Standing Instruction, which would have been a wonderful and the most interesting policy that CBN has brought on. But they actually still stifle that policy by saying we should make it a last resort. And that policy only addresses someone that uses a CBN license. That's when you can have access to that portal. So it's majorly bankers so what of the lenders? Open this policy up for we lenders to be able to have access so that we can also be able to see defaulters at a glance, and we don't lend to defaulters anymore. But when we don't have such access, and when we cannot even be able to look at the banks of the defaulter and know that this person has money in other accounts, but the accounts in which he registered with us, there's no money there. Do you get? If the CBN can also help us to open it up, not just to the to the bankers, to the commercial banks, but also lenders that are not licensed by CBN, probably licensed by state lenders license. Open it up for us so that we also can enjoy that global standing instruction. With that, if every consumer or every business owner knows that such is put in place, trust me, the level of default will reduce. Because they now know that you know how to get them. So there's no way, there's no hiding, there's no corridor they can hide. But because they know that there are places they can still, there are loopholes that they can hide. You can present their check, and that check will return. Our legal system is in a mess. You can't take such. It's wrong for you to present a dot check. Yeah. Do you get? It's a fraudulent. It is. It's a fraudulent act. But what happened to our legal system? Our legal system, if we have such situations and we want to take it to the court or to all this court to say this is the problem we have, before they give judgment takes maybe 10 years. So it's making the credit system in shambles, because we don't have power as lenders to have access or discipline borrowers to paying back their loans. And because this happens, a lot of borrowers take advantage of the system, and so we now have a lot of lenders moving backward and having a more stringent risk criteria, which we have. Before we can give you a penny, we analyze, we assess, we do all sorts. We are sure that you can pay back. But the only one we leave out is act of God. So if there's anything wrong, we know that, okay, there's no way you can pay back. So let's go.
Interesting. And then earlier you mentioned that for the category of lenders, I think you call them middle something, those are the ones that you'd have the interest rate being taken up.
Yes, the low and the high risk, the middle class,
yes,
the middle, yes.
And you have the interest rate taken up to
Yes.
discourage them from taking the loans,
No,
so
not
that
to-
they would not default.
No, yes. So the reason why the interest rate is higher is because the risk is higher.
Right.
The means of collecting back their money is higher. So it's left between the lender to say, I still want to go ahead with this loan. Yes.
Interesting. Now, still speaking about information, education, and enlightenment, I'll
Yes,
take you back to the question that led to this particular train of thought, which is the credit score. You've talked about what it is and in what forms it appears. How do we know them? Now, if I had a credit score right now, I can't tell you that I know what it is. Right? So for the ones who are frequent borrowers, how do they know their own credit score? Is there a way to find that out?
Yes. So for every individual is expected. So sometimes I do that. I check the credit bureau system. We have different credit bureaus. We have the credit registry. We have the First Central. We have the CRC. We have them. So we use First Central, and sometimes I go in there and put my name and spool my report and see what they are saying, they are reporting about me. So I think also that the credit bureaus should create awareness that individuals should learn and know more about their credit history, their credit score, their credit performance, even if they've not taken loan before. Do you understand? They should create more awareness on that, where individuals can assess their system, not just businesses like us, can assess their system and put in their names to check if they are credit worthy, if they have a low risk or high risk or medium risk on their credit report. So I think that's just the major thing. So individuals also seek for knowledge, basically. Or when they want to borrow, they should ask the lenders to kind of spool their credit reports for them. Let them also have access to it, because we always spool for every individual.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're still watching Market Insights here on SOUQ News Television. We've been talking with Dr. Ayo Lubemiro. She's a financial services expert, and she's been educating us quite copiously so on all things credits and of course vis-a-vis our credit system here in this part of the world. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation. This is Market Insights. Stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensure.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back. We're still watching Market Insights on SOUQ News Television, and we're still talking about building and enhancing or advancing a consumer credit scheme in the country, or system rather, in the country. And our guest with us so far has been Dr. Ayokunumi Bimiru. She's a financial services expert, and she's given us quite a number of pointers to take home, as it were, on the program this morning, talking about the subject matter. And we'll continue from where we stopped earlier. Just before we went on that break, we're talking about understanding credit scores and its appurtenances generally. But Doctor, let's move slightly farther from there. Credit penetration in Nigeria has risen to about 14% over the last 15 years, while 33 million Nigerians already have a credit score, according to the CRC Credit Bureau, like you mentioned earlier, that particular establishment. Now, in your view, what is the implication, or what is the impact on, the economic cycle in the country when you're talking about manufacturing or manufacturers, service providers, financial intermediaries, and the rest of them?
Okay, so the impact for me is, first of all, let me start with the manufacturers. The manufacturers are the key, for me, they are key to economic growth, because they are the one that helps the economy to move forward, because we are producing, they are manufacturers, they produce. Now, if these manufacturers have access to credit, and because the challenge in Nigeria right now is access to credit. I said it already, that there's a huge gap to accessing credit, because first of all, let's say the manufacturers, we expect that the CBN through the banks would have an allocation, or just the way they give them a percentage of their deposit to go as loan. They should have such for the manufacturers, that this amount of money should go into the manufacturing sector to produce different items that we consume in Nigeria and can be exported. With that, we all know that when we export more, it's going to increase foreign exchange to the country, and it also help the country as a whole. So I feel that the CBN should ensure that the bank have that portion for the manufacturing sector to be able to access credit. And another thing in assessing this credit is that one of the challenges people face in assessing the credit is huge sum of paperwork. So we have the likes of Bank of Industry. They usually help. The Bank of Industry usually gives single-digit interest rates for the manufacturers to access credit, but a lot of them do not always want to go through that route, because there is high bureaucracy in terms of the paperwork, the documentation, and somebody is tired at the point of bring this, bring security deposit, bring all sort of things that such, let's say, starter as a manufacturer will not even be able to have. And they turn back and say, oh, this loan is not for me, I can't access this loan because of the huge paperwork and stuff like that. So I feel that they should make this accessing this credit to this sector very, very easy. The paperwork, whatever, the documentation, the processes should be minimal, should be reduced. The stress they go through, what you ask, you say they should bring collateral, they should bring someone that is just starting up to manufacture, probably has been able to gather some money to buy some machineries and need more machinery to improve. And you're saying bring collateral. Bring this and that. That person would be discouraged to continue that business line. And once there's no fund immediately, apart from other challenges they have, electricity, blah blah blah, they would automatically just say, no, I can't survive this business in Nigeria. So same thing with other sectors, same things with other intermediaries. We should make the process easier. The government should, if government is, so just like the government brought out like 5 days or whatever days ago, they brought out that policy, they launched the CNG loan, and that policy has been there. The launching is there already. Execution is going to be porous because the people that need that money will not access it. They said they want to ensure that compression of natural gas, right? And they want to give loans so that people can convert their cars from fuel consumption to gas consumption. Now, this has been launched. This is set to be achieved. But the people that need this loan will not access it because the bureaucracies they will put on it, the bureaucracy is too much. You see, somebody will tell you, oh, settle me this 2% before I can give you a leeway to access this money. And that's why you see borrowers do not want to pay back, because the money they use, they spend in the processing fee, get this documentation, get this done, is almost 30% or 40% of the amount they are collecting. So the intention for collecting those loans will not be fulfilled. They would not pay back because they've expended that lot of money in terms of cost on documentation, paperwork, blah, 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 collateral. Doesn't make sense.
Right. Hopefully, whatever policy that the government is putting together will address that, but we can't particularly say for certain that these bureaucratic niceties would affect them, albeit fingers crossed with regards to the implementation of said policies as you were. But away from that, let's talk about consumer loans. Now, we have mortgages, we have auto loans, we have credit cards, personal loans, and all of that. These largely constitute consumer loans. However, these types of loans are still rather low as far as the Nigerian context is concerned. The stats are incredibly unsettling or staggering, as the case may be. Now, data shows that the core of what it is that we know as consumer loan, at the center of it all, of what we know as consumer loans, aren't particularly, or isn't particularly what it's supposed to be around here. We're not practicing it as it should be. What's your take on it? And a lot of experts have said that this is largely due to a dysfunctional nature of our credit bureau system. So do you agree with that sentiment, and how do we fix it?
So I would not agree that it's not practiced. It's not practiced because I'll say that, well, maybe the access to it is not as much, but practice, there are a lot of companies, a lot of credit companies that you don't even know of them, that they are operating in Nigeria right now. But there are actually still some.
Are we talking about the legal ones or the illegal ones?
I don't know about the legal ones. Okay, I know about the legal ones.
Let's err on the side of legality.
Yes, I know about the legal ones, and the statistics is there. Go to the Lagos State Women Affairs. You will get the list of people that have access to money lending licenses, and you will see that there are a number of them that are doing this consumer credit loans. But when you say that mortgages, yes, I agree. We don't do mortgage in Nigeria. Even the bank.
We should do.
As much as we should. I don't even think we do it. Even the banks.
There are. Hence,
I don't agree.
Hence the term very low.
Yes. Okay. Let me agree to you. Very low. And this is the reason why I said so. And I'll say it here. So sometimes early the year, I spoke to my bank and I said I want a mortgage loan. Is there a way I can access it? They gave me the regular commercial loan. Is that mortgage loan? No, it's the same thing. So we're not practicing that. I know that. And the reason why we're not practicing that is probably funds, because mortgage are usually long-term, like 10 years, 20 years. So probably access to funding for these lenders. If I have funds, I have pool of funds, I would practice it. I would develop a mortgage loan for women, where women will have access to be able to say that they have a property that they can use as collateral, because that's another big deal. Women do not have that. It's usually their husband. But now we have a lot of women doing businesses. So when they asked me, when I wanted access to loan one time for my business, they asked me for collateral. I do not have a collateral. Do you get it? So I agree so to say that we're not practicing it. We're not practicing consumer credit loan properly. But I can say that there are largely a lot of organizations that have carved out their own niche. We have loans, we have rent loan, we have school fees loan, I can name my products. We have car for cash. We have, we have quick loan. We have salary loan. We have a lot of loans that are out there. Still not enough. We can do better. We can create more products, bespoke products that will help in building the lifestyle of Nigerians.
And then this would help close the gap.
Close the gap. Yes, earlier. Yes.
All right, fantastic. Let's call time on the program this morning on that note. I wish we had the luxury of time. Dr. Olugbemiru has been quite the company, I would say, giving us all the information that we need, and then some. I have to say thank you very much, Dr. Olugbemiru, for joining us.
You're welcome.
And you look very fantastic. In fact, very, very telling that you are not a borrower. Instead you're a lender.
I'm a lender, yes.
It does show. It does show.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we've been talking about building and advancing the credit system in the country, and our guest, Dr. Olugbemiru, has given us quite a number of thoughts. Some I can just subsume under two very important points. Number one being closing the gap towards the accessing or the ability to access credits, and of course democratizing certain functionalities as far as the credit system in the country is concerned. She mentioned a lot of things, talking about the challenges, bureaucratic niceties, red tape, unnecessary red tape, as far as these facilities, these loan facilities are concerned, or these credit facilities are concerned, of which the former would be, a surefire way to circumvent these challenges. And hopefully, everyone, as I asked at the beginning of the program, would be at some point able to access credits, and would be able to understand the true nature of these things and know how to go about them. Like we talked about during the course of our discourse, where I asked the question about credit scores, what they are, how we know what they are, who standardizes these things, and all of that. So hopefully we get to a point, as I mentioned, where all of us, well, majority of us actually, would get the hang of these things and would not be turned back when we need certain facilities to handle certain financial concerns. Now, away from that, we go over to the currency market, take a look at what's going on there for the week so far, Monday, 21st October 2024, taking a look at the currency market. On the official market, the Naira is trading to the dollar at 1,679 Naira. For the pound sterling, 2,221 Naira. To the euro, 1,856 Naira. And elsewhere on the parallel markets, the Naira to the dollar trade is 1,725 Naira. To the pound sterling on the parallel market, 2,270 Naira. And to the euro, 1,850 Naira. That is what it looks like at the Forex market today, Monday, 21 October 2024. I'd like to say special thanks again to our guest who joined us early on the program, Dr. Ayokunmi Olugbemiru, which is financial services expert, and also she is the Founder and the CEO of Liberta Leasing, a women-owned, led, and impact-focused financial services company. That's all there is today on today's edition of Market Insight. Many thanks once again for joining us. Do stay tuned for the news update at the top of the hour and SOUQ Sports later on at 1. Market Insight comes your way again tomorrow at the same time. Do keep a date with us. I am David Cheat. Good morning.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. With wire entrepreneurs and fair progress, covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events such as the Independence Day in 1960 when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government,
the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. These resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the Millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome to News Update at SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komolafe. Nigeria's non-oil export sector is booming with a 28.04% increase in exports from the previous year, totaling 6.685 million metric tons of non-oil products valued at $4.518 billion in 2023. This remarkable growth is a testament to the country's effort to diversify its economy and reduce reliance on oil exports. The CEO of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Noye Ayeni, revealed that 273 distinct non-oil products were exported, including urea, cocoa bean, sesame seed, and positioning Nigeria as a competitive player in global markets. The government is committed to supporting this growth through initiatives like the Double Our Non-Oil Export Done program, which aims to double non-oil exports in the coming years. Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Doris Uzoka Anete, emphasized the government's commitment to creating an enabling environment for exporters, including trade agreements with several countries and access to financing through partnership with the Bank of Industry and Nexim Bank. With incentives like tax credits and reduced tariffs, the non-oil sector is poised for continued growth. driving economic development, job creation, and poverty alleviation. Away from that, in a proactive approach to ensure public safety in Ikmonri Housing Estate, Surulere, the Lagos State Building Control Agency, LASBCA, issued a 2-week ultimatum to over 15 buildings identified as unsafe due to their deteriorating condition, as these distressed buildings in the area are posing significant risk of collapse. The agency's general manager, Bolahon Oki, noted the need for residents to vacate the premises, emphasizing that these measures is in the best interest of the public. The agency is committed to addressing the situation swiftly and prioritizing public safety. Oki stressed the importance of complying with building safety regulations to prevent further incidents. Supporting this effort, House of Assembly member Mr. Desmond Elliott and Governor Sanwo-Olu's Special Advisor on Housing, Bakari Barakat, urged residents to adhere to building codes and regulations, applauding LASBCA's dedication to maintaining a safe building environment. And moving ahead, Obafemi Awolowo University Mechanical Engineering Department has taken a major step forward with the unveiling of a newly upgraded laboratory donated by FinTech executive and alumnus of the university, Tosin Eniolorunda. The renovated facility, commissioned alongside the Vice Chancellor, Professor Simeon Bamire, now named after the donor, features state-of-the-art computer-aided design and manufacturing equipment, positioning it as a hub for cutting-edge engineering education. The project, which aimed to ignite a passion for science and technology among Nigerian students, particularly in areas like prototyping and design, was described as its commitment to fostering innovative engineering ready to solve real-world problems, while the Vice-Chancellor highlighted the benefits to both students and staff, and the strengthened link between academia and industry. Away from Nigeria, Mali is taking a significant step towards easing its debt burden by paying off 200 billion CFA francs, approximately $332 million, of its internal debt from the next week until the end of the year. This move is a crucial effort to stabilize the country's economy, which has faced numerous challenges, including SOUQ in 2022. In 2021, regional sanctions and ongoing armed conflicts with Islamist militants. Economic Minister Aloseni Sano acknowledged the increasing challenges, highlighting the need for proactive measures to address the country's financial situation. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, had previously expressed concerns about Mali's debt accumulation, noting a significant rise in domestic debt from 8.1% of GDP in 2015 to 22.1% in 2021. By paying off a substantial portion of its internal debt, Mali is demonstrating its commitment to fiscal responsibility and economic recovery. This move is expected to have a positive impact on the country's financial stability and potentially attracting foreign investment, driving growth and development in the region. Lastly, on gas production, Egypt has reversed its renewable energy target for 2040, lowering it to 40% from the previous goal of 58%. This adjustment reflects the country's ongoing reliance on natural gas as a significant component of its energy mix. Petroleum Minister Karim Badawi emphasized the importance of natural gas during the Mediterranean Energy Conference 2024, highlighting the need for increased discoveries and investments to tap into the region's wealth. Egypt has taken steps to rebuild trust with international oil firms, which had slowed operations due to a hard currency shortage. Minister Badawi has met with several energy companies, including Italy's Eni, which plans to drill new wells in Egypt's largest gas field, Zohr, in early 2025. This collaboration aims to boost production, which had peaked at 3.2 billion cubic feet per day in 2019, but declined to 1.9 billion cubic feet per day by early 2024. To address the shortfall, Egypt has increased gas imports and high sulfur fuel oil, with imports reaching 255,000 barrels per day in September, the highest since 2016. And that's the news updates at this hour. Stay tuned for more programs coming your way. I am Grace Komalafe. Many thanks for watching. Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ag Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ag Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ag Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ag Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became president of the Nigerian SOUQ Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today. It's not possible.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Aigboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, you know, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, you know, and what better to do in a year and a half, you know, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, you know, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. You know, we had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And, you know, in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, you know, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, you know, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, you know, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, you know, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His official love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to its holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
One thing that worth being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owodionere, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts, and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books, titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community.
Speak for my sake on the cross. In the midst of men, delivered me.
During the event, Dr. Ayo Onofuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onofuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself and university, this university, that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every section in this, every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onofuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing a story, giving me the ideas. And I thank him and I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onofuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example, you're a shiny light. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with SOUQ News, The Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make things possible for you. Just have hope in Him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief. And one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad being an author noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in as, the world around me. So that's why he's an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
To be fair, I saw him go through a few challenges, which hasn't always been easy, obviously, as his child. But at the same time, it was remarkable the way he came from those challenges and how he handled them, first of all, and then what he produced through those challenges. And that's always been something that has inspired me.
We've been for a few years, and since I've been with him, I really like him. I really enjoy him. Have him as my in-law. He was very quiet, jovial, then intelligent, then accommodative, and very spiritual. So I learned a lot of him from him. Even I told my niece that I feel jealous of him.
One thing I want to say mostly that I know about him is he's always learning. As he is always learning, he's always also teaching me. There is no day, even in church, that we're doing maybe a spiritual program, he will always want to bring something out that you, as an individual, as a youth, as a child of God, something to direct you back to God.
It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the launch of a remarkable literary work.
You are unable to understand why the Imo woman, Bayelsa woman will blow earth to chicken and chicken will cry. You are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos.
You can just cross it. You just cross one line. Yes, send it to her.
At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the IL 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ or that, let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Wash Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Wash, the vice president of Femi Wash Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of Pulse television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine. I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers are who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency, because now there's no budget in it. That's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it, and then everybody can live in the center of good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision in the next 4 years as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orowuje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
From the early days of humanity, when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara more than just a fabric. It's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call Ankara fabrics. We have the bigger one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we resell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration, or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pocket that will determine if you can go for it. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They base on this. Why some that can't afford this, they just buy this.
the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here,
Yes.
but the rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing with this machine. We have this time. So you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not.
Not strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes. You know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's also some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African one. Even some of our brothers have brought this ethnic outside to show as an African one. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how dog the market is, there are influx of it's going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, other people will people will all sort of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you're sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you come, you not see it. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You say that is outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. Is an Igbo uniform. That fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. You see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate, and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
The Nigerian Exchange Group PLC, NGX Group, in collaboration with the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, and other market operators, organized a series of engaging events aimed at promoting financial literacy and empowering retail investors. These activities highlighted the growing importance of technology and sustainability in modern finance, aligning with the 2024 theme, Technology, Digital Finance and Sustainable Finance. The week kicked off with a financial literacy seminar at Pan Atlantic University, Lagos, hosted by the NGX Group and the Financial Literacy Technical Committee of SEC. Hundreds of students eager to learn about the fundamentals of investing participated in the training. The NGX had a retail investor clinic where practical insights were provided to capital market strategies from industry experts. Over 200 participants, including the representatives from institutions like Nigerian Higher Education Foundation, the University of Lagos, and GFA Technologies attended. The Director General of SEC, Dr. Emomotimi Agama, highlighted the importance of investor protection and regulatory oversight in fostering trust.
No matter what investments you do in this market, we've got your back. We've got your back, and as such, what we'll work with is transparency and integrity. We are bringing value back to this market. We are not only doing that by talking, we're implementing new regulations, and we're also bringing into the space technology, which is your next of kin. Like I said yesterday somewhere else, that the phones you now have, the Android phones, are now your next of kin.
The Group Managing Director and CEO of NGX Group, Temi Popola, speaking on behalf of the Group Chairman of NGX Group, Alhaji Umaru Kwaringa, stressed the group's leadership in using technology to drive sustainable finance and innovation. CEO of NGX, Jude Chiemeka, reiterated the importance of investor education.
And for us, it is something that we're very passionate about, where we're asking ourselves how we can support our subsidiary companies, our associate companies, and just use our convening power to bring this subject of technology to the table. And I think that if we go back maybe over the last 3-4 months or so in our capital markets, we see this revolution, frankly speaking. We've seen it now a lot in the primary market side of things. And there are two areas that we're spending a lot of time now to think about. One is, as the DG spoke, you would have seen that he was speaking about very different asset classes and how our market needs to go away from being seen as a mono asset class, equities, and being seen as a multi-asset class. And you can imagine that as the SEC continues this charge, we as market, sort of operators have this responsibility. So on our side, we constantly think through how to use technology to aggregate across all of these products and the like.
So it's important that we begin to look at the capital market really for what it is. It has the ability to really catapult your investment. So it's not just about savings. You have to invest your savings in order to build wealth that you can transfer.
The Ring the Bell for Financial Literacy ceremony at NGX brought together SEC officials, market leaders, and key stakeholders in a joint commitment to advancing financial literacy. The week-long activities, executed in collaboration with partners from the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers (CIS) and the Association of Securities and Dealing Houses of Nigeria (ASHON), demonstrated a collective effort to create a more informed, resilient, and empowered retail investor community. Lavina Emma, reporting for SOUQ News Television.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Yes, I'm your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best way to create it.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Yes, I'm your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best way to create it.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. fans and pundits. What a weekend it was. I don't want to talk about the details just yet, but then we had unexpected turn out of events for certain teams, great results for some of the teams, and we still got games today. So welcome to SOUQ Sports. Stay tuned for the next 45 minutes of sporting stories from around the world. I am the top cat, TC Bar. I do have the other cats with me.
Charlie Montero here. Wow. You made mention of the weekend. The weekend was mind-blowing. Like the games were really out of this world, both from the MPFL to Europe to League One. Even I was even following Argentine League. I was seeing scores like, what is going on? But then I think everybody is just
the stars aligned.
Yeah, everybody's just excited to have the weekend games back and domestic league back and functioning. So yeah, it will be a nice game, and it will be a nice outing today for us, I guess.
Yeah, Ikorodu City will be in action. All right, I got one of the cats. This one is
Well, it's nice to be here once again. And like Charlie said, it was one kind of a weekend we had, from the European scene to the local scene. I mean, I enjoyed the whole weekend. You should, engaging in the sporting activities, then normal life activities. But then the weekend was awesome. It was nothing short of an amazing weekend for me.
Oh, wow. Let's start off from the Nigerian scene, where the Flamingos secured a dominant 4-0 victory over Ecuador in their Group A match at the FIFA Under-17 World Cup, which confirmed the place in the knockout stage of the tournament and, of course, their superiority. The Flamingos previously defeated New Zealand 4-1 in the opening match, continued that impressive run with this win, scored once in the first half and added 3 more after the break to seal the match. Shakirat Mushood scored twice, netting in the 28th minute and 96th minute. And then we saw Hamani Chidi adding a goal in the 54th minute, with Peace Effiong finding the back of the net in the 66th minute. We've got the highlights of that game on the screen. First and foremost, penalty, and then we saw them step up to score, ensuring a comfortable win for the West African sides. One thing I love about this team is, the confidence they've exuded playing at this top stage, the World Cup, against a very, mobile side as well. You don't take anything away from the fact that, they have youth, they've got mobility, and they've got the goal scoring prowess. Charlie.
Well, one thing I want to take out of the whole, game is they enjoy playing with each other. Yeah. Nobody is looking at itself as I am the star or I should be the one in the center stage. But you see, everybody is playing to each other, playing for each other. Once they lose the ball, everybody you see them recover, and once there is a mistake, everybody owns up and patch, just in a way to patch it up. And I like the way everywhere from from all the angles of Nigeria, or like say the ethnicity of Nigeria, scored and had a contribution. Even the keeper coming up to make outstanding saves. You would see that the game was really enthralling. The girls really played their hearts out, and I just love the way they took the game. Calm. First half, 1 goal. Second half,
we finished it off with the nail to the coffin. Oh, bro, Brown. I mean, he used the word Charlie. What would you use to describe it?
I can't remember. Before this game, I spoke with Charlie and I told him that he was kind of comparing the Flamingos with the Ecuadors, and I was like, there's not much of a big deal. They can take them toe to toe, and I'm not surprised. 4 goals to 0. One thing I love about the Flamingos is the fact that they are a high scoring side and a less scoring side.
4-1, 4-0.
I mean, they are a high scoring side, and also they know how to keep their cool and also keep the defense. I mean, 8 goals in the space of 2 matches, and also just considered 1 goal. I mean, like Charlie mentioned, they always play like a team. I mean, one person will make a mistake, you see the whole team fall back to make the corrections and everything. So I would say kudos to them, and they're actually flying high. The goalkeeper, everyone, the goalkeeper was on, everybody was actually on point. So kudos to the team. Nice game, and I just hope that they will continue like this from here.
Well, Dominican Republic will be the next point of call, and that will be on Wednesday. So ahead of the game, we'll be giving you a preview of that. Away from the Flamingos to the elder sisters, the Super Falcons, who have been billed for a friendly game. First against Algeria and the second against an unnamed team. 2 of these games will be played at the MJ Arena in Lagos, which is the picturesque Mobology Johnson Arena on Nikon. And so the coach has called up 25 players which which is made up of more of the local teams. And there you see Rashida Jibade is the poster girl for this particular one. She's there in the midfield with Esther Onyenezide, Shukirat Oladipo, Choma Olise, Josephine Matthias, Amrachi Odoma. In the midfield. In defense, we have Chidima Okeke, Tosin Demehi, Miracle Sani, Florence Alexandra, Blessing Liveda, Sukirat Isa, Comfort Foronshaw, Tessie Ojiovi, Chidima Ubuchi. For forwards, it's Gift Monday, Goodness Osigwe, Janet. We got Janet Akeromue, Delight Mosu, for last Shade, and of course, Mercy. Completing it there is Olamide. In goalkeeping is Chamaka Nodozi, regular. Monle Onyono and Rachel Onachuku. The problem with this sheet or this team is the fact that social media netizens are saying this is not the regular Super Falcons, and would they be able to prosecute? I mean, it's an international friendly. You'd want to try these players out, and as such, what do you make out of the team sheet?
Well, I feel like the coach definitely knows what he's doing. He's trying to, you have to succeed this team. The previous Super Falcons have gone to the World Cup and they have really showed that they can play. They went toe-to-toe with England, but losing in the second half. But now it's time to find the next generation. You cannot keep hoping on these guys because their time is going away. We have the Rashida Oshuala, and their time is gradually coming to an end. You have to succeed the team. You have to create more stars. So I think they're just trying out home-based players, knowing how he's going to inculcate them into the Super Falcons, especially when you have games coming up, especially the AFCON for the women is coming up soon. So they have to be prepare and get them their acts right. So I think the squad is a bit surprising, but for the coaches, they want to try out something new, get new players. If it's a way of exposing these players to what is to come, I think it's a good idea and they're doing the right path.
Well, in as much as we didn't see like the normal names, the usual names you always see there, but I don't think that there is anything wrong with this team. Like Charlie said, I mean, you are going to build. You are not going to stay with the likes of Sister Ochola forever. You need to build from the scratch. You need to groom these players into the women's national team. So not when we have a situation where the likes of Sister Ochola resigns or retires. We start looking for hands somewhere. But at least if we start grooming these players from here, start bringing them in one game at a time. This is a friendly. Maybe it's not a tough match. It's a friendly. At least you can use this friendly to pinpoint, some of the players from the home-based team to the foreign team, at least to bring them to the national. At least when it's time for us to get more hands, we can get options from anywhere to make sure that the Super Falcons team still remains formidable.
Great stuff coming from the cats here. Young cats, no doubt. But great cats anyway. You have to shake it. I mean, as Super Falcons, you have flamingos.
Yeah.
So,
it's the fact that he said yes. And then he came back to you that, okay, look what he said.
Crazy. This is not as funny as the situation between the Nigerian Football Federation and Libya. I wonder why we have this back and forth. But then the NFF were able to meet with the CAF deadline, the Confederation of African Football deadline, by submitting all necessary documents after the troubling travel ordeal led by, which also led to the withdrawal of the Super Eagles from the African Cup of Nations qualifying game against Libya. So the controversy which erupted when Nigerian team's flight, which was bound for Benghazi, was unexpectedly diverted to the Al Brak airport. While the NFF has met this deadline, the Libyan Football Federation has engaged legal representation and gone on to distance itself from the situation by claiming that the flight diversion was a decision made by Libya state authorities, not the Football Federation. Now, CAF's investigation unfolds. The fate of the match remains uncertain. There are consequences, of course, which includes a rescheduled fixture, and certainly there might just be disciplinary sanctions. But videos have surfaced online where Libya players, showed the routing of their movement. I don't know if you saw that video. I don't want to put it up, but it wasn't as bad as it painted. It just showed the true reflection of the Nigerian situation, which is we do have bad roads in some areas, and leaving Port Harcourt to get to Uyo, you definitely arrive late in the night, depending on when you get on the road. But beyond all that, I saw a normal culture, a normal social culture. Shenanigans where you have police checkpoints, you have the normal people checking out your papers, the roads and all that. So they weren't attacked in any way. They were in a bus. They moved from from Port Harcourt to you, and that's just it. So there wasn't the need to put that up and start going back and forth if this was ill deserving and stuff like that. But I think a lot of people will just have to wait on CAF. That's just the situation. I mean, the honest rights lies on CAF to make a decision.
Yes, like I did mention, I believe I spoke to Charlie about this some other time. This is just all depends on CAF. I mean, I believe there are punishment to some situations and to some, there are disciplinary measures to some misconduct. So I feel like it all boils down to CAF to do whatever they want to do. So
to do what's needful.
What's needful, actually. If there is a particular punishment that's supposed to be given to this kind of behavior, they should just measure it out to the team without looking back.
But some persons believe, even Nigerians, that the Nigerian team should have stayed through to the end.
In those conditions, I personally wouldn't have stayed. There's a mental thing that goes with playing football.
I saw them shoving out the officials and all that.
You understand? There's already, will I say, the host has already showed that they are hostile already. Like, how would you reroute the plane that is supposed to land somewhere else? It already shows that we're not welcome here. So now, how am I going to step into the pitch and play against people that definitely have ill feelings towards me? Because
come on.
When they came to Nigeria, they felt that they were treated badly. But whereas they actually took off 1 hour earlier before they called the Nigerian Football Federation, informing them that they are en route. Naturally, and according to CAF rules, you're supposed to fly in 2 days before your game. You understand? So you take time to rest the other day for your training in wide preparation. They flew in 3 days. They were supposed to come in on Thursday. They came in on Wednesday. Now, it's more or less like putting your host under pressure. Trying to prepare what they have already scheduled for tomorrow. And you know what Nigeria, how it is here in Nigeria, and how it cost them to take things back and forth. So I feel like the deed has been done. Now it's left to CAF to look at the evidences provided and look at the situation, look at their status, look at their rules, and met out the punishment due to whoever is faulting and whoever has faulted.
So if they find Nigeria guilty, well, let's just take it that way. We'll move on from that because we expect that certain situations like this, the sportsman-like behavior in the spirit of fair play should,
come into being.
Would I say supersede? Yes, well, that's the word I'm looking for. Well, and so we would take on this conversation, or take this conversation to another dimension, and that's going to be the Nigerian Premier Football League. As match day 8 took center stage across the country. The games were nothing short of what kind of goals that we expected. So the biggest highlight of the match day was Super Eagles forward Ahmed Musa scoring his 4th goal of the season for Kano Pillars. They continued, to re-announce his name in the MPFL. First and foremost, we saw Kwara United, who took the lead in the game in the 49th minute through boots of additional Isa Gata, and it was only clash in that particular game, in that particular fixture, match day, that was a draw. So that goal there coming from Ahmed Musa to equalize for Kano Pillars gave them a draw, solitary point from the game. And it's good to see that Kano Pillars are in action. And, Musa is still in action.
He's proving me wrong, especially because I didn't give him a chance. Because when I heard about the move back to the home-based football, I was like, what else does he have to prove? What else? But then he has really brought in energy. 4 goals from 4. It's an outstanding performance. Really, he really hit the ground running. If I'm to say, and kudos to him. Kudos to the job that he's doing there. And I would also say kudos to the manager, because it's going to be difficult managing a star like him.
But I think he has it together.
So kudos to him and the backroom staff and everybody involved in the club, and also his teammates, allowing him the opportunity to really play his game and shine without having to raise any controversies, really. And I'm really
it's good for the MPFL as well.
It is.
Bayelsa United took on Heartland. Emmanuel Amunike, having picked up a draw in the last game, lost to Bayelsa United in Yenagoa. One goal. And you see, the Bayelsa United players were celebrating. The team was celebrating because I think they're coming from a strings of losses that they were playing. So coming back home to get that particular 3 points against an Emmanuel Amunike side, was mind-blowing. I think we also do have highlights from that game. But then, Emmanuel Amunike, how do you think he's been able to fit into the MPFL situation?
Well, it's not really been a roller coaster for him, and he's trying his best to fit into the whole MPFL game. But I would say kudos to Bayelsa United. After a string of losses, getting back-to-back losses and finally get a W. A win. It's not easy. So I feel like if you saw how they celebrated it, this wasn't easy. But then it's another important 3 points. One thing that matters in the league now is just the possibility and your ability to accumulate as number of points you can. So if you can get as many numbers you can get, points you can get, that's actually the most important thing. So I would say kudos to Bayelsa United. They head on to their own, and we are able to pull up that 3 points.
Well, Abia Warriors and Plateau United were also in action, but I would love us to take a look at the highlights of that game between Bayelsa United and Heartland. Abia Warriors did beat Plateau United 3-1 at home, but here is the clip between Bayelsa United and Heartland. It was mind-blowing, at the Samson Siasia Stadium. That's what it's called in Yenagoa. I think one of the finest stadiums that I've, been to. There you had a goal ruled out for offside initially, and then a stunner that was saved by the goalkeeper. So just gives you a taste of what it was, between Bayelsa United and Heartland. And so Remo Stars and Bendel Insurance played under floodlights. The game lasted into the night. We saw Remo beat Bendel Insurance by a lone goal in that particular game at Ikene. Samuel Ogumodede's boys continue to do what they know how to do. But then they lost last match day 7. But a resurgent side by every standard. You're seeing the pattern of play. You're seeing the goal conversion rate. Yes, one goal, it separated both sides. But I think Bendel Insurance came into this game with a lot of high expectations, to get something from Ikene. But, they got the loss, Charlie.
We know Remo Stars really, they like playing at home. You see that when they play at home, they are fierce, they are ferocious. They want to grab every opportunity that they bury their opponents, every opportunity they get. And good to see them back to winning ways, really. And I would have expected more than just a solitary goal from the game, because they really played well. Yeah. They were on the front foot most of the time. So, well, it's a hard-fought win, but without taking anything from Bendel, they play their hearts out, but you don't expect them to go to Remo Stars, the table topper, and
18 points from 7 games.
It's really an outstanding performance.
Yeah, actually the title contenders, and I think between Remo Stars and Rivers United, they are the most outstanding team so far in the MPFL. So I feel like it's not been easy. I'm actually looking forward to that particular game that happened between Remo Stars and Rivers United, seeing how
I think we should be at the stadium to see that game live and direct. Well, Sunshine Stars played host to the Winner Boys Nasarawa United, or the Winner Boys played host to Nasarawa United, the solid miners, and that game ended 1-0. Sunshine Stars seeming to want to consolidate on the strings of wins that they've had. Nasarawa United being the ones at the receiving end as they lost, what could have been 1 point on the road. But kudos to Sunshine Stars. They're a very traditional side. Lackluster performance or approach from the defense and the goalkeeper gave them that goal. And then we'll go to one of the biggest losses of match day 8, and that's Eimba losing to El Kanemi Warriors.
Well, El Kanemi Warriors at home, formidable side, but you would really expect Eimba to go there and put up a performance. I mean, how many 2 times continental champions, how many times they've won the league, They should know better. This is more or less like a match to watch. You don't.
Are you seeing how packed the stadium is? Are you seeing how it erupted? It went when that goal was scored.
So really, I would say, I wouldn't say shame, but I would say kudos to El Kanami
for holding their own end.
Holding their own. You know, holding Oyimba to just a solitary goal. I mean, that's wonderful. It speaks highly of the defense and how compact they are, even behind the ball when they are not playing with the ball in their feet. And Oyimba needs to go back to the drawing board and try to get their acts right and, you know, bounce back from these defeats. We know what they are capable of.
Well, let me bring Brown into the mix here. Yemi Olarinwaju, coach of Eyimba, young, finished the judges' ward.
Yeah. His assistant when he was still there at Eyimba. Well, I think it's not. It's just a loss, and he's actually doing well for the Eyimba side. For me, he's doing well for the Eyimba side. It's not like he's doing that bad. He's doing well for the Eyimba side.
So we shouldn't have a lot of expectations for that.
Yes, I wouldn't be expecting him to like.
You know, this is how it sounded when Arsene Wenger left, and then suddenly after trials, we now had a Mikel Arteta, and so decided to just keep. Well, I mean, if he has such,
allow him to take the thing step by step and see how he's. For me, so far he has not been. It's just a bad game that happened, and kudos to Ekrami. They actually, and then this is one thing I love about the game. The fans that came out, the turn up was massive. If you can be able to be getting this in all the venues of all the matches, I mean, the MPFL will be something to watch. And look at the crowd there. I mean, too much fans that came out. The stadium was almost filled up with the home base. I mean, if we continue like this, I feel like the MPFL will also have a lot of vibes around, and we get to see them on TV.
But great play, you know, see, build up to that particular goal. You saw the strings of passes. You cannot wish El Kanemi Warriors away one bit. But then the game that we'll be looking at today is Ikorodu City playing host to Daniel Amokachi's Lobby Stars. Ikorodu City parted ways with Bright Ozababe, who is the coach, and the assistant coach, had to take charge of the team, which saw like a glimmer of hope. And so far, Ikorodu City have amassed 5 points, from 6 games, and they will be playing host to Lobby Stars today, which is Monday, the 21st day of October, at the Mobile Johnson Arena on Nikon, which is called the MJ Arena. That game will be at 3 p.m. I wonder what it's going to look like, Lobby Stars, at the stadium. It's just a few 1 hour to that particular game, and so you could turn up and see that early fixture. The rest of the day we'll see Shooting Stars play host to Katsina United at 4 p.m. Rivers United will reach Niger Tornadoes, and Aqua United and Rangers will trade tackles at 5:30. That's a late kickoff. The Promise Keepers will be at the Cathedral when they take on the Flying Antelopes. Enugu Rangers lost at home to Kano Pillars, and so Enugu away now, and Kano, they are used to the Godswill at Babia Stadium. That's where they played the continental games. I don't know what you make out of that. Well, it's like a home for them as well.
Enugu Rangers currently defending champions, and losing that 4-3 to Kano Pillars is quite a setback. But then this is a man they're supposed to use and bounce back, because how do title contenders, defending champions do? What they do when they lose, they find a way to bounce back and move ahead. So I feel like that loss to Kano Pillars was just a little setback. They got themselves in the second half, losing 4 goals to nil.
First half,
They got themselves in the second half, but it was kind of too late. They only got 3 goals and they weren't able to equalize. But then, looking at this match now, I feel like it's a wake-up call. Find a way to just get back into the thick of things and prove that you are still a contender, defending champion. And for the game between Ikorodu and Lobby Stars, is a relegation battle, I would say. Lobby Stars currently the last on the league on the table with 5 points, and Lobby Stars currently, I think, 18th with 6 points. So not much different, just a point. It's 50-50.
I didn't want to say
it's 50-50.
They are playing for bragging, right?
Actually, I think this is a game that they should find a way to get the maximum 3 points and find a way.
Lobby or Ikorodu?
Ikorodu. I feel like I'm not expecting Ikorodu to challenge for the title or
just find a way to remain.
Just find a way to remain in the league. it's not easy coming from the championship into the main league. It's not as it used to be. You are playing with more experienced players now. So I feel like what they should find a way is just to leave the relegation zone and maintain their place in the league for next season. Yeah, strategize for next season.
You would say that they are, will I say, what their aim would be is to just survive their first season in the MPFL because it's tough. Everybody knows how rigorous it is, especially with traveling around the country.
Yeah.
But home game in front of their home fans, I will hope that they will put up the performance today and really make us proud.
Oh, the NPFL games continue today, and of course, top on my list will be Korodu United playing host to Lobby Stars. We'll take a moment, and when we return, we'll cross over to Europe, where we bring you the EPL, the La Liga, the Serie A, the Bundesliga, while our boy Boniface surviving an accident scare. Well, not a scare, an accident. You know, Samuel Chukwueze is scoring his first goal in the season. I mean, there's a whole lot to talk about just after the break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
To your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best way to create it.
Now, the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. Well, great feeling I have. I don't know, but I do have a great feeling. Liverpool returning to the top of the league or Chelsea losing? I don't know which gives me a better feeling. Anyway, it reached everybody. Arsenal still collect. Liverpool returned to the top of the Premier League, and that was with victory over Chelsea at Anfield. As the manager and astounding starts continues, we saw the Dutchman in the first Liverpool. He's the first Liverpool boss to win 10 out of his first 11 games, and this latest triumph has sent them points clear of Manchester City following the dramatic stoppage time victory over Wolves earlier. We saw Slot's only loss since succeeding Jurgen Klopp. It was to Nottingham Forest. You would not believe that Nottingham they walked alone into the Forest. While this was Chelsea's first league defeat under the new manager Enzo Maresca, it was a bitter pill to swallow for any Blues fan around the world. Bournemouth ended 10-man Arsenal's unbeaten start this season. Mikel Arteta didn't. He hissed very long because William Saliba was shown the first red card of his career at the Vitality Stadium in what seemed like an unnecessary foul. France international Saliba was dismissed inside the opening half an hour, having tripped Evanescence close to the center circle after being put under unnecessary pressure by Leandro Trossard's poor pass. And it was a situation that seemed to have changed the dynamics for the title-chasing Gunners, who had already salvaged potential crucial points against both Manchester City and Brighton, although this time the challenge was to do so far more than 60 minutes. The victory ended a dismal run in this fixture for the Cherries, who had lost the last 4 leagues meetings by an aggregate score of 13-2 and moved them up to 10th position in the table. We also saw John Stones' dramatic stoppage time winner, keeping Manchester City in touch with Premier League leaders Liverpool as the champions beat battling Wolves. Some of the highlights of the EPL from this weekend, and I wonder what my cats make out of it.
Well, first of
which
all,
one paying you pass?
First of all, I would say the Arsenal red card to Saliba is more painful because when you put it side by side with what Adarabi or Yo did against Liverpool, you would say there are similar similar offenses, but different punishment and different outcome. I don't know what
the dynamics of that game is points down to the referee in charge now.
Exactly, but how do they, address this issue? Because we have been talking for long about consistency, especially in refereeing calls, especially in decision making in the Premier League. We have seen that the same actions come out to have different outcome, especially in punishments and in meting out justice. Because if you look at it, it's fairly the same thing. He's the last man. He's the last defender, the last player before the keeper. Also at the center circle, that was where the incidents took place. But Saliba got a red card and Adarabi or Yo got a yellow card. So where is the consistency? That's what we the fans cry out every week.
Are you a fan?
I am a fan of football.
Pundit.
And when you look at that game, my standout performance would be Salah. I was talking about the game between Liverpool and Chelsea because it stood out to be the tactics.
I think since Salah cut his hair, it's just been outstanding.
I guess I should comb my hair. but when you look at the game, for the first 30 to 60 minutes, there was no clear tactics as to what was going on. They were just cancelling each other out. But then I think Arne Slot really slotted, his plans right in. Because you see that Kelleher kept, delivering long balls to Salah. They identified him as the clear, danger man. Because Gusto was always leaving his position and wandering into midfield. So there was a lot of space that Salah could exploit. And you could see that was, owing to the, second goal and their winner. Because he was the more or less like the biggest person that you say, why not bring this person and
hold on, let me just get someone who has a sentiment with Chelsea.
Okay.
I don't have much to say about it. It's the game that happened. Well, Chelsea actually played well. I will give them that. Coming from a Chelsea that has not been really consistent like that, but actually played well. But then
this is their first loss.
The second loss.
Really?
They lost to Manchester City and now to Liverpool. So, they have Chelsea fans, they have kind of seized...
Under Enzo Maresca, first loss.
Under Enzo Maresca, they have been actually trying. But then, looking at the game, I think they actually missed Cucurella in that game. He would have been a better person to, play that number 3, trying to mark...
What would you say was the tipping point for... he's talked about the advantage Liverpool had. For you, what would you say was the tipping point for Chelsea?
Well, I feel like not really much with Chelsea. The only good thing I love about the game that they actually played good football. Aside the fact they lost, they played good football. They actually tried. But then, like Charlie mentioned, the inconsistency of the refereeing and the VR. Now, the situation of it should have been a red card to Adrabioyo. That was he stopped a goal, a clear good chance. Even though the player didn't get the ball at the moment, he was running towards the ball, he stopped it. And then now the foul on Sancho should have been a penalty. It's almost the same thing with the penalty that was given to Liverpool. So now if you look at it, it's just like the inconsistency in refereeing and VAR. I feel like they only decide what they want to decide for you. They only show us what they want to show.
You're talking like a fan now.
It's not.
I see your sentiment.
And also looking at the Arsenal game, I feel like the person that's supposed to be blamed is Saliba. That was just an unnecessary tackle.
Will you really blame Saliba? He wasn't really expecting that Trossard will lose the ball.
Do you know why I'm going to blame him? Now, why I'm going to blame is not because of the foul.
Yeah.
That was the right thing to do, but at the wrong time. You guys are pressing these people. You are pressing Bournemouth. And that scenario happened. you should, even if he's going to score, you should have allowed him to score, knowing the fact that it was in the 30th minute. Now, chances are that you are going to equalize because Arsenal was actually pressing them. So if they have scored, chances are that Arsenal, if they are 11-11, they can equalize.
You can still take off the pressure. But on the pitch, he's not thinking that way.
That's why you're a professional. That's why you are being paid. That's why sometimes we compare you to some certain players. I mean,
so you feel okay if we were in the 80th minute, he took out that he took him out. Yes. That would have made more sense. You probably would have held it on.
Because 30 minutes they lasted till first half, they did not concede. It was in the second half they conceded. So
75 minutes.
75 minutes, and they got another penalty. So if he had allowed the goal, chances are that he might not even score. So if he had, even if he had scored, if he had allowed the goal, it would have been a different scenario. Like, okay, we are still 11-11, and we can find a way, because Arsenal was actually pressurizing them, countering everything. Like, the ball position as at then was 62 to compared to something of Bournemouth. But immediately they got the red card, it drastically reduced. Bournemouth started pressing them, and they were able to hold on to the first half. Then second half
felt like a pack of cards.
I mean,
well, let's leave what could have been and what it could have was. So could have, would have, should have. I'll let you know that Lewandowski took his goal tally to 14 in 12 games in all competitions. 10 in his past 6 as Hansi Flick's side produced an emphatic response to Real Madrid's 2-1 win at Celta Vigo on Saturday. Barcelona have won 9 of the opening 10 league games, led 3-0 at halftime for the third match in a row after Lewandowski scored either side of Pedri's spectacular first-time strike. Pablo Torrare scored twice, either side of Stanley's Dubu's consolation for the visitors, who were no match for a free-flowing youthful Barcelona, for whom half the starting outfield players were aged 21 or under. Great stuff from Barcelona, without an iota of doubt. But then take a look at the other games in the league, the La Liga. Atletico Club on Saturday beating Espanyol by 4-1. Osasuna losing to Real Betis, Girona lost to Real Sociedad. Real Madrid won Celta Vigo away, and we saw Villarreal and Getafe play a 1-1 draw. Great stuff from the La Liga. I wonder how you make out of that massive scoreline between Barcelona and Sevilla.
Well, we all know that Sevilla at the moment is not really as formidable as they used to be, especially when you talk about their defense. They are really having a lot of defensive issues, and they have not been able to sort out that problem and not being able to address it. Going into a game at the going to Barcelona, who is in top form, high scoring side. If you cannot get your defensive structure right, if you cannot get your compatibility right, obviously chances are that you're going to concede goals in the flurry. And we saw the results. I think this 20 minutes into the game, Lewandowski had a penalty and he scored, and the goals just kept on coming. 3 goals first half, and it's just abysmal at the moment, seeing that Sevilla cannot even muster a goal until the 81st minute. So
but at the same point, I wouldn't blame Sevilla throughout. I mean, I don't know. There's something about this Barcelona team. They don't have the flood of stars. They don't have the biggest names, but they find a way to always organize their game and play well. I mean, they fielded almost players that are under 21 or 21 years of age, and look at the way they are playing very, very well. I mean, they don't have the likes of Mbappe, Vinicius. I'm not trying to compare, but looking at the team, they don't have the biggest of names in the team, but the fact they are
since Messi left, they've not really had the biggest of names.
The fact that they are playing cool. I mean, 5-1. They have won 9 games out of their 10 last game. I mean,
I would say it's owing to the brilliance of the manager, really knowing these players and knowing how best to use them, because it's still the same crop of players they had last season. The only addition will be Dani Olmo and who else. That's the only significant signing they made. So I would say, it's just the tactics is different. They now get a clear understanding of how they want to play. Whereas under Xavi, it's pass the ball. But Hansi Flick is all about goals. You see his track record in Bayern Munich. So, and they are going to be facing Bayern Munich this week's fixture. So
they host Bayern Munich in the Champions League on Wednesday.
It's going to be a flurry of goals in my own opinion. But then it could also go the other way, because Bayern Munich seems to have the antidotes to whatever Barcelona can muster.
Well, let's move on. Let you know that today we do have fixtures just like in the EPL. Nottingham Forest against Crystal Palace. In the La Liga, it's Valencia against Las Palmas. And from the La Liga, we go to the Bundesliga, where Boniface missed the penalty for the first time in his career and scored a Bayer Leverkusen goal, 2-1 against Eintracht Frankfurt. in that particular game. 5 minutes into the game, Junior Dina Ebimbe brought down Amin Adil after a review by the video assistant referee. A penalty was awarded to the home side. Our boy stepped up and did not score, sadly.
Sadly, but he made amends for it.
Yeah.
And we could see across Europe, you see the Nigerian flurry, the Nigerian blood really showing, because Chukwueze actually scored the lone goal for AC Milan. We also saw Boniface also get a goal. And if you go to the MLS, another Nigerian blood also scored a goal. So I just feel like, yeah, we're starting to get something right when you talk about individual performances and how we, from our Nigerian players and how we do well in the international scene. So I think the media attention is really helping the confidence of these players, actually from Lookman and across board really. And
Lookman was pulled out at halftime for.
I think they're saving him for the Champions League game this midweek.
I mean, he has been a player beat. I mean, Lookman has been an amazing form since last season. I mean, wherever he picked up that form from, he should just hold on to it and consistently play, scoring a hat-trick in the final, the first African to do that. I mean, he's just been an amazing form. So I feel like it's his time. He should just
take advantage of it. All right, let's get back the German Bundesliga results on the screen once more. We did have games. Borussia Mönchengladbach beating Hoffenheim 3-2. Augsburg losing to Freiburg 3-1, and then the same scoreline between Hoffenheim and Bochum, but Bochum at the receiving end of it. Mainzover lost at home to RB Leipzig. We saw Wolfsburg on Sunday lose at home to Werder Bremen. It's on the screen. At least you get to look at some of the scorelines from the German Bundesliga. From the Bundesliga, we move over to the Serie A, where Nigerian winger Samuel Chukwueze ended his 8-game goal drought for AC Milan, netting the winner in a hat-fought 1-0 victory over Udinese at the San Siro on Saturday. The 24-year-old decisive strike not only secured the crucial 3 points for the 10-man Rossoneri, but also marked his first goal of the season, providing the needed boost to both players and the club. Massive stop for Chukwueze, who joined Milan in the summer of 2023 and has been eager to open his account for the new campaign after a mixed debut season in Italy. Let's take a look at the Serie A, where Leeds lost to Fiorentina by 6 goals. Atlanta beat Venezia 2-0. Cagliari were winners over Torino in a 5-goal thriller. 3-2 they shared that one. Roma lost to Inter Milan by a lone goal. Como and Parma 1-1 ended. Genoa and Bologna 2-2. AC Milan beat Udinese, like I said, and Juventus were winners over Lazio by a lone goal. From there, we'll take a quick run, but before that, let me ask the guys, if they see Samuel Chukwueze taking more goals, scoring more goals in the Serie A. I beg your pardon. Yeah? Serie A? Yeah, CD.
Yeah. 8 goals drought, and he has
8-match drought.
8-match drought, and he has been able to cancel that. All he has to do now is to build his confidence and his tactics and everything, and be clinical in front of goal. I think it's just some kind of a way to boost your confidence in the match. He has been able to do that. I mean, going 8 matches without scoring a goal as an attacker, I mean, it goes a long way to go into your mental way you think and everything, be like, are you really performing or what? But then he has been able to not just scoring, but scoring the winning goal and the only goal in the match for AC Milan. So I feel like he should just continue like that and make his correction and everything. I feel like it's a way to go for him to the top.
All right, we'll move on from there. Let you know that Hellas Verona will play host to Monza. It's 7:45 in the Serie A today. In the French Ligue 1, we saw winger Bradley Barcola score 1 goal and set up another for teenager Seni Mayulo at Paris Saint-Germain to beat Strasbourg 4-2 to move atop of the French League on Saturday. The 18-year-old Mayulo was given a rare gem. It was a rare game as a coach. Luis Enrique rested players ahead of Tuesday's Champions League game against PSV Eindhoven. The left midfielder put the defending champions ahead in the 18th minute when he rifted a powerful shot after swapping passes with Barcola down the left flank. Enrique was without forward Randa Kolumwani after he hurt his ankle in training. And with Eindhoven in mind, he benches captain and speedy winger Ousmane Dembele at the Parc des Princes. Well, my brother, man, talking about flurry of goals, what goal that comes to my mind was the goal by none other than Victor Osimhen upon his return for Galatasaray.
Outstanding, outstanding.
You know, he wanted to do that flick the first time.
Yeah.
He missed it.
About it.
And he went back. And he lifted high. And say, heaven, here I come.
An outstanding goal. When you put it side by side, when you put it side by side to the one Cristiano Ronaldo scored in Champions League, he's not topping that ball. You look at, it's more difficult from that angle based on the ball has gone high. And look at where he put it, away from the goalkeeper, away from the reach of the goalkeeper, from that angle, from that, part of the pitch. And take nothing away from that goal. Take nothing away from his performance. Take nothing away from Victor Osimhen. Take nothing away from Nigerian strikers. We are born to score goals, and you see that they keep doing it across board. And it's just lovely as a Nigerian, to fly that.
Okay, you're a defender. You're not a striker. But I remember that goalkeeper whose goal was nominated for Puskas Award. What country? It was a flick. It was a great stuff.
It's from the
I think we should
South African Premier League.
Yeah, we should start putting up clips of that. Just for the view of it. Anyway, the UEFA Champions League is back. Let's put the fixtures up on the screen. Tomorrow, Tuesday, AC Milan against Club Brugge for league stage. Monaco taking on Red Star Belgrade. Arsenal will host Shakhtar Donetsk. Bologna away to Aston Villa. Girona and Slovan Bratislava will trade tackles. And we have Juventus against Stuttgart. My brother. Some of these fixtures first. Let's talk about which one interests you the most. We also do have a PSG, PSV. I haven't talked about that.
Really, Juventus Stuttgart game, because without overlooking the Arsenal Shakhtar Donetsk game, we look at Juventus Stuttgart. There are two teams that have youth.
What about Real Madrid, Borussia Dortmund?
Everybody's looking to take a revenge on. And if you look at their next run of fixtures, it's like revenge story for Real Madrid, because they take on Borussia, they take on Barcelona, and the next season they also take on Liverpool. Next week, they also take on Liverpool. So it's going to be a high performance game for them throughout the week, in the next 3 weeks. So I feel they'll have their eyes on this one and also have their eyes on the weekend game. So we will not be surprised to see Ancelotti try to change or try something different, especially in this midweek game. Although they lost their last game, so they will try to get back to winning ways, and also look at Barcelona, which is very close. The difference between Barcelona and Real Madrid in the league is very close, so they would like to close that gap or even top the league at the weekend. So I believe it's time for these players to really step up. We saw the performance at Celta Vigo. It wasn't really convincing, but the goal from Mbappe was really convincing, I would say that. But we just need the players to put on their best cap and get the win.
What do you make out of this?
Well, I'm not looking just at the game between Real Madrid and Borussia Dortmund. I think one of the games I want to look at is the game between Arsenal and Shakhtar. I'm trying to see how Arsenal find a way to bounce back from that loss against Bournemouth and find their way back to the UEFA Champions League. And not just that, the mentality. After that game against Dortmund, they felt like they are kind of demoralized and everything.
Bournemouth?
Yeah, when they lost to Bournemouth.
2-0, yeah.
Yeah, so I felt like it's going to be a huge task to them
to get out of that.
To get, after winning too much and losing when it matters the most. I mean, this is what they are trying to close the gaps on Liverpool and the loss. So it went a long way to the players' mentality. I saw the game when they left the pitch, the manager, Arteta, and everybody was kind of, demoralized. And then, so I'm trying to see if they will be able to, how they are going to approach this game against Saturday next.
All right. Well, we're approaching closer time for us here, but let's let you know with full throttle, we go to the Grand Prix where Norrie was penalized for Verstappen's pass as Leclerc did win the US Grand Prix. The title battle between Max Verstappen and Lando Norris erupted in controversy at the United States GP after a McLaren driver was penalized for passing his rival for third place takeoff of the track. The race was dominated by Ferrari's Charles Leclerc, who took the lead on the first lap after Norris and Verstappen ran wide at the first corner of the race. Leclerc was imperious in leading Carlos Sainz to a Ferrari 1-2 once he had moved into first place, but the drama was all behind him in Austin. Norris finished third after passing Verstappen around the outside at turn 12 with 4 laps to go, only to run off the tracks on the exit of the corner. Let's see if we could swim through. Great Britain's Duncan scored clean victory in the men's 200 meters freestyle on the third and final day of the short course World Cup event in Shanghai. The 27-year-old put in a strong showing in the second half of the race to win in 1 minute 40.92 seconds, with Australia's Edward Somerville second in 1 minute 42.14 seconds and Danas Rapsis of Lithuania coming in third. To the big man's game of golf, Frenchman Julien Guerrera ended his long wait for a maiden DP World Tour title after he beat Spain's Jorge Campillo in a record equaling 9-hole playoff at the Andalusian Masters. The 39-year-old holed out from the 8th feet to secure victory on his 230th start in what has been described as a remarkable coincidence. Now, Guerrera's French coach Rafael Jacquelin won a 9-hole playoff for the Spanish Open in 2013, while the only other European Tour event decided by a 9-hole playoff was the 1989 Dutch Open won by Jose Maria Olazabal. The lead changed hands between Guerrera and Campillo throughout the final day, but the Spaniard boogied the 18th and Guerrera landed a 16th-foot par putt to force the playoff. Let's see if we could get a 6 shots, 6 shot, the ball, 6 shot, yeah?
6 shots and 1.
In snooker.
Yeah.
Well, 7-time world champion Ronnie O'Sullivan has pulled out of the Northern Ireland Open for medical reasons. The Belfast event, which starts on Sunday, will be the third straight tournament the Englishman has missed after he sold out of both the British Open and the Wuhan Open. Well, that withdrawal has been confirmed by World Snooker Tour on Sunday night, and his first round opening Long Zhuhang received a bye into the last 32. From there, quickly, we'll run out because we're practically out of time. Let's let you know that Everton are plotting a move to sign AC Milan's Nigeria winger Samuel Chukwueze in January. That will be the final thoughts from my cats on the show. What do you make out of that?
Well, anywhere where he gets regular playing time is what will be on his mind and that of his manager and agent. But I don't really see him flourishing in a relegation battle, especially with Everton. I think he would do best, or he would do better to, take the opportunities given, especially when he gets the opportunity to play in Champions League instead of taking, the fights in the Premier League, and we know the intensity, how the Premier League is. So I would say let him remain where he is.
In AC Milan.
AC Milan,
I don't think he's fitting. What about you?
I feel like, I don't know, for some reason, I feel like he should try the Premier League, just, for the competitiveness. And I feel like Premier League is more serious, and the Serie A is like, you feel like you have like this kind of more relaxation.
Really?
I feel like, I feel like there's not much pressure on you when you are playing the Serie A.
Okay, because of the publicity, the attention.
But, I mean, if you are playing the Premier League week in, week out, everybody is watching you.
Right. That I agree with.
So I feel like it will make him to be, step up his game and be more serious. So I feel like, but not Everton though. Maybe
it depends on what they are putting on the table for him. We have to make it lucrative.
This banter, you guys are going to take it off the studio. Well, Thomas Tuchel has parted ways with long-time coaching partner Zlot Lowe, and that's before taking up his role with England. We'll wrap it up with one sports business story because we are practically out of time, and just before we get to run out of the studio, it's imperative that we get your thoughts. We want the engagements coming in on the show, so you could just leave your thoughts in the comment section right there. Snooker chiefs have shown a ruthless side as UK loses the World Grand Prix pressure, which has increased the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield, which is home to snooker's showpiece World Championship, after the sports power brokers moved the top event to Asia, citing the bigger audience and higher prize money. And someone would say it's all about the money. Yep. Yes, the money makes the world go round. And we wouldn't be, averse to you putting your money in this show. I mean, put your money where your mouth is. If you enjoy what we do, if you like the banters, you like the creativity, you like the content, why don't you put your money right here? And rest assured, you get a great deal on return on investment. My name is TC Barra. They call me the top card around here. Do have my other cards. Great people with me on the show, and it's been a pleasure bringing you SOUQ Sports on Monday. Ikorodu City against Lobby Stars is up at 3 p.m. GMT, West African time, or Nigeria, Lagos, wherever you are. It's great that you come to see the game. I also hear it's going to be live on TV, but we'll bring you reports after the game. My name again, TC Barra. Bye for now, and have yourself a great week ahead.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Naija. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to...
Well, good to have me.
Welcome
man.
home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations,
and
my
likewise,
brother.
likewise. I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Naija. And I used to be a member of, I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of...
Sorry, before you proceed. It used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface Naija.
Blackface Naija.
Yes.
Yeah, so many people were wearing blackface. And I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the black face from Nigeria. So if I added Naija to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well, not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Naija, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Naija to my name. Because I love my country so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Naija. So it's Blackface Naija. Hate it or love it, that's
Blackface
still my
Naija.
name.
So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know.
Maybe there was a common before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you say common didn't have that?
No, so he had to take out the sense and he became common. So I hope that's not what happened.
That's not, it's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah, so Blackface Naija, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Naija, you have done this so long, so I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions.
Okay.
So I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have picked that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill. And there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap because the real musicians are not heard. And the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't, they don't...
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists.
The real
artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular, you stay away from the crowd. If the media is, the social media is a crowd, the real artists who don't want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what someone is not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. I mean, or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even investing themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here. Room. And then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listen to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones writing, making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing
when
up.
you're on the right label.
right label.
Okay,
That's
so
like Loud House Entertainment.
So,
Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content? Well, because right now, we see people. Anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. They fuse all sorts of things. So in a week, you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside, we're called Afrobeats. Wow. What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview, and they were talking about Afrobeat, and I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to...
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
no, I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down, so that people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course there's a line. And the music itself separates it. The sound of the music separates the genre aside. You cannot be singing a song and you're what song will I use? And you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that. But it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue. And you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
so when you came in, what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Really, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before
we came. So we had those. There were different genre. There was Raskimono, which is reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda, which is Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say. There was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver De Coke, and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kenny Big Deal, Mini Big Deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. They don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah,
I'm talking pre-Plantation Boys. Then tell us the Plantation Boys story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when I was going to, when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88, around that time, you know.
Wow,
that
okay.
period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu, you know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music
perform.
and all of that, you know.
Correct.
So I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also decided to take it serious was when I started going to Rap City jams. And with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man,
please explain what Rap City Jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City Jams. Rap City Jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there. And from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
Corporate G,
Nigeria
and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends then, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage from, to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent. You know, so I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though. You know, and it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish one or two things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in, because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. And it wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. Some people went to different record labels. You know, just like.
Talking about different record labels, do you remember that time I think it was Christmas, you were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra. We had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking, that was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove, and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting.
Yes.
In Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, you know, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway. You know, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who
gives
you
you
are.
a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do, because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them. You know, and
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like it's you know, they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. You know, like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept, because I was the witness to Tenny Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him, then it's okay. But let him come
It's
out.
his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome.
You
So, personal question. Your relationship with Innocent, right, is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like they did a movie about it or something.
Because it's been online. It's been
okay. The media
the whole back
talks.
and forth.
Yeah.
And one other name that has featured in the story is Efeomorbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split
so.
up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been
when
squashed.
there was we had
that, but they
mediation.
didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about
I have
that?
not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting?
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula balu all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't write the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. It's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from Hard Life, smash it.
Yeah.
I'm coming from Ahead of the Game, smash it.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy, you know?
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process. And I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothman's Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothman's Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody.
The
Nobody
music
knew
was
us. But
massive.
the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New
International.
Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We were having people come to our house to come and visit us, plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
What you're doing
now.
currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. You know, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that people, they are respecting these people almost. That guy, we have to make sure nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him
why-
in Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip hop world me to check my profile. Say me better than you. Let them got myself signed. Mediocre. Time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre since 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Me, Man and Spicy Rock Steady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
But
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why it propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing. I will see it's going to last long in this game because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're out there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even if
I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote a
person,
an agenda or a person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And I've see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I stood strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. The fit will sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get? How did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me the Chibuzo story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do 10th anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 10th anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio, there's an additional studio.
Right there?
Yet, right there. And Byron and Park. So, Ray Power history is a 3rd anniversary. Ray Power history, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power history. It's a 3rd anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then it came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, Benny. That harmony would he talk. I said, this guy don't get the harmony. Make this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring FaZe into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at, what's it called? At Demola Tokumbo or something.
VI.
Something. VI.
Yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a plantation boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win FaZe.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when FaZe was singing, it was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot. You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When FaZe sang, they said it's a lie. The karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do? They
put it up and I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with FaZe is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about FaZe. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be. but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to
See,
believe
that's a
in
problem.
people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
The person that believed to
in
take you.
the person that believes in you will tell you
Correct.
you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go. We plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's Face right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out yet. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on
Because
some
I know
because his fans are really...
heard recently.
Even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given...
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now, so you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk.
It's not that easy as you say.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can't sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat till I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, ain't it?
True.
It's what's
It was talking, actually.
Whatever you do is stay cool. Let's just say I feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist. You can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember, there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole Hula Balu.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening, because I believe if I'd made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But as be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take It Tom that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before I Take It Tom.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time.
Before Duke.
So I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was
Tijo.
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we're able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you know, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment.
Correct.
If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P Square straight, and he went to get us. They do me. Abroad, they shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yes, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to going to the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show, you know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just, you know, so they didn't want that. And TJ felt like, that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right. But the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right. And I am the plantation. So I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming. I hope
it's,
you know
not,
that.
it's not coming.
Because
it's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way of why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through, why didn't the group, and when I say you, I mean the group, why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, the Ateke Tom.
Ateke couldn't go continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. Some were like they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. New music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay, but there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There have to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo.
Mr. Wendo.
Everyday People.
I wrote a song. One of their beats.
Arrested Development are still here. So Baba OJ died. 2 other members left. Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
It's a Nigerians thing?
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See, understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that GSM is ahead of theirs. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white
screen.
They still use all those old phones, and we were ahead of them.
But I'm talking about
the network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We were supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information.
Positive information.
Good information.
Yes.
Helpful information.
Yes.
Which is what we do here at SOUQ News.
You guys are doing a great job.
And the IL 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. You guys media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blew my mind when I came here. I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
so
but I said that the Oga chair won't sit down. I don't want to get a job for another place. So the Oga chair won't sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair, see the view. God damn it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music, as someone that has done almost 40 years, 30, 35 years in the biz. Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, you know, survive and take care of your bills, family and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go do a petty job, they come back, they would have had some misunderstanding from the petty job is affecting their mental. They can't think straight. It's going to affect your music. So music is a total commitment job. Music is not a part-time. And to be a singer, you have to be educated. You have to read. Because you need your similes to write your verses. You need your metaphors to write your raps. You need all the things that encompass an English language. Unless you want to rap in your own particular language or sing in your language, you study your own language and learn how the language works and master it to put it into your craft. And then copying somebody else's work is the first thing I'll tell you. You can't do that. You know, I know when we started, we did Plantation Boys, but that was because we were trying to introduce ourselves.
The first thing, yes.
First thing, because it was the beginning. So that beginning, we have to introduce ourselves. And we chose the name that is Plantation Boys.
Title of the song.
We had to just sing Plantation Boys because the song actually was Plantation Boy by Bonnie M. So if you see the credits we gave, it was originally done by Bonnie M.
And you gave credit on the CD.
Is there originally by Bonnie M. But then there was no cover. You couldn't do a cover of somebody's song without getting permission. But Bonnie M was far from Nigeria. We just had to just say originally by Bonnie
That's the
M.
credit. That's the way to
so
go.
do what you got to do. Stay original. Be creative. Hang out with the right pairs. Don't go with pairs that all they do is teach you how to smoke, drink, and do things that are just bad for your health. You're gonna be 25 looking 79 if you're doing that. You're not gonna be like we. You know what I mean? So stay positive, concentrate on your music, and the rest is just gonna fall in place. Because people are gonna notice your work and they're gonna support you. Trust me.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Ahmed. Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
What's the middle name?
Obiabo.
Thank you for being on Inside Life, SOUQ News Television, the I 104.9.
Thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. Big up, Blackface Niger, signing out.
So, it's the end of a special edition of Inside Life. We had Blackface Niger, Augustine Amedu on the show. My name is Ike Namba. See you same time next time.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationship with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River, and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges,
Government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Nigeria has significantly contributed troops and police officers to the United Nations peacekeeping operations worldwide since 1960. That year, the Nigerian police deployed the first ever contingent of individual police officers to the United Nations mission in the Congo. Assistant Commissioner of Police Louise Edet led the team at that time, and in these operations, Nigeria resolutely committed herself to the onerous task of maintaining world peace and security. Some of the country's gallant officers paid the supreme sacrifice, while many were injured and maimed for life. During the military era, particularly during the reign of General Ibrahim Babangida, under the auspices of the African Union and the Economic Community of West African States ECOWAS, there was the ECOWAS monitoring group which intervened decisively in Liberia, paving the way for the restoration of civil rule in that country. Rebel leaders had turned Liberia into a theater of war in their desperate battle for power. Nigeria's troops were also the military backbone of the United Nations in Liberia, UNMIL, from 2003 to 2018, restoring security throughout that country. The attendant costs of Nigeria's engagement in these peacekeeping operations is enormous and has led to many diplomats asking that Nigeria should be given a permanent seat in the Security Council of the United Nations. In today's news talk, we join millions of Nigerians in this quest for a permanent seat in the United Nations Security Council for Nigeria. I am Bayo Olauye. Nigeria has been involved in peacekeeping operations in many African countries, including Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, the Gambia, Mali, Sudan, Sierra Leone, Mozambique, Somalia, Rwanda, and Burundi. The Nigerian government has contributed a lot of finance, logistics, and civilian experts to these missions. Beyond Africa, the country's police force participated in operations in Western Sahara, Cambodia, Yugoslavia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, Macedonia, East Timor, Haiti, Kosovo, and Afghanistan, to mention but a few. It is relevant to point out that Nigeria's engagement is not only in peacekeeping or maintaining law and order across these nations. The country has helped stabilize and strengthen democracy in Africa. For instance, it is on record that Nigeria's former president Olusegun Obasanjo played a leading role in the international effort to democracy in South Tome and Principe when President Frederick de Menezes was toppled by the military in that country in June 2003 while visiting Nigeria. Obasanjo and other leaders reigned in the military junta that ousted Menezes. The former Nigerian president took Menezes in his plane, leading him back to power in the oil-rich country. In addition, Nigeria's effort helped ferry former military leader Yahya Jammeh from the Gambia when he became a stumbling block to constitutional order. After losing the election, Jammeh refused to concede defeat to Adama Barrow, who won the poll. The private plane of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, now President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was deployed to evacuate the once dreaded Jammeh out of the Gambia. It's against this background of the nation's considerable efforts in maintaining peace and deepening democracy in Africa and beyond that the recent demand for a permanent seat for Africa in the United Nations Security Council be considered. No country in Africa has contributed to global peace and security than Nigeria in terms of human and material resources. The request for a well-deserved permanent seat for the continent was a high point of Nigeria's presentation at the just concluded 79th session of United Nations General Assembly, United States of America. Vice President Shetima ably represented the country, and he particularly to state the obvious, particularly for those who want to watch the presentation live or on television. Resplendent in the country's traditional white flowing babariga with a matching Borono cap, Vice President Shetima did a good job making a case for this all-important seat on the exalted United Nations podium. He stated that reform of the Security Council was critical if the United Nations was to strengthen its relevance and credibility in a rapidly developing world. Shetima noted that some permanent members of United Nations Security Council had offered encouraging, if tentative, indications of support on the issue of reform of the council, pointing out that Nigeria welcomed the change in tone while urging acceleration in momentum to the process. Shettima was of the view that the Security Council should be expanded in the permanent and non-permanent member categories to reflect the diversity and plurality of the world. The Vice President stressed that Africa must be accorded the respect it deserved in the Security Council, adding that the country deserved to be placed as a permanent member of the Security Council with the same rights and responsibilities as other permanent members. Shettima argued that with a population of 1.3 billion people and home to the most critical mineral resources that will power the global economy, a permanent seat for Africa in the Security Council will ensure inclusivity and a spirit of brotherhood. Given its strategic importance, Africa should join the Council for five permanent members. He pointed that more than any country in the African continent, Nigeria truly merited this seat. He added that it was an entitlement and a matter of right. In the first place, the seat will serve as a due compensation for Nigeria's labor of service to the world. The country's active participation in peacekeeping missions helped save countless lives and restored peace and stability to many countries. The world body should offer Nigeria this much needed permanent seat to appreciate the country's contribution. Secondly, Nigeria contributed the most troops and police to United Nations missions among African nations. The Nigerian police force committed more men and materials to keep the peace in Africa and elsewhere. According to the Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru, Nigeria contributed to 41 peacekeeping missions globally and deployed over 200,000 troops to United Nations operations, ceased our force deployments in the Congo. The attendant cost to Nigeria's engagement in these peacekeeping operations is enormous. For instance, official sources revealed that ECOMOG, a regional mediation force put together to end the protracted Liberian civil war, was operated at an estimated cost of $8 billion to the Nigerian government. Third, and more importantly, with its large population of young, energetic, and creative people and enormous resources, Nigeria can provide the required leadership for Africa at the United Nations Security Council. This is a role the country has been performing for many decades. It has the potential to perform this work even better. Nigeria will be the real giant of Africa if it rises to this eminent status. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Thank you for joining us on the News Hour here on SOUQ News Television. I am Temitope Omoli. First, the major headlines. Still the news hour here on SOUQ News Television, and we begin the stories right here on the home front, where Nigerians are said to have spent approximately $2.38 million on foreign healthcare services between January and June 2024, reflecting a significant trend in medical tourism. This spending is part of a broader issue that President Bola Tinubu's healthcare expansion program aims to address by retaining 120,000 health workers to bolster local healthcare capacity. A breakdown reveals that spending peaked in January at $2.3 million, with much lower amounts in the following months: $100,000 in March, $50,000 in May, and $20,000 in June, while February and April saw no spending in comparison. $690,000 was spent on foreign healthcare in the second half of 2023, indicating a $1.69 million increase in the first half of 2024. However, this year's total of $2.38 million marks a $750,000 reduction from the $3.13 million spent in the same period last year. Public health expert Professor Tani Mola noted that this trend shows a continued reliance on medical tourism, often driven by Nigeria's elites. He emphasized that investments in local private healthcare have not significantly curtailed the outflow for medical services abroad. Akonde suggested that redirecting these funds into improving Nigeria's healthcare system could help reduce the need for medical tourism. And still on the home front, Nigeria's House of Representatives is preparing to debate Anti-Gas Flaring Prohibition and Enforcement Act 2024, which aims to ban gas flaring and promote environmental sustainability. A bill sponsored by the Honorable of Ikorodu Federal Constituency, Babajimi Benson. The bill seeks to align Nigeria's oil and gas sector with global environmental standards, encouraging the use of natural gas for economic growth. The proposed law mandates strict limits on gas flaring, requiring operators to submit gas utilization plans and report incidents to the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission (NUPRC). Offenders face heavy fines, license suspensions, and facility shutdowns. Communities affected by flaring will also be able to seek compensation for damages. In a bid to tackle Nigeria's chronic power issues, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, GEAPP, backed by the Rockefeller Foundation and Bezos Earth Fund, is launching solar mini-grid projects across the country. With the first interconnected mini-grid completed and 2 more under construction, these initiatives are designed to provide reliable electricity to underserved communities, supporting both homes and businesses. Nigeria faces a staggering 86 million people without electricity, with the national grid producing only 4,000 megawatts, far below its needs. Frequent outages and grid failures exacerbate the crisis, highlighting the urgent need for sustainable energy solutions. GEAPP's demand aggregation for renewable technology program aims to lower solar equipment costs and facilitate financing for developers. With abundant solar potential averaging 6 hours of sunlight daily, Nigeria is well positioned for solar energy growth. A new $750 million rural electricity project funded by the World Bank will further enhance access for 17.5 million Nigerians, marking significant progress toward ending energy poverty. Nigeria has approved the long-awaited sale of ExxonMobil core onshore assets to Seplat Energy. According to the chief executive to the chief of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission (NUPRC), Gbenga Komolafe, the $1.28 billion deal, first announced in February 2022, had been under regulatory review for more than 2 years. The approval comes after President Bola Tinubu announced on October 1 that the deal would receive ministerial consent in the coming days. Following clearance from the regulator, Komolafe confirmed the ministerial approval at an event in Abuja on Monday. Under the agreement, Seplat Energy will acquire a 40% stake in favor oil milling leases along with key infrastructure, including the Kwa Ivory Port Terminal. Seplat will also take a 51% stake in the Bonny River Natural Gas Liquids Recovery Plant, which had previously been owned by Mobile Producing Nigeria Limited, Exxon's local subsidiary. The sale is part of a broader trend among major oil companies in Nigeria, Africa's largest oil exporter, who are pulling back from onshore operations due to challenges such as theft and sabotage. Instead, these companies are shifting focus to more profitable deep offshore oil fields. This latest approval is expected to have significant implications for Seplat Energy, enhancing its presence in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. Still in aviation, Nigeria's fuel imports have plummeted from 13,000 barrels per day in 2023 to 5,000 barrels per day in 2024. This is seen as an operational success of the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. This significant reduction highlights how the refinery has become a major supplier, currently providing at least two-thirds of Nigeria's jet fuel and over half of West Africa's gasoline consumption. Since beginning exports in March, Dangote has transported 1.1 million tons of jet fuel, with substantial shipments to South America and Europe. While most remains in West Africa, the surge in domestic supply has led to more competitive pricing, making Dangote's fuel marginally cheaper than imported alternatives. With production ramping up to over 300,000 barrels per day, the refinery is enhancing Nigeria's energy independence and reducing reliance on foreign imports. The African Development Bank, AFDB, has approved a $100 million loan to enhance access to finance for youth and women-led micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs, through the Nigeria Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Bank. This pioneering project aims to stimulate economic growth and job creation by uniting various financial and non-financial stakeholders to support young entrepreneurs. In collaboration with the federal government of Nigeria, the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, NSAIA, and the Development Bank of Nigeria, DBN, the initiative will establish the investment management company overseeing 3 special purpose vehicles: an equity investment fund, an ecosystem development fund, and a credit guarantee facility. The project is expected to create over 161,000 direct jobs, with 40% designated for women, and support more than 38,000 youth-led enterprises. Dr. Abdul Kamara, AFDB's Director General for Nigeria, emphasized the initiative's potential to transform the economy by addressing youth unemployment and closing gender gaps through targeted entrepreneurship supports. The Lagos State government has issued a warning about the increasing risk of flash flooding following the heaviest rainfall in months. Experienced on Thursday in a statement by the Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, the government highlighted that the rainfall, combined with water releases from the Oyon Dam, has caused major rivers in the state, preventing drainage channels from discharging properly. Wahab noted that recent data from the state's weather monitoring stations showed record-high water levels. Areas near the Ogun River, such as Isheri North GRA and Kara, are particularly vulnerable, with water levels already suppressing flood thresholds. Residents in low-lying areas are urged to move to safer ground to avoid potential loss of life and property. The government also emphasized that more rainfall is expected in October, raising concerns about further flooding. Earlier this year, intense rains in July led to widespread flooding, disrupting businesses, damaging buildings, and stranding residents across Lagos and Ogun states. As of October 18, 2024, the Akwa Ibom state government has invested 208.16 billion naira in various infrastructure projects. According to Commissioner for Works and Fire Service, Professor Eno Banga, This investment is part of Governor Umar Eno's Arise agenda and includes both new and inherited projects since taking office on May 29, 2023. Of the total 51.96 billion naira, which is allocated to 36 inherited federal government priority projects and 51 emergency intervention projects, 61 new projects have been inflated, including the Akpan Andem Market Amphitheatre and Guretti Secondary School Road, with expenditures under the Arise agenda totaling 156.20 billion naira. Upcoming inaugurations include the 6.97-kilometer Ukpana Akpabom Ikwe Road and 2.45-kilometer internal roads at the Anwa Ifa Ikot Okom Housing Estate in Uyo. The Enugu State government, led by Governor Peter Mba and the city of Vienna in Austria, have agreed to deepen bilateral cooperation. The collaboration aims to enhance economic growth, security, and social development in Enugu. During a meeting in Vienna, Governor Mba highlighted Enugu's ambition to grow its economy from 4.4 billion naira to $30 billion, with major initiatives in education, security, ICT, and water supply already underway. The partnership follows an agreement signed in May 2024, establishing a K9 training unit to improve security in Enugu. Vienna's Executive Councillor Peter Hanke expressed enthusiasm for future collaboration in areas like finance, public utilities, and waste management. Both parties are focused on formalizing the partnership to foster mutual benefits. Vienna's success in economic and social development will serve as a model for Enugu's vision to become a preferred destination for business, investment, and tourism. We'll take a break now, and when we return, we bring you stories from Africa. Stay tuned. A coalition of African leaders has officially launched the African School of Governance, ASG, in Kigali, Rwanda. The institution aims to provide world-class education in public policy and leadership, equipping current and future African leaders with the skills needed to address pressing challenges such as economic development, climate change, and governance reforms. The ASG will be overseen by an independent governing board chaired by the Managing Director of the International Finance Corporation and former Senegalese Minister of Finance and Economy, Makhtar Diop, and other notable board members, which include former Dean of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, Donald Kaberuka, and Kishore Mwabani. Former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Professor Kingsley Moghalu, was appointed as the inaugural president of the ASG. Diop praised Moghalu's extensive experience, stating that his leadership will help shape the next generation of purpose-driven African leaders. Dissel emphasized the importance of an institution that understands Africa's unique challenges while incorporating global best practices. Moghalu expressed gratitude for his appointment, noting that ASG aligns with his vision of a transformed Africa driven by competent governance and leadership. South Africa's rand is taking a slight dip against the US dollar, trading at 17.64 this morning, which is 0.3% weaker than its previous close. This shift is largely due to investors turning their attention to South Africa's upcoming inflation figures. Scheduled for release on Wednesday, the dollar index has also seen a 0.15% increase against other currencies, likely driven by speculation about another potential Donald Trump presidency. Despite this minor setback, analysts are optimistic about South Africa's economic outlook. They predict further disinflation in September, following a decrease in price pressures in August. This downtrend in inflation paved the way for the South African Reserve Bank's first interest rate cut in 4 years, a positive sign for the country's economic growth. The stock market also shows promises, with the top 40 index up 0.1% in early trade, while the benchmark 2030 government bond yield has increased by 2.5 basis points to 9.305%. The overall sentiment remains cautiously optimistic. Tunisia's Ministry of Industry, Mines and Energy has launched a tender for the development of large-scale solar projects with a total capacity of 200 megawatts. This initiative is part of the country's effort to expand its renewable energy sector and reduce its reliance on fossil fuels. The selected independent power producers, IPPs, will sell the generated electricity to the state-owned utility company, Société Tunisienne d'Électricité, through long-term power purchase agreements. Interested developers have until January 15, 2025 to submit their proposals. Tunisia has steadily increasingly risen the solar energy capacity through a series of lenders, including a 500-megawatt solar tender finalized in December 2019. As of the end of 2023, the country had a cumulative installed PV capacity of 506 megawatts, according to the International Renewable Energy Agency. This latest tender marks another significant step toward achieving Tunisia's renewable energy goals and strengthening its energy security. The push for solar comes as Tunisia aims to boost its clean energy transition. The World Health Organization, WHO, has officially declared Egypt malaria-free, marking a historic milestone in public health for the nation of over 100 million people. The certification follows nearly 100 years of efforts to eradicate the disease, which has plagued Egypt since ancient times. WHO Director General praised Egypt's achievement, stating that malaria, once a scourge in the country, now belongs to its history, not its future. Egypt becomes the third country in the World Health Organization Eastern Mediterranean region to receive this certification, following the United Arab Emirates and Morocco. Egyptian Deputy Prime Minister Dr. Khalid Abdel Ghaffar emphasized the importance of maintaining high standards in surveillance, diagnosis, and rapid response to imported cases to preserve the country's malaria-free status. We now bring you news from the Middle East right after this break.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Thanks for staying tuned. It's still the news hour here on SOUQ News Television. In stories from the Middle East, Vietnam's parliament has elected a new state president, Army General Luong Quang, in a move that is expected to bring stability to the country's politics. This development comes after a turbulent period of departures and reshuffles, and Quang's election was widely anticipated. As the new president, Trong will represent Vietnam in high-level meetings with foreign dignitaries. Although the role itself holds little direct power, notably, Trong was elected with a unanimous vote of 440 deputies, which suggests a strong consensus among party members. Quang takes over from To Lam, who had assumed the presidency in May and later became the party chief following the death of General Secretary Nguyen Phu Thong in July. Lam's decision to relinquish the presidency may indicate a power-sharing compromise within the party. According to diplomats, this new arrangement is expected to last until 2026, when the top positions will be up for re-election as part of the regular 5-year recognition of the political leadership. Foreign investors who have significant stakes in Vietnam's export-oriented manufacturing sector are likely to welcome this stability after being caught off guard by the recent leadership turmoil amidst a sweeping anti-corruption campaign. Still in Vietnam, its economy is looking optimistic, with Prime Minister Pham Minh Sinh announcing a projected growth rate of 6 to 8.70% for this year. Aiming to exceed that range, the country's public debt is under control and well below the mandated ceiling set by the National Assembly, providing a stable foundation for future growth. In 2025, Vietnam is targeting an even more impressive growth rate of 7.0 to 7.5%, driven by a 15% credit growth target, increased public investments in transport infrastructure, and attracting foreign investments and expanding export markets. This positive outlook is backed by Vietnam's strong economic performance in the September quarter, with exports, industrial production, and rising foreign investments contributing to its best growth in 2 years. While Typhoon Yagi caused significant damage, the government is committed to overcoming challenges and ensuring no power shortages next year, a welcome relief after the rolling power cuts that affected industrial production in 2023. Additionally, Vietnam will continue to prioritize its fight against corruption and strengthen its defense capabilities, demonstrating a proactive approach to addressing potential obstacles. Cambodia is making significant strides in its renewable energy goals by importing over 600 megawatts of clean power from neighboring Laos, Vietnam, and Thailand, marking a 50% increase in its contracted import capacity. The country has secured a deal with Laos to import 300 megawatts of solar and hydro capacity starting in 2026, and it's in the final stages of approving a 300 megawatt import deal with Vietnam, which may potentially be doubled. Additionally, Cambodia is eyeing an extra 100 megawatts from Thailand, with imports from Vietnam expected to begin as soon as possible, pending final government approvals. This move not only supports Cambodia's power development plan, but also highlights the potential for enhanced interconnection in Southeast Asia The region's energy ministers are recognizing the benefits of cooperation to ensure a reliable and sustainable energy supply. With Cambodia's electricity demand growing rapidly, driven by industrial expansion and urbanization, these imports will help meet the country's needs while reducing reliance on fossil fuels. The government's commitment to renewable energy is clear, with plans to boost solar production by 70% by 2030 and develop large-scale hydropower projects. This forward-thinking approach will contribute to Cambodia's economic growth, improving living standards, and supports its environmental goals. Indonesia's Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy has been divided into two separate ministries under President Prabowo Subianto's newly formed Red and White cabinets. This move highlights the government's commitment to strengthening the tourism sector as a key pillar of Indonesia's future economy. Just hours after being sworn in on Sunday, Prabowo appointed Widianti Putri Wurhanga as the new Minister of Tourism. Wahadna, previously the Chief Operating Officer of Teledan Resources, is an entrepreneur with experience in industries such as agro-resources, energy, oil and gas, technology, strategic properties, and media. Prabowo emphasized the need for a standalone tourism ministry to drive economic growth and position Indonesia as a leading global destination. Previously, the tourism portfolio was combined with the creative economy under Minister Sandiaga Uno during President Joko Widodo's second term. This change reflects Prabowo's belief that tourism deserves a focused ministry to fully unlock its potential and contribute to his goal of achieving an 8% economic growth rate, up from the current 5%. The decision to split the ministry marks a return to the structure in place between 2014 and 2019 before tourism and the creative economy were merged. It also underscores the government's ambition to focus heavily on tourism as a growth driver in Indonesia's future economic strategy. China has sent a large shipment of emergency medical aid to Lebanon as Israeli airstrikes continue to devastate the country. According to Chinese state media on Monday, the 58-ton consignment is set to arrive in Beirut later today. The aid package, which was dispatched from Shanghai, includes 3,601 boxes containing essential medical supplies such as anesthesia machines, urine collection bags, disposable tracheal inhalation tubes, surgical suits, and oxygen masks. The shipment comes as Lebanon faces an urgent humanitarian crisis due to ongoing military conflicts. China's delivery of medical aid signals its humanitarian response to the worsening situation in Lebanon as the international community grapples with the ongoing conflicts. Still in China, the Central Bank of China has reduced its key lending rates on Monday as promised to stimulate the economy. The one-year loan prime rate was cut by 25 basis points to 3.10%, down from 3.35%, while the 5-year LPR, which influences mortgage pricing, was lowered by the same margin to 3.60% from 3.85%. The cuts follow a similar reduction in July. These moves are part of a broader range of stimulus measures aimed at reinvigorating China's economy, including supporting the struggling property sector and boosting consumption. Last month, the People's Bank of China, PBOC, reduced several other policy rates, including cutting the reserve requirement ratio by 50 basis points and the benchmark 7-day reverse rate by 20 basis points. PBOC Governor Pan Gongsheng had indicated last week that lending rates would decrease by 20 to 25 basis points on October 21. The rate cuts follow a 30 basis point reduction to the medium-term lending facility rate in September. While the cuts have helped lift China's CSI 300 index by over 14% since September 24, the yuan has weakened by 1% against the dollar. Market sentiment has been mixed in recent days, with concerns arising over whether the latest policy measures will be enough to restore robust growth. We take a break now, and when we return, we take you around the world. Don't go away. Chancellor Rachel Reeves has chaired the inaugural meeting of the British Infrastructure Task Force, part of the UK government's initiative to unlock private investments in national infrastructure projects. The task force aims to boost business confidence and drive growth by focusing on large-scale infrastructure investments across the UK. The newly formed task force will regularly need to explore various options that align with the government's commitment to turbocharge infrastructure investments. The goal includes job creation, economic growth, and meeting environmental targets. Key members of the group include representatives from major financial institutions such as Pension Insurance Corporation (PIC), Phoenix Group, M&G, BlackRock, IFMI Investors, and the National Wealth Fund. Reeves emphasized that increasing infrastructure investment is critical to fulfilling the government's mission of growing the economy and creating jobs. She highlighted the importance of collaboration between the government and private sector to stimulate growth across the country. The expertise of these task force will be invaluable in the weeks and months ahead. She said following the International Investment Summit, the government's invitation to leading financial institutions marks a shift in its approach, signaling a commitment to collaboration with key stakeholders to achieve its infrastructure and growth goals. Spanish Coast Guard successfully rescued 231 migrants, including 14 women and 3 children, from a single boat off the coast of Gran Canaria in the Canary Islands on Sunday. This operation marks the largest rescue of its kind in the area this year. The migrants were traveling on a wooden boat which was towed to safety by Coast Guards. The rescue highlights the importance of humanitarian efforts in the region. According to government figures, 32,878 migrants have made the journey from West Africa to the Canary Islands between January and October 15, a 39.7% increase from the same period last year. While the Atlantic route sees significant migration flows, collaborative rescue efforts and support systems are in place to ensure the safety and well-being of those seeking a better life. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin's visit to Ukraine on Monday demonstrates the United States' unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty. This trip, Austin's fourth as Pentagon chief, aims to strengthen Ukraine's defense against Russian aggression in eastern Ukraine. Austin reaffirmed the U.S. commitment to providing security assistance, ensuring Ukraine's armed forces have the necessary battlefield capabilities. He emphasized the importance of bipartisan support from Congress, which has been consistent over the past 2.5 years. Austin's visit comes at a critical time, just 2 weeks before the U.S. presidential election, which may impact Western support for Ukraine. Despite uncertainty, Austin remains optimistic about continued support. Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky has been pushing for a victory plan, seeking pledges from allies and NATO membership. While Austin didn't publicly endorse the plan, he acknowledged Ukraine's efforts to defend its territory. The U.S. has provided billions of dollars in military aid, including F-16 fighter jets and Abrams tanks. Ukraine faces a challenging fight ahead, but with ongoing support, it's better equipped to counter Russian aggression. The U.S. dollar has strengthened, reaching 103.65 on the dollar index, driven by rising U.S. bond yields and the upcoming presidential election. The euro and sterling have slipped, with the euro falling to 1.0849 and sterling to 1.3022. Analysts attribute the dollar strength to solid U.S. economic data, including jobs reports and retail sales, and the European Central Bank's dovish stance on interest rates. The market is also factoring in the potential impact of the U.S. election, with former President Donald Trump's proposed policies seen as likely to keep U.S. interest rates high. Bitcoin has surged to a 3-month high of $69.487, driven by Trump's improving election prospects and expectations of softer cryptocurrency regulation under his administration. The yen has remained relatively stable, staying below 150 per dollar. Market focus is shifting to corporate earnings and the U.S. election, with Japan's general election on October 27 also being closely watched. Despite some currency fluctuations, analysts remain optimistic about the overall market outlook, with Wells Fargo's Eric Nelson noting that the dollar strength is largely driven by a rates and relative growth story. Gold price has reached a historic high, surpassing $2,700 during early Asian trading on Monday. The surge has captured the attention of investors, who are increasingly turning to gold as a safe haven, and escalating geopolitical tensions in the Middle East and uncertainties surrounding the upcoming U.S. presidential elections. Precious metal trader Alexander Zumpfe attributes the price hike to the intensifying conflict, particularly following the worst happening. The U.S. Federal Reserve, including potential rate cuts, have further bolstered gold prices. The CME FedWatch tool indicates a 10% probability of a quarter-point rate cut in November, making gold an attractive investment as lower interest rates reduce the opportunity cost of holding non-yielding assets. We'll take a break now, and then we'll return shortly.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your inside track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
News hour here on SOUQ News Television. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media handles at SOUQ News. I am Tim Sope Omole. Many thanks for watching. Have a good afternoon.
Edition of SOUQ Africa Summit, the largest women in tech summit in Africa, brought together women in tech from across the continent. The event, which held at Zone Tech Park, Lagos, provided a platform for women in tech, founders, senior executives, and enthusiasts to learn and engage in powerful conversations bordering on technical and career growth, leadership, and diversity while networking. The summit also addresses the issue of gender imbalance in the tech space by providing girls and women with tools, learning resources, and job opportunities they need to succeed in the industry. The summit featured keynote presentations, panel sessions, and recognitions of women excelling across various fields. Speaking during the breakaway session, Omotola Omotayo, a community manager at Outreachy, urged participants to take advantage of the growing influence of artificial intelligence while noting AI can't replace tech experts.
If you ask AI, where can I get my next big job? AI is just going to make suggestions for you. Why don't you go to this website? Why don't you apply for this job? I encourage you to give it your best. Do you want me to help you with your CV? But when you attend conference, Omotola or any other person that you are meeting will tell you, oh, what can you do? How have you been doing it? Any other projects you've worked on before? What part of this career path are you looking? You know, you have like more intentional question, conversation.
An open source advocate, programs manager, and technical writer at FMDQ, Basaya Ojo, urged participants to utilize open source to get their careers started, describing SOUQ Africa as home.
And I know how difficult it can be for new people in tech or new women in tech to get started. I mean, tech is mostly seen as a men's field or a man's field. So I want to help as many young girls, as many young women as possible to see that A lot of things are achievable if only they start.
Chisom Woku, a software engineer and the publisher of a Techie's Guide into Big Tech Companies, who spoke on personal branding, stated there's a need for a balance between self-promotion and career while delivering value.
Be loud about what you do. Like I said on the stage, be the star girl of your field. Let people see you and know that, okay, this is an expert in what you are doing. Another thing would be your personal brand is something that would grow. As your career is nurturing, your personal brand is something that would go with you. So you want to understand who you are, the kind of values that you want to stand for, and the kind of stories that you want to tell. And definitely your 5-year-old self, after like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you're going to be very grateful that you started that journey.
Founder and Executive Director of SOUQ Africa, Ada Nduka Oyom, says the event has led to the creation of a safe haven in the form of a community for women in tech.
At SOUQ Africa, our goal is to, in summary, bridge the gender gap. And events like this provide a safe space for women to understand, acknowledge, and accept that their voices matter. To also provide them an opportunity to network, meet with other women in tech like them, provide more visibility. And from events like this, from our summit, it provides them the platform to know and see that, you know, there are opportunities for them to expand in terms of leadership, in terms of growth, career growth, and just taking charge in an already male-dominated space. We are building an active pipeline. We're equipping them with resources, we're training them, and we're providing them with the opportunities like hiring opportunities and scholarship opportunities I had mentioned earlier. All in all, at the end of the day, the goal is when people come into Africa's tech ecosystem, they see a ton of women who are thriving in the industry thanks to SOUQ Africa and thanks to events like this, the SOUQ Africa Summit.
Gertrude Ume, a mother of 4 who participated in the summit, called for more events similar to the SOUQ Africa Summit while urging women to find their purpose.
As a woman, who we are should extend beyond our status as being single, married, with kids or without kids. And I push myself, my identity forward regardless of what my status is. When you see me, the first thing you don't think is, oh, she's a wife, she's a mom. You first meet Gertrude before you know about all of that. Those are add-ons, beautiful parts of my life, but first and foremost, I will identify with who I am and the purpose I'm here on earth to fulfill. So yeah, that's it for me, and that's what I would advise any other woman to do.
This year's theme of SOUQ Africa is driving innovation for Africa's economy. Women from all over West Africa have gathered at this year's summit, physically and virtually, and one thing is in focus: increasing the participation of women in technology. Temple Bara, SOUQ News Television.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem-solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. by addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
Mr. Gbenga Oyerinde said that the Fire and Rescue Service of the state rescued 376 victims during the past 1 year, while property worth 152 billion naira was preserved, with property worth 25 billion naira lost. There were 82 casualties. We commend the agency for the presentation of statistics on human and material losses, painting a picture for anyone who might want to raise any argument about the reasons for the action. The commissioner also announced that the state government was making efforts to improve infrastructure with about 3 new fire stations at Ijogun, Egba Satellite Town and Ijede, and an ultra-modern workshop at the Alausa headquarters of the ministry to cater for the fleet of vehicles. While we condemn the enforcement of laid-down safety procedures at these centers, we will draw the attention of the agency to the fact that there are too many mushroom and improvised event centers in state that do not comply to any basic rules in state. Most communities are burdened with noise pollution, which by all standards is a health hazard that is frowned at in other parts of the world. Most of the event centers have no proper buildings so designed. Some people use residential spaces as event centers, and some of the residents complain with no one to attend to their concerns. In other countries, there are dedicated phone lines to agencies in charge of the environment for citizens to report any infractions. Protecting citizens should not only be from fire accidents. The issue of noise pollution from these event centers and even some churches and even mosques in residential areas is a concern for many residents in Lagos State. Some hotels have facilities for nightclubs that blare music all night, even on regular days, disturbing residents. We suggest that beyond the ceiling of premises, the agency can build a sustainable system that makes sure that any organization that applies to government for such buildings is mandated to have all the required infrastructure, and that the agency, instead of this fire brigade approach, should enforce compliance at the beginning. Sealing 840 event centers in 1 year is a lot. Periodic inspections and sustained public enlightenment on the dangers inherent in not reporting such centers that might be flouting government guidelines will have substantially reduced the number. The agency must work with other agencies that operate with these centers, like the building and construction agencies, the Ministry of Environment, Town Planning, and so on. This will make it possible for certain standards of safety to be met and to avoid the disruptive effects of sealing off premises. What we are saying on News Talk is that the sealing up of the event centers should not be casual flash in the pan action that most government agencies do. It must be followed by monitoring and enforcement. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we'll talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome to your show. This program, this is SOUQ Pulse. And it's the beginning of the week. And so we talk to ourselves. We talk to the man in you. We talk to that person running that business. We talk to that particular person who is making sure that agency is working. Who and what it's really speaking up from the human perspective. Most times we concentrate on businesses. We look at policies. We look at developments, we look at issues that keep the country, the home, the businesses running. But what about the man himself? What about the woman? What about the real person that happens to be the engine of this endeavors? Okay, good. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we are going to get talking. They say when you talk less, then issues get to happen and things happen. We ask ourselves, but you didn't say anything. Did you observe? Okay, if you observed, what did you do? Okay, let me not go that far. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and this is SOUQ Pulse, where we talk. So it doesn't matter where you are from, what you're doing, what is failing, what is succeeding, we talk. We've got a very short break. When we return, I will just completely let the cat out of the bag and tell you who we have here in the studio to talk to us, because that is where we are going to today. And we also expect you to talk. We can't just keep keeping quiet. Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Welcome back. This is your program. This is where we talk. This is where we tell you, you can't keep quiet. Let us talk. So today we are looking at the individual, looking at the person. If we look at the world over, people have been shouting, clamoring, some nations going for elections, some saying yes, some saying no, some shouting inflation, some saying businesses are going down, some saying indices are going up. Some African countries are struggling, be it conflict, be it internally or outside inflicted conflict, be it wars, be it economic issues. West Africa is also going through its own bit. Businesses are failing in some particular places. While those businesses are failing, some other businesses are also kicking up. But in all this, there is a human factor that drives this mechanism. So this is where we are going to focus on today. And we are looking at, no matter what the economic situation is, if the businesses are failing, how do you deal with it? You being you as a person. How can the human cope in all these trials? Using Nigeria for example. Now, for those that are wondering what's happening on SOUQ Pulse today, we really don't have that statistics when it comes to Africans. When we record, okay, this is what the mental health statistics look like, or this is what the depression rate looks like, or this is what those getting to the edge of
committing suicide look like? Because we see it as a taboo on this side. But now let's get to talk to ourselves. How do you cope in difficult situation, in difficult business climate? What should you do? Who should you speak to? How should you voice out? How should you cry? How should you shout? Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to talk about this, to talk on this, and also to talk to us, while we also explore some other means of getting closure for those that have refused to talk. You must talk today. Join me as I welcome on SOUQ Pulse for this beautiful beginning of the week to start us up, Dr. Idahosa Osamadze. So you're welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Good Nigeria, Lagos, Great Africa. Be nice to be here again on SOUQ Pulse.
You're welcome. And today we are going to talk. How can you cope in difficult times? Now we're looking at the human beings, not just the business, but the human being that is pushing that particular business.
Well, I think humans were adaptive in nature, and in very difficult times, like they say, the tough gets going.
Okay, now when we say the tough gets going, what about those that are not built tough?
Well, I think it's just to up your game and then become tougher with the times.
How do they become tough? Who makes them tough? Is it the situation that makes them tough, or do they just cower and look for it to hide their heads?
Well, I think there's an English adage that says necessity is the mother of invention. And what tough times bring is innovativeness, inventiveness. I remember my mother telling me when we were still quite young, during the Civil War, how they managed, without going to the market, to ingeniously create food that they were eating, and without necessarily having to endanger themselves for almost 3 years. Now, when you look at those survival strategy, you just will agree with me that we can do same as we speak, especially when we don't have a war to contend with. Now, there are a lot of coping mechanisms that can be exploited by people, especially for us in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. In short, as a matter of fact, it is out of place, really, for us in sub-Saharan Africa to be talking about hard times.
It is out of place for us in sub-Saharan
Yes, in sub-Saharan Africa to be talking about hard times.
So, but we are talking about it.
Yes, and I think the reason why
we are in it.
Yes, the reason why we are talking about hard times in sub-Saharan Africa is the fact that many people in sub-Saharan Africa have refused to face facts about their life.
The facts being?
Let me give you one very instance. A friend of mine who works in the arbitration told me of a case he was trying to manage. And he said this chap was in a certain location in Lagos here, paying about 18 million naira per annum for your house rent.
18 million?
Yes, in a house rent. And
for
house rent. And this chap, for 3 years, was defaulting. The owner of the house needed the house, and he refused to move out. And so he stepped in to say, look, why don't move out and get something cheaper? And the guy said, look, God told him that he has to live in that neighborhood, and therefore he wouldn't want to move out. Now, I don't know how you're going to react to that kind of a scenario. And I think in some sense, really, many people in Africa, and especially in our environment here, are living like that. When people live beyond their means, in a rat race, as it were, just to show off that they belong to a certain class without considering what their pockets look like. So in a tough time like this, for me, there's no better coping mechanism than to first cut your budget.
First cut your budget. Okay, now we're looking at these are more like different perspectives. for that your friend's friend who who was spending 18 million for accommodation.
Oh yes.
Only.
Oh yeah. So this is a challenge. You can imagine, because company is paying it really, and so because the company is the one paying, and then of course the company now has gone underground. Now you'll imagine how such company will be able to sustain that kind of a lifestyle and still be rerunning. So what I mean, in essence, is the fact that as Africans or as Nigerians, we must be able to deal with some certain issue.
Okay, can I ask a question?
No. Let me just land on this point.
No, if I let you land, this question will disappear.
Okay.
If we are looking at that particular example of company paying this amount for a staff, and company, if this is not just a one-off, which means it's something that they've been doing for a while. Another companies
until the company now is not able to pay.
Most other companies or most other businesses are also doing the
same thing. Yeah, that's what it is.
Which means some of this hardship is self-inflated.
They are, and I think the problem in Africa is actually self-inflated, and I think those are the issues that we have to contend with in a matter of time. I remember about some years ago when my father passed, and I got to the community and I said to them, we're going to do the burial, and they asked me, I said, well, I have to make provision for the entire community. And I said, what does it take? And they said, oh, we have to provide food, stuff, and the rest of it. And I said, okay, what it is that we're going to have to kill a cow, and then of course the meat we can distribute. And they said, no, that if you are going to get meat, the meat that is coming to the community, you don't share it. It has to come in whole. So I said to them, oh, really?
Oh, you take the cow and give to the community?
Yeah, so I said, but it doesn't necessarily have to be cow now.
Okay, you can take the goat or the fowl.
So when I said, okay, I can
give to the community.
I can get a whole rabbit and give it to the community.
So since it doesn't have to be...
It doesn't necessarily have to be cow. So sometimes I think we, as individuals, must also look for a creative way to deal with our problem. You look at, for example, in the midst of what they call harsh economic reality, and you still see sufficient waste in our environment. Is it birthday celebration you want to talk about?
Okay,
you want to talk about marriage? You want to talk about burial?
On that
or
note,
social events?
On that note, we'll keep going ahead.
I'm really wondering. That's what I'm saying. So I don't even want to go to the other side of it, which is, of course, having to, apart from cutting down on your lifestyle and what you consume and the things that you don't really need, you find a way to also dispose them. And then you make do with what is really needed. And I think that's how other people are living elsewhere. And then, of course, you can also create other streams and multiple sources of income, or even create a source of livelihood that necessarily will not. And I think the wife of the president has demonstrated this, and he said to all state governors, you see, you can start living by example. In your state house, plant vegetable.
No.
So
let's
buy vegetable.
Let's leave the house. Let's leave those houses, because there is a state budget and a federal budget allocated to those houses, so they are covered.
Yeah, but what is she saying in essence is the fact that
if what I want them to say is, let's see the first lady of the states and that of the federal,
yeah, that is
start a farm, mega farm.
No.
That is what we want to see.
No, that is what
and we will learn faster than the gardens behind the state houses.
She has started her farm. And as a matter of fact,
is it in the state house?
In the state house.
What portion of land do we have in the state house?
You just wait. Hold on.
In front of National Assembly and behind SS quarters.
Yes, so she has started her farm, no matter how small, and she has encouraged other state governors' wife to start a farm. You see, because leadership is by example.
Okay, good. They should tell the state governors' wives to go to Niger State and see what it means to start a farm.
Yeah. You see, the conversation here is not about the size of the farm. It's not about what you are producing for sale. It's the fact that as an individual,
you should be able to produce something that you can consume.
You want to cook a vegetable soup, and you
must it be vegetable soup?
No, just if you are salivating, then of course we can actually make that real happen. But you see, what you really need is leaf.
Vegetable.
Yeah, vegetable leaves.
Let's call it
that can actually be grown
around you,
around your house, where you live. If it is an estate, you can plant ugu on top of your fence, and you don't need to go to the market to go buy that.
Okay, so you reduce your expenses.
You reduce your expense, and then you're able to survive through the hard times.
Okay, now let's look at business owners. What should they focus on at this period, this kind of period, where either maybe the byproduct or raw materials that they need is increasing and they can't meet the quota they do produce before? What do you think business owners should focus on?
Yeah, I think business owners also need to be able to adapt, become real agile and flexible, like a lot that's happening right now in China, where flexible factories are being built that are easily convertible to produce things that the market needs at the moment. You saw that happen during the COVID, that most factories were shut down, and the same factory were producing PPP for the sake. They don't need to build new factory. So the factories themselves have become very adaptive, and they can actually switch and change. Now, what you also see big companies are doing is also redefining their structure. So there's a whole lot of re-engineering that is going on. People who used to have very big buildings are selling them off. And then, of course, now...
When they are selling off, who is going to buy? Who has the money to buy?
Well, whether I like it or not, as population increase, a lot of people will continue to look for places to live and inhabit. So real estates are taking some of all these things up, and they are converting them to estates where people can live and do business, as it were. And so what that means is that you don't need to really own a big building for a business that you can run from the comfort of your home, especially when all things are digitized now. You don't need a very massive building. All these things can be commercialized, and then you can raise revenue. In short, that's one of the things that a lot of people are even suggesting, that in our country where people are talking about, oh, there's a deficit budget, and then of course we have assets that are wasting away. This can be converted into liquid cash immediately, and then of course use it to drive the process of growth which we are looking at. So this can happen at individual micro level. It can also happen at the macro level of a state. So we all need to look and understand that the reality that things are not going to get better, but what needs to happen is that we must get tougher.
Did you say things are not going to get better?
Yes, they are not necessarily going to get better, because you can understand this, and the reason why is simple. And they don't need a prophet to deceive you to say, oh, life is going to get better tomorrow. It's not going to get better, because as more children are giving birth on a daily basis,
less resources.
Less resources.
What about increasing the resources? Okay, before we increase the resources, let's look at this. West Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa generally, we import more than we produce. Now we are having this issue of tough economic climate. To what extent can we start looking at things we can use as against the things we are importing, or the ones we are importing? What can we let go? What lifestyle can we let go, or what can we produce here?
Yeah, that's why I say to people who care to listen that we really don't have problem. You see, where people have problem, you will know. You can't see fire burning in a house like this, and people are sitting comfortably with tie, and they are gisting. So
the people sitting with ties.
So if fire is burning, really, people will have to be on the race, like they said in our folklore. When there's fire burning, the tortoise and his little tortoise, everybody is saving his head. You're running to get off trouble. So when you see us still very comfortable in our cocoons, and we are saying, oh, things are hard, things are hard, it means that things really are not hard. I saw a picture or a video some years ago of some of our people who were stranded, trekking through the desert, wanting greener pasture in the West. Some of them telling their story of how they have to drink their urine to survive. So those are the people who are actually through terrible times. So we are not going to that point at the moment, and that's why if there's really issue we're talking about, people will have to put their life down to defend and save themselves. We should not be talking about importation of rice, importation of egg, importation of chicken. If we are still talking about those things in our climate today, it means that things are well off. We're actually very prosperous.
Did you just say importation of egg?
Yes.
Okay. For those that are wondering, we had a scare just a few days ago, and we were told egg was 250 naira in some areas already.
Yeah.
Then we now ask ourselves this particular question: why have we not all gone into farming?
Yeah. I remember growing up as a child. We just having some nostalgic moments earlier on in the office a while ago when we were just relishing about some of the beautiful life we all lived as we were growing up as children. We all went to public schools when you find that on a day-to-day basis, every day children come out to do exercises, do game because they were open field, play football and the rest of it. And then, of course, you have athletes, you have footballers. There were inter-school competitions where, of course, inter-house sport that was very, very strong and competition were happening. And then, of course, this was how we grew up as children. And this was really fostering some sense into us. We had labor days in school where you have to actually use your hand to farm in school. And when you are defaulting, give your cutlass to go and cut some grasses. And all of all these things trained us for thickness. And then all of a sudden we have certain private schools that had no compound and the children stay in the classroom all they do. And then the guy was asking, and yet we want to win Olympic medal when children are not training. So this is a kind of lifestyle that we are living.
Okay. While we live that lifestyle, let's now look at those and Nigerians and our brother countries that are going through tough times. To what extent is bad narrative and bad media playing on the psyche of the people?
I think one of the terrible things that has really happened to the psyche of the average man in Africa is the role that the media had played in amplifying the role of government in our collective poverty. And that really weakens me every time I look at it.
When you say our collective poverty, is it like an asset or a heritage?
Now, when you go to any place, of course, when you have people sit down in the media house and they are talking about the state, to say, oh, we are poor because our leaders are not thinking well, that our political leaders are not doing well, that if our political leaders were to be doing well, we would not necessarily have been poor. But recently, I stumbled on a data which really was very bewildering for me as a person, that the 2024 budget, for example, in Nigeria, by its calculation, is expected that of a GDP of about $450 billion per annum, that the federal government, in its own budget conception, were thinking that the private sector is going to drive it and is going to be putting into place about 76% of that total sum. And the money that the government has in that GDP of about 450 billion is actually just 24%. So which means we have less money with government than we have with the private people. So why is it now that all our effort is on the 24% and not on the 78% in terms of redistribution? This is a narrative that has been created by the media. That
or is it the narrative created by the media or the narrative the government has always portrayed over time?
No. You see, the problem is the fact that
a government is trying to gain election or win acceptability, and they promise we will, and we will. We are, but they don't. And over time, people have said, okay, it's the government's responsibility to do every single thing. And you just sit and relax and wait for it.
No, I don't think that's the real thing. Yes, government make promises. I said earlier on our earlier show, we say we want to take 10 million people out of poverty. That's a no mean feat. Even if you're going to say we're going to do it 10 years.
But we know government can't do that.
Yeah, because you know that, of course, government cannot create jobs.
Why do they come to say it? And why do gullible people accept it?
Yeah, but that's the problem, and that's the reality, because we have also thing in the name of making government accountable to the people to say, oh, government has all the money in the whole world. And if even say, you should have had somebody who supposedly to be very educated and say, look, just let them be sharing the money for us and start to spend. Because this is the level at which people are pedestrian in terms of thinking. And you see this on our daily thing and say, government is not planning well. But I'm saying myself, look, we have to also look inward to see how do people survive in those days. That's why I made mention during the Civil War. My mother told me the story, though I was very small, and how they had to survive the Civil War because the war was hitting. It was not as if government was feeding them. Government didn't bring anything to the table. And everything that government was doing at that time, there was no single citizen in the country who was looking for government for such empowerment like we do today. So people were made, or family taught their children to be hardworking, to be very creative, even though the wealth was also not evenly distributed. But you see, people were making hard effort to ensure that they get themselves off trouble. And this was either they are resorting to farming, and in most cases, most ingenious of our parents had to marry so many wives, not because they loved sex so well. They were doing so because they were needing to raise manpower that can help make farm, that can feed the entire community. So all for this were happening. In the days, nobody was looking up to government. And all of a sudden, we have come to that realization that say government must do everything for the people. So this is where, for me, the challenge is in Africa, that we are breeding a crop of very lazy individuals who don't want to dirty their hands, but then yet want to live a very good life.
If they want to live a very good life, and we have been depending on government wrongly, at what point should we start this self-scrutiny?
Yeah, but I think it should start really that people must understand that they have to take responsibility for their lives, and that nobody should be really, like if you look at it, I think it was on Elon Musk handle, I was looking at it yesterday, and he said that he thought that socialism was dead. But by the kind of conversation that he's hearing around in the US, he saw that socialism is still alive and well because of the way people are thinking. Because that individual productivity that drives, of course, the essence of life, it seems to be dead, and people are waiting on state to be able to deliver value. And this had continued, and this makes state to take more than it can chew, that has pushed states into debt. And then, of course, the instrument of governing the state, especially from the monetary perspective and the fiscal perspective, is telling and having a toll on the entire business community, and it's creating more hardship than it tends to solve. So government are charging more tax than they should. Government are raising rates more than they should, because they're trying to live up to a fake lifestyle which they don't have the capacity to carry.
So government is also living that lifestyle.
Oh yes, government is also living a very fake lifestyle. And I think that has to also stop, because if we really want to face reality, we must cut our coat according to our clothes.
Okay, we are no longer cutting according to size. It's now according to the cloth.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's also look at this period where businesses are either trimming down or downsizing, or whatever phrase we want to see, or other conglomerates are shutting down in some certain countries and leaving. A lot of decisions being made now, both those being made in haste or out of hunger, are they the best decisions?
They're not the very best of decision, I can tell you. But you see, the pressure is really more from the state than elsewhere. And this is because the way politics has even played itself out right now, it has become the greatest source of wealth and livelihood. And so you can have a commissioner having 1,000 SSAs.
So for those particular SSAs, is he trying to get money down the line, or he's preparing for next election?
Well, when you can even have, I was told a story recently, I think it was in University of Calabar, that they said a student union leader who was elected into an office also appointed over 100 SSA.
Student union
leader, yeah, of course. So it's to tell you the level of
he's learning from those
at the top, yeah. Because so this is the level we have degenerated to. So we must be able to take away from all the conversation, the narratives that we currently carry, which are not right. And people are actually making references that that's how they are doing it in the Western countries. And so we are importing a whole lot of lies into our culture that are not sustainable. And the elite has not also helped the matter. Because they're also in a craze and drive to hold off political office, they also are feeding the people with lies and things that they know that are not realistic, things they know that are not doable, they are throwing them on the table. And people are listening to them and say, oh, this is my guy, this is credible, so anything he say must be right. And we are throwing all manners of data that are not verifiable on the table. And at the end of the day, people are getting confused. So what I feel should be real thing to do is that at individual level, people must ask themselves some basic question. If I don't work for government, does it mean I cannot? Where in the world is government employing the whole citizen? Is there any country like that? And that must be only in heaven, I guess.
I think we have to ask who has gone there. Okay, before we find a citizen that has gone and returned with that news. Now, you talked about culture. Where is a place of culture? Where is a place of value and purpose? Because if we look at this particular issue and the rate at which we are going now, we ask ourselves, okay, have we left some things behind and pursuing things that are not real? Farming communities are no longer farming communities. Working communities are no longer working communities. Breeding communities are no longer breeding communities. We are all pursuing one form of education, which we don't use at the end of the day. So where have we left our purpose and value?
I think it's, for us, it all started with a craze about apologies to all the conversations where we started to ignore basic public institutions and then focus on private-driven institutions. And that really became worse from the early 1999 when civil regime came back, that a lot of what used to be the state institutions now becoming moribund, especially the school system, which was one of the agents of transferring value from one generation to the other. I just told you about how sports became like a platform to launch a lot of people into limelight because there was competitiveness within the school system. Even those who were, you don't need to be an Greek student. I remember very vividly, and I was saying it earlier this morning with a sense of nostalgia. In my primary school days, we have days to go to garden, school garden. And when at the end of the session...
You had a school garden?
Yes, we did. The yams...
The school was not big?
The school was very big. The yams are harvested...
We had a school farm.
The yams are harvested...
Where you won't see the end of the farm.
The melon are harvested, the granules are harvested, the cocoyam are harvested.
What happens to it?
And at the end of the school session, as they are giving us report card, they also give us tuber of yam.
Okay.
Some measure of melon and granules.
From the school farm?
From the school farm as a reward for the work we did for the year. So that was sufficient motivation for us. So you find that this was training us to actually put our hands to work. But today, you're having people who are having school of agriculture and hands are not dirty. So this is the really thing that we need to reinvent in all of our conversation. How can we make people really more productive today? That people are able to take responsibility for their life and not be waiting for a third party to come intervene. That creation of wealth is possible. There's processes and procedure that people can take to earn wealth. And if those policies, if those principles, we stick by them, we will be able to really make the kind of fortune I heard David Abioye said some 3 days ago, one very statement that was so profound, that learning is better than earning.
Learning
is better than earning.
Is better than earning. With that, just that line, we'll go on this very short break. When we return, we'll focus on the individual, the real people that are going through these hard times, and we'll get to talk to ourselves and ask ourselves certain questions. Should we let ourselves get depressed, or should we fight it off and get our hands dirty and reform? We'll get back. Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse is still here. Don't go anywhere.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You are not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we are looking at business climate, difficult business climate. And we are asking ourselves, how can the businessman, how can you cope? So we'll get talking. We'll have Dr. Dahosa here, and he's been talking and educating us. He's gone to heaven and back. We will give you that particular gist maybe on another episode of SOUQ Pulse. My name is Joe Rogers. Now let's talk to the person, the individual. For someone who is going through a hard time in his or her business, is there a support system or a place the person can go and just open up and talk to? Should there be, or is there, or will you tell the person to talk to somebody?
Well, again, I refer to the book by Ridalio on why nations are poor, why nations are rich. And he took the history of the world and said the world is always moving in a circle. You have the circle of abundance, which leads into debt, and debt leads into internal crisis. And those internal crises brings about terrible times. And then the terrible times brings out value for educations and learning. And as these values are imbibed, it creates a new level of prosperity.
So what level are we now?
We're in the level of suffering. And
did he put timeline on those particular steps?
Yes, I think he did. He says the period of suffering don't last too long.
So long, like?
Sometimes 10, 15 years or thereabouts.
That's a long
time. But the period of prosperity lasts like 100 to 200 years. And then, of course, you see the cycle grow. Now, what I miss is that when people are passing through hard time, is actually a period for people to sit down for sober reflection, now to think creatively, And that creative thinking will lead to innovation. That now people will start to put value on education. And now, when I mean education, I am using the word in every good sense of it, not just the paper certificate which we drive right now, is that people are focusing on the acquisition of talent or development of their talent and acquisition of new skills. And now what this will mean is this is going to be the new revenue earner for these people, and they are going to put themselves in that position where they are able to creatively cater for their needs. Take, for example, if we look at the Jewish book, talks about the story of the dream of Pharaoh, of the 7 lean year and the 7 fat year. So what Ray Dalio was simply saying is not different from the dream that Pharaoh had. That he had season where you have big animals, well fatted, and then a lame one just came from the side and they ate up the big ones. So, and when, of course, Joseph had to interpret that dream and say, Pharaoh, yes, the dreams are the same, they are true, but it's the same. What is just telling you, God is showing you the severity of that season of abundance and the season of want or lack. Now, you must understand that if there's going to be a season of prosperity, which we currently are, we must deliberately have to cultivate saving and investment so that we can survive the season of lack. Now, what you have seen happen, whether at the individual level, corporate level, or the state level, is the fact that we have never been able to manage the season of our prosperity and abundance very well. And so when the season of lack or want comes, we get into this complaint and start to blame each other for the things that we have not done well. So that's why I'm saying there are a lot of things we can do to reduce the pressure that we are in. I say, for example, to people, especially parents, there's nothing that says that because your child is a private school, it's a guarantee that it's going to get a better life to those who are in public school. Because what you see is that there are a lot of people who are working, and all they have earned, they have struggled to use it to pay for school fees. And when those incomes stop to come, even in just 1 year, life becomes very unbearable.
That still takes us back to the first question. Cut your coat.
Your coat, according to your cloth. So that is what it is. So you are going to be looking at it. That what's my total income in a year? Now, if I have a total income of 6 million, for example, per annum, I can gamble school fees if I have 3 or 4 children of 3 million. That's a near suicide.
Okay. Other issues have not cropped.
So you find that on a daily basis, they're living from hand to mouth because you have set a target for yourself that are not attainable. All in the name that you are thinking that you want to give your children the best of education. And I feel really, if, for example, our public schools are not delivering, all our parents, we should gather there and tell the teacher, you must give our children good education. So this is possible when the schools are interfacing with the teachers, and then we will know how to make that system work for all of us, rather than create undue expenses for ourselves. Even when government, in its own little way, have made provisions, teachers are employed, and they are in the system, it's all of us to hold those teachers accountable to ensure that our children are learning. So if my child comes from school at the end of the day, and I check the notebook and he had not written anything in a day, I should go back to the headmaster and say, look, my son came to school today, he didn't write anything. Is it he who didn't write, or there was no teacher to teach? Now, when 3 or 4, 5 parents go to school to make trouble like that, the system will sit up.
Okay, now we're looking at issues where we, the people, have refused to stand up to our own responsibility.
Yes, and then we have created an alternative for ourselves, which is to pay more elsewhere, that is beyond our means, and then we come back to blame the government for not doing well.
But there is always a punching bag, and if government happens to be the punching bag, why exonerate them?
I'm not exonerating anybody really here, but what I'm saying is that we must face reality, and we must deal reality in its face to say that you as a child, you know, somebody told me a story, and it was quite very frustrating. And he said, look, if you give a Jew $100, he will look for a book to buy. I say if you give American $700 of the same age as a child, he will look for an ice cream. So that tells you the kind of mindset. And I think that can be translated into an environment.
Okay, I am happy you didn't mention an African, but let's let's continue. Now, for the business person, for the prospective business person, where or how can they start seeking help and advice at this period?
You see, if you look at the system right now, where businesses are really happening, and if you want to corroborate what is happening in those industries, if we take, for example, our banking industry, that are really declaring huge profits at the moment.
They don't ever declare loss, except somebody embezzles the bank.
Yeah. So with those huge profits, what do you see? Increased lifestyle, bogus wage for the executives.
They've made the money.
Investment, private jets, and all manner of luxury that seems not sustainable because the money is flowing. They only see the current prosperity and no room to plan for the rainy day. But you can imagine when, of course, the current CBN governor read out the riot act when he spoke at the bankers conference, that there was no bank strong enough to support a $1 trillion economy in Nigeria. What did we see? They ran back to the markets
to recapitalize. But the banks themselves and the administrators, both at the CBN, before that particular pronouncement was made, they all ran their business as a small business. They were not looking...
No. It was not... You see, the goal...
If we're looking at a $1 trillion economy...
No. The goal of every business is actually to make profit and expound.
But it does not run that way.
Now, what you see is...
They were comfortable at where they were.
I'm just using that as a kind of a model to tell you the way we think as business people. That immediately we see plenty money in our hand, what we think of first is luxury. The man who has been wearing a above-made tie will now begin to offer a designer.
And they are still above-made designer ties.
Well, I don't know about that. So you see, the fund that you would have channeled into building a stronger base for the business, we use it for luxury. And at the end of the day, the business or the economy dip,
and the
business has nothing to fall back on. And I think this is the issue we also talk about the state, where, for example, all the resources that we would have put together to save for the rainy day, we have ate it.
Now we are in that rainy
day now, and then there's no umbrella to cover us. Now look at it.
Did you really go to that umbrella?
Yeah. So what I'm making is this. Singapore has a law.
Okay.
That law that government of Singapore have made huge savings. And they said successive government cannot spend the saving
that another government made.
Yes.
Okay.
They can only make the money that they will spend.
Okay, which means whatever any previous government
has made,
is invested for the state.
They put it in a safe account.
Not invested, it's just there.
So at the point, by 1981, they came to the conclusion and said, look, this money is growing every day. What are we going to do to it? So they now came again with an amendment to that law that whatever that money is should be invested.
To make more.
To make more money. Now, the proceeds from that investment will now be shared 50-50. The current government can spend 50% of the proceeds of that investment, not the capital.
Okay.
And then the other 50% should be saved.
Okay.
And when the debate came in the presentation of the 2024 budget...
But hold on. Can we still go back from this particular analysis you gave now? Now, even the money the government, any present government is making, they should also save.
Yes, that is it. Because there's a law that you cannot go beyond balanced budget.
Okay.
You must create your own surplus.
Okay. Question again. African leaders, do they know about this Singapore story?
I guess some of them are intelligent enough to know. Because at the debate recently in 2024.
Did you use are intelligent enough?
Enough, yes. I think they're intelligent enough to know.
Okay.
So the debate at the parliament.
Since some of them are intelligent enough to know, why can't they just copy 5%?
Well, that's a question for another day. Some people talk about what they call political will to be able to do some things that people know. But you see, the point I'm making is that at the debate this year, they said younger people in the parliament were making a case that why is it that they have so much money in the savings and that they are looking for more money from the people, that the money in the savings should be spent so that rather than take more money from the people. And I remember Lee Wong, who was the immediate past prime minister, stood up at the parliament to make a case why that money cannot be spent. Because people created it, and the people that created it were not enjoying any benefit. They did it out of sacrifice. That this current generation must also make their sacrifice for the future of their children. But he made a remark. I said, when COVID came in 2020, and through the period of COVID, that Singapore drew 64 billion US dollars from that savings to cushion the effect of COVID on the Singaporeans. Now that's a lesson that we cannot learn from, that there's nobody who can ever grow without savings and investment. And if our country or our individual life can be meaningful, we must definitely and deliberately learn the art of saving and investments.
The act of saving and investment. As we are in that particular rainy day right now, and you went to, let's leave that umbrella side of it. Though he went there. Now, for everyone who happens to be in sub-Saharan Africa, it doesn't matter what name your country bear, but know this, it's your responsibility to get yourself, myself, out of the wood.
But you know that because the umbrella is no longer taking the rate now, it's like everybody has stolen. Now we are using broom and we are trying to sweep.
Well,
it's a big challenge, honestly.
As we are right now, we are not covered, neither is the environment clean. So it's my responsibility and yours to get yourself and ourselves out of the wood. So whatever business you are into, doctor said we should get creative. So if we need to align with other businesses to get products to the market, remember that is where the solution is. Our ability to bring products that are needed to the market and let the market buy. Then you can have some resources to go back and produce more. Investment, then save some. And let's also remember, just like he said, stop consuming negative narratives. It kills the spirit, makes you lazy. It gives you the strength not to do anything. You just believe that what's it what? And it's not just the government. We are all the government and we are responsible. Thank you very much for coming on SOUQ Pulse, boss.
It was my pleasure. And I'm looking forward to a Nigerian that works for all, where every man take responsibility for his life. And like the Nehemiah principle, if we all build and clean the front of our houses, the whole society will be clean.
Yes, for those that are Nigerians, front of our houses, your domot, make sure your domot is presentable, not just presentable, clean enough. And take responsibility for your family. We are Africans. We take care of our brothers. We don't let them roam. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we love you. Be your brother's keeper. My name is SOUQ John Rogers SOUQ. We'll do this again tomorrow. Have yourself a beautiful, beautiful evening. Bye.
digs a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes these women more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, She went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after a service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager, in a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talent, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolayan movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France. GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuano, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Greetings world, here's another episode of Inside Life. My name is Vijay Taiwo. I have the pleasure of sitting here today with the amazing, if I do say so myself, Dylan. Hi Dylan. I'm well. Good to have you on here.
Thank you.
How's Lagos treating you? You were telling me just a few minutes ago that this is your second time in Lagos. What's Lagos like for you?
Lagos is very different from where I live in London. But
Is it?
It's completely different. It's a complete opposite, but it's amazing. The weather it's warm. It's bustling. People can be very friendly, but funny as well.
How do you mean funny? How do you mean funny?
Just crazy situations and things that are said that you would never hear in London. It's very exciting. It's an exciting place to be. And being half Nigerian, I just love being here and love seeing my people. And I come here with my family, and I just have a great time.
Right. Let's talk about that for a minute. You come from a long line, at least your Nigerian side. You know, a long line of creatives. You know, creative entrepreneurs. You know, entertainers and all that. What's that done for you? How aware of you of that legacy?
Well, I guess it's in my blood because it's just something that comes natural to me. Being creative, I love music, I love dancing, I love any performance. So it's very obvious that it's something that is natural to me. My parents aren't creative at all, but I have other family members who are. So growing up, it was just me being creative, but they appreciated my love for music and performance as well.
Talk to me about the music. Now the rage is Afrobeat, and I'm happy to know that we've taken over the London scene, right? You don't do Afrobeats, do you?
No, I haven't gone into Afrobeats yet.
Oh,
but
okay.
I do want
I like
to.
that word yet.
Yes, yeah.
It's coming, isn't it?
Yes. Of course, I want to do Afrobeats at some point when it is right for me, which will be soon. But it's more about finding the right people to work with, I think, because it's a genre that I didn't write or I don't write, and I haven't grown up writing. So I need to work with someone who knows how to bring me into that space so it sounds good. We don't want it to sound
contrived.
Yeah. We want it to sound good. So but Afrobeat is everywhere. Everywhere you go in London, they're playing Afrobeat now. Yes. Every restaurant, club. So
is there a faint sense of pride in there somewhere?
For me personally, yeah, definitely. To see that every culture now is loving Afrobeat from all over the world, I think that's something that's really special.
Gotcha. But let's talk about something that you do, right? R&B, with a little bit of alternative.
Alternative R&B.
What does that mean? No, so when I think R&B, you know, I think of, say, Marvin Gaye, and then down the line, Whitney, the rest of them. But it's alternative R&B.
Yeah.
What's that?
I think that's like a new genre that's come in over the last few years because it's kind of a fusion of different genres in R&B. So it's not just traditional R&B now. You've got R&B with a little bit of a pop, maybe a little bit of a jazz, soul that's introduced into it now. That's why it's alternative, because it's different to the usual R&B that we're used to.
Right.
So that's me, because I listen to every genre of music. So I put that into my sound. So it's not just traditional R&B. It's got a mixture of a lot of different sounds.
Right. Could we chart like the cores of your music? So I know you started singing and performing early, right? So you were, I was 6, 7 or thereabouts?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, and then you just used to sing around the house. At what point did it occur to you that, oh, I could be this, you know? Did you always wanted to be a singer and entertainer, or did you want to work with the police or something? What was your childhood dream?
Yeah, no, I always loved singing and performing, but I was also very studious, and obviously having a Nigerian family, they encouraged me to be studious. So I loved reading. I did like maths as well, but I was going to study law. So I did politics, and I was going to go into that legal side. Yeah. And I still love that kind of thing. I love being in the corporate world as well. I have that side of me, but the creative side is really what comes natural to me. So what did I want to be? I think maybe a lawyer, but I also like a lot of human rights work. Right. So charity work as well. I just like helping people and giving to people as well. So I think that's probably what I would have done.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you became an entertainer.
Mm-hmm.
What was the transition point for you from being, Dylan singing around the house and then Dylan performing in front of people?
I think growing up, I wasn't really around too many people who were also entertainers. So for me, it kind of seemed very far away, that it was something you couldn't really do. It's too difficult. How do you start? Then I started to meet some people who were also entertainers and they were doing it successfully. And I saw, oh, this is how you do it. These are the steps that you take to become a professional entertainer. I said, okay, I can do that. And then I started to see people like my stuff. People really resonated with it. So I just thought, okay, this is something I should take on seriously.
Right. So what comes more naturally to you, singing or writing?
I would say both. I love singing other people's songs. I have my favorite singers, but then I write just in my day-to-day. I have little lyrics that come up just every day.
Right.
And I have to write them down. So they're two things that are very natural to me.
Right. So what's the journey for you in releasing music? So a little bit of context. So the Nigerian music and entertainment scene has had this kind of resurgence in the last 6 or 7 years. It used to be a bit difficult to make music and put it out, right? It's not the same for you in the UK. So the pipeline is more established in the UK. So you make music, sign to a record label, put the music out. What's that journey been for you? Or are you signed to a major? Are you working indie? Are you collaborating? What's that space like for you?
So I'm independent at the moment.
Is that good or bad though?
I think it's good because you get the creative freedom that you want. Nobody is really telling you, you have to do this, you have to sing
You're not worried about all of the, the sign-on bonuses, all of whatnot that major labels provide for artists. Is that a fair trade-off for you? That your creative freedom is more important to you than whatever a label could offer you in the beginning?
Yeah, I think the creative freedom is very important, and also in this day and age, because the music industry, it's much harder to make money. When you get that advance, you have to make it back, and it's much harder now to make it back.
Right.
So it's like now it's sort of the trade-off. It's like you're also losing that creative freedom, and you have to pay back this large loan, essentially. So being independent, you can fund it yourself, and you know that you're not in debt to anyone necessarily, and you have that creative freedom. So I think it's a bit more freeing, and more people are doing it. More artists are becoming independent because it's now easier to do that. You don't necessarily need the big labels anymore.
Right. So are you looking at making music and releasing it in the traditional form? So you have an album out, you have an EP out, you have all of this out, or are you used to be this guy Ryan Leslie, right, that had a funny way of, and it's one of the people that talk about independent music a lot. So he had this way of dropping music to his core fans. He has a niche of fans. Or do you want to do what we're more used to in having, a buzz, you have a moment, you drop your music, do tours. You're on tour. Are you on tour currently?
So at the moment, I have a show, my first show of the year, on May 7th.
Yay!
So it's my own evening.
Right.
So it's a whole night of just my music.
That's in London, no?
Yeah, in London.
Whereabouts?
So it's in Great Portland Street at a venue called the Lucky Pig.
Right. So that's the first show of the year.
Yeah.
You've taken your time, haven't you?
I released a song in January alongside a music video, and then I'm gonna have another release next month as well.
A coincidence, you made a name for yourself. The allure of what you have speaks for itself.
Yeah.
So I'm just planning the next few months of releases and shows. There's going to be a lot more shows.
What's the overwhelming inspiration of yours? I know you've been compared, we're talking Offset, and someone compared you to a Shadia Adu, right? Is that an inspiration of yours? A tone, and she has this mystique about her, which I think you do have yourself.
Yeah, she's a massive inspiration, and I think she's timeless as well. And we can listen to her back in like the 80s and 90s. you can listen to her now, it still feels fresh. And yeah, she has that mystique. She's not overdoing it with vocals. It's just very kind of like relaxed and confident in her vocals, which is what I love. It's just kind of like she's saying what she wants to say. She's not trying to prove anything. So that's why I love her. And her style, everything is just timeless with her.
Right.
So I just love her.
Right. A few thoughts on on pop culture, if you may. In recent time, we've had the folks and hip hop battling back and forth. You've had people using their music for, special causes and things of that nature. What do you think is the place of pop culture music in larger society? And I'll tell you why. There's a section of Nigerian audiences that feel like music should be for enjoyment, so to speak. And to quote Fela Kuti, he said, African music cannot be for enjoyment, it has to be for struggle. But even when you're struggling, there are, downtimes, times that you need to just relax a little bit. To you, what's the role of music and pop culture in society?
Well, music is one of the most powerful mediums of entertainment, I think. So it is going to obviously have an effect on pop culture. And I think what the youth is listening to as well, what young people, what we're listening to, drives a lot of it as well, drives pop culture. And it can be positive and negative, but the type of music that is out and that is popular, it can have a positive effect on society, it can have a negative effect. So I think it's really powerful. It's really, really powerful.
Do you like Nigerian food?
Yes.
What's your favorite?
I have too many things that I like.
Oh, okay. So top five. Top 5. Let's
Top 5, right?
Right.
I have jollof rice, obviously.
Oh, for sure.
Shaki.
Oh no.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
I just love it. It's amazing. Assorted meat. What else? Egusi.
Ooh.
Plantain.
Oh wow. Yeah, Nigerian through and through. What's your top 5 British food?
I don't have top 5 British food. No.
You like everything.
No, I don't like anything.
Thank you. I was hoping you'd say that.
There's good stuff. They have
Yeah,
good things.
some.
Like, Sunday roast.
Okay.
Are nice. Fish and chips.
Oh, fish and chips. Well, it's staple. Bangers and mash. Not quite.
Not too much.
Right.
It reminds me of being in school. So
What part of it? What part of it? Yeah. Did you go to boarding school?
No, I was in. I've lived in London my whole life. They give you those British meals in school. They give you all of those staples.
Right.
There's a lot of nice desserts as well.
Right. But nothing compared to pepper soup, shaki.
It's the flavoring.
Yes, yes.
The
Assorted
flavors
meat.
are the same in the UK.
Yeah.
Just with the food, it's not the same.
Yeah.
So that's why I like.
I mean, your eyes just lit up when you're talking about the flavors.
Yeah. Because I haven't had it yet. Because I've just got to Lagos.
Oh wow!
I'm just waiting.
How much time do you have?
A couple of days.
Oh, okay.
A couple of days. So I'm waiting to
We'll
have
go through
a full
Yes.
spread of the jollof rice.
We're here for you. We're here for you. Oh, by the way, as we finish, as we wrap up, you seem to be really chill. No? What's the loudest your voice can go?
My voice can get really loud.
Oh, okay.
I'm chilled with the normal conversation, but if you ask any of my friends, I'm the one like running, screaming around like the room.
Should we try?
But also, it's early morning.
No, it's almost midday.
Yeah. So I'm kind of just more chilled.
Okay, so can we take it a notch? Can you speak this high? Can your voice go this high?
So you want it to go louder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Say Dylan.
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 Dylan. You can go higher, can't you?
I can go. Of course, I'm a singer. I can.
Yeah, you have all of those things.
Yeah, I can.
Oh, okay.
Loud.
Yeah. Do you want to give us a little something?
A little something.
From yours.
A little song.
A little song, if you don't mind. Line 2, 3. We don't mind. This is you.
One of my favorite songs that I released is called Trouble in Paradise. So I'll do a little snippet of that.
I like the sound of that.
Didn't you want the best for us? Didn't you want some happiness? I know you were so shameless,
but I didn't expect it. And all of my friends wanna be us. They wanna know what is our secret, but they don't know what we've been through. What I had to see you do.
Thank you, Dylan. Now I'm going to be playing that all day then. Now we're going to be playing that. Thank you, Dylan, for spending part of your morning with
Thank
us.
you so much for having me.
It's a delight to converse with you, and I'm sure this will be the final conversation we have, right? So yes, say hi to your Lagos fans and tell them we'll be back.
Hello.
You're back in another month, no?
Yes, I am. Oh, in a couple weeks, yeah.
Okay, we'll
so
wait.
I'll be back
We'll
next
wait.
month, yeah.
So say hi to Lagos folks.
Hi, Lagos.
This is Dylan.
I'm Dylan and Laura.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for having us.
Thank
We'll see you in a bit. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, guys. Round of applause for Dylan.
If you can't put your jets inside of me, ensure the world knows me. I'd sit beside you, that's just what I need.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Many Nigerians are displaying talents in different corners that rub off on Nigerian positively. As we mark Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, let us look at indigenous firms and individuals that need government support to drive the message of nation branding. In the strategic position of Africa lies Nigeria. When the map of Africa is juxtaposed with the structure of a gun, Nigeria is placed in the trigger position. Is this divine? Perhaps. Again, Nigeria, with over 200 million people with about $400 billion gross domestic product GDP, has enormous resources and talents, much of which are yet to be tapped. In today's news talk, as we celebrated our independence anniversary, we thank God for His mercies. I am Bayo Olaoye. Indeed, many amazing Nigerians within the country are in the diaspora, and several local firms are pushing the frontiers, flagging Nigeria's flag in spite of socio-economic and economic challenges. Those who have elevated their skills are undeniably rewriting the poorly told narrative of the country through their talents, investments, and innovations. Nigerians are really displaying their talents in various fields, from sports to music, literature, fintech, fashion, startups, agriculture, entertainment, and industries. These individuals and industries have impacted the nation as they have become ambassadors of the Nigerian spirit, embodying resilience, creativity, and a drive to succeed against all odds. Today, we celebrate them. For instance, in sports, many individuals like Kanu Wako, J.J. Okocha, Daniel Omakochi, Victor Osimhen, Chioma Ajunwa, Blessing Okagbue, Mary Iyale Omagbemi, Asisat Oshuala, Tobi Amusa, Emmanuel Amunike, and many more are flying the Nigerian flag high. They have become inspiration to Nigerian youth with their immense contributions to Nigeria's sporting landscape. Many youths want to be like the achievers, but they are constrained by infrastructure for training, funding, exposure, and mentorship. In recent years, Nigeria has emerged as a key player in Africa's booming tech scene, with Lagos often described as the Silicon Valley of Africa. Startups like Flutterwave, Paystack, and Andela have not only garnered international attention, but have also provided a platform for young developers, engineers, and entrepreneurs to showcase their skills. Yet, for every success story, there are countless others whose ideas never see the light of day due to lack of funding or access to global markets. The entertainment industry, which emerged without much government support, is another successful story that government needs to leverage to enhance Nigerian brand. The Nollywood industry, said to be worth $10 billion, and which is promoting the Nigerian culture and image, can grow further with government assistance. Like the fashion industry, local companies favorably competing with multinationals with the array of products. Local companies like Rita Foods, Emzo in the pharmaceutical sector, Innocent Motors in auto industries, Abashu Factory, Kanu Leather, and other hubs have put Nigeria on the global map, proving that Nigeria has the entrepreneurial zeal and creativity to compete with multinationals on international space. But in many instances, some of these startups and established ones which can push Nigeria brand with their ideas are choked with unnecessary taxations, regulations, poor infrastructure, poor electricity system, and policy reversals that create burden on them, thereby hindering them from more employment and global competition. Sometimes regulatory authorities wait on the sidelines for any shop to be open to tax them without considering their status. These local companies have entered the space dominated by multinationals and having over 3,000 employees, apart from indirect employees. These local companies are pushing the products from Nigeria, exhibiting our Nigerianness. It is interesting how Right Foods, a local firm, is favorably competing with multinationals with its array of products. With the importance of the private sector in unlocking the full potentials of Nigeria economy, generate employment, feed Nigerians, and calm tensions of agitations and insecurity, the players in the private sector need support in promoting Nigerian innovations and Nigerianness instead of stifling them. Government can support the private sector, especially the startups, with tax rebates. The Nigerian brand should be robust, rugged, attractive, and reputable. I am Bayo Olawi.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot new opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that could have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Cornoil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Cornoil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is a testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globalcom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globalcom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was a first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globalcom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globalcom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornoil, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornoil expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a frontrunner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence not only in exploration and production but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking too has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. It's a very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God and indeed Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he will come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated millions to cause closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late SOUQ Exclusive. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That a company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will it now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil, and I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to SOUQ Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he had. That Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. Recurring. So, that was how the Nigerian league got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not uncommon to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts too have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the path of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
They like singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My yellow